Boom! Welcome to the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. My name is Chris Felix. I'm going to be your host and commentator today, and we've got quite a lineup this weekend with some excellent games and some excellent players. There's going to be smiles, there's going to be tears, and we're going to have some laughs. So this is going to be a great event. So what does it look like today? So today we have 3 rounds. One of them will be starting in about 8 minutes from now at 9:45. Round 2 at 2 o'clock, and then round 3 at 6:30 tonight. And then tomorrow we have round 4 at 10 a.m. and round 5 at 3 p.m. This is a round robin event, so each player will play each other once. So let's look at our players. We have National Master Shahram Sarja, rated 2344, qualified by winning the 2024 Dalhousie Open, and qualified again, technically, by winning the 2025 Dalhousie Winter Rapid Open. So that second slot went to the next kind of Grand Prix winner. So Shahram became a national master in April of 2024 by achieving a rating of 2300 CFC. Has won numerous tournaments around here, is quite a regular tournament player. Most recently won the Dalhousie Open and the St. Mary's Open. Is one of the is the head teacher at the Chess Knights program, and of course is a known arbiter and scorer for the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association. Next up, we have Felix Marchand, National Master Felix Marchand, rated 2272, qualified by winning the 2024 Dalhousie Summer Rapid Open. Became a National Master in December of 2024 by achieving their third Master Norm, and is the youngest National Master in Nova Scotia history. And just recently, literally last weekend, won the Blue Nose Open with a perfect score of 5 out of 5, and I believe is the youngest winner of the Blue Nose Open. Was the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association Grand Prix champion for the 2023-2024 season. Has been national champion at the Canadian Chess Challenge numerous times, as well as the Canadian Youth Chess Champion from the CFC in the past, and has represented Canada at the World Youths. National Master Georges Kappa, rated 2259, qualified by winning the 2024 Owen Mateson Rapid Open. Became a National Master in September of 2024 by achieving back-to-back norms at the Nova Scotia Closed and then the next tournament, actually. Looks like we've crowned a lot of National Masters in 2024, so this is going to be an exciting event. Of course, Georgia has won numerous tournaments, most recently the Atlanta Christmas Festival Crown Division, which just took place in December. Was the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association Grand Prix champion 5 times in a row from the 2018-2019 season up until the 2022-2023 season, where then he graduated out of the youth program. He's not a youth anymore. Has represented Nova Scotia at the Nationals numerous times and has had podium finishes, of course. Also a very prominent chess teacher and YouTuber. Next up, we have Samuel Heron Boyle, rated 2084. Qualified by being the 5th place finisher at the 2024-2025 Dalhousie Grand Prix. Definitely the most active player. Has played a ton of games. I think I looked at his profile the other day, and I can't even believe how many games that Sam plays in a year. Was the winner of the 12th Canadian Military Chess Championship in 2020, as well as represented Canada at the NATO Championships 4 times. Next up, we have Paul Deck. So Paul Deck is the replacement. Remo Laxon was unable to participate due to potential weather concerns this weekend. So Paul Deck qualifies by being the 7th place finisher in the 2024-2025 Dalhousie Grand Prix. Has a regular high rating of 2093. Participant of the Nova Scotia Closed Championship twice in 2022 and 2023. Kind of a funny little anecdote about Paul Deck. He kind of came out of nowhere, and he won the 2014 Paul Hake Labor Day Open. And then we didn't see him again until for like 6 years. He came back in 2019. So he just kind of came in, won a tournament, left, and then came back in 2019. I've known Paul a little bit here, a very strong player, and looking forward to see how Paul performs. And then we have Tanushree Sridhar, rated 1910. Qualified by becoming the 3rd place finisher in the 2024-2025 Dalhousie Grand Prix. Very strong youth player, is quite a regular at the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association Crown Division. Was the first winner of the Don Biggood Trophy in 2023, which is the March Break tournament. And of course was the 2nd place finisher in the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association Grand Prix in the 2023-2024 season. So we've got some exciting chess lined up, and they should be getting ready here to start very, very soon, which would be excellent. We're getting our camera set up, we're getting everything set up, and we're going to have some fun. So, kind of who's who at the tournament here. Of course, this is put on by the Dalhousie Chess Club. You should check that out. They do have Dalhousie socials, and it's open to all players. Like, you don't have to be a student of Dalhousie University to attend these. They're just open to everybody. So go check them out. The Dalhousie socials are open every Monday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the Dalhousie Student Union building next to the Greywood. And they're also on Instagram and Facebook, so you can check out at Dal Chess. Okay, so the president of the Dalhousie Chess Association is Rito Nakayasu. The tournament director for this event is Jill Park. The marketing director, Georgia Capra, as well as the marketing events coordinator, Jare Gao, who will be on site as an interviewer and cameraman, as well as Ali Shajodov as an interviewer and a cameraman as well. Some of the other roles that they do have a social media manager by Huisong An. Their Discord server manager is Kanav Bardwaj. Their video editor is Hugh Hune. Seminar director is Roxana Zaminpaima. And Chess for Wellness coordinators are Jamil Miradov, Roxana Zaminpaima, Drishti Deepkand, Michael Vishian, and Lindsay Wu. So, got some stuff there. I see Jason Manley in the chat here. Boom is right. I'm thrilled to see these games. It's going to be a very exciting event, actually. I'm excited as well. Felix is also the youngest winner of the New Brunswick Open from his victory in 2023. Incredible. Some other facts coming here from Jason. All right, we're going to quickly get this other camera set up here, and we should be going live very soon. We should be able to get these boards up and running. All the players are just kind of getting settled right now. Yeah, so hopefully everyone's tuning in for some great chess. There should be some interviews throughout the day as well. Players are getting set up here. Okay. All right, I'm going to pop up the webcams here. We can see as the players get started here. Everyone's sitting down, getting ready for their first round. See if I can get the chess.com boards up and running. Looks like they're not broadcasting quite yet. That's okay. We'll just keep an eye on the webcams. Chess.com may actually wait until the boards go live. So don't worry, it's not going to be just webcam view. We will have the boards up and we can move pieces around, draw arrows and color squares, have some fun, try to figure out what's going on. Players are getting settled. It is 9:45. It is technically game time. So the lots were drawn in advance. So how this usually works is a round robin event. You have players, of course, 1 through 6. Everybody plays each other once, and there's a predefined schedule. So round 1 is always player number 1 is white against player number 6. Player number 2 is white against player number 5, and player number 3 is white against player number 4. So these players have already drawn their lots, as we say. So we do know what the order is. So all the rounds are basically paired. I'm excited to see also Sam versus Khalix. Of course, Sam, as I said, plays a lot of tournament games. Khalix also plays a lot of tournament games, and these two players have played numerous times, and it's always an exciting match to see. It is Sharon versus Georges in the first round. That is a big matchup. But you know, when you're in a round robin with 6 players that are all strong, every matchup's kind of a big matchup, right? But yes, that would be our master on master match for this round. All right, getting concerned. The chess.com boards are not up yet. Okay, I do see Sam has played first move. I have no clue what that is. I'm looking at the webcam. Maybe it's E4, maybe it's D4. Things are moving here. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on. Okay. So we do have the boards live on DGT Live, but we do not have the boards live yet on chess.com. Okay. Okay, we're going to do a quick fix on this because I can bring up the DGT boards for now until we get the chess.com boards up. So let's go to board 1, go to board 2, go to board 3, and I will get those set up for you momentarily. Okay. And I know the second I do this, chess.com will come online. Nope. So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, let's transition into this here. Here we go. So here are the 3 board positions currently. Work on see what's going on with chess.com to see why those boards are not up and running. All right, so let's take a look here. Let's see what is going on. Okay. So, Sam versus Khalid. Let's just go back here. So we had an E4, so we had a Caro-Kann, 92 variation. I know both of these players have played this numerous times. I believe they just had a game in this same variation at the Blue Nose Open. I do believe Khalid at that time played knight A6 back to knight to C7 with an early H5. This game looked like electing for a very early C5. Assuming that Sam has something prepared. And it looks like Sam's going to think about this a little bit. May have not been prepared for C5. Well, either that or is trying to remember the lines. Okay, so board 2 is Sharam versus Georges. We start with a knight F3. Very transpositional opening. Knight F3, to see what black does, and you can transpose into various openings. Looks like Sharam's playing C5, going for a Sicilian type setup, perhaps. And Georges says, no, we're going to play a English setup, knight to C6 and D4, and we are in an English. Moves being played there. And on our final board, which is Paul Deck versus Tanusri, we do have a Sicilian and Alapin, the D5 variation. And very typical kind of setup so far. We're still troubleshooting. Why is the chess.com boards not working? I can't draw arrows on DGT boards. It's okay, we don't need any arrows quite some yet. Sam is still thinking what to do after C5 here. We'll take a look at that in a second, see what the major concern is. All right, Sam's still thinking here about c5. So what's the major concern here? Let's see. So, of course, we're striking a little bit in the center. White's king is uncastled, so open kind of on the e file. However, you could always block with like knight to e2. Even bishop to e3 could be a decent block here. Might be thinking about, what happens with, bishop takes h7 check, king has to move to h8, and then you bring the bishop back, so it loses time. Does Sam want the pawn to then lose time? So, for example, so we take on c5. All right, I want to draw arrows. Why chess.com? Yeah, Jason also agreeing here. So we are going with the bishop takes h7, king to h8. The issue is this bishop can get trapped with a move like g6. Although you could have like bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6, and the king would be open. It'd be a bishop for 3 pawns. The concern is all of the pressure on that d4 pawn. So it looks like Felix is game. So we're bringing the bishop back. So we've wasted time. We've got a pawn. We're wasting some time here. So if we play c takes d4, c takes d4, the bishop would play probably check. Some things would get traded, and the d4 pawn would be gone from the queen here. So it looks like it's not a win of a pawn. So if anything, Felix might be trading some side pawns for center pawns here, whereas White had the central pawn to begin with in this exchange. Okay, it looks like our games are coming up here on chess.com. Let me get those set up. Then we can go back to drawing arrows and things and then seeing some cameras. Okay. Bear with me while I get chess.com set up. All right, there we go. I've changed it to chess.com boards. This is excellent. There we go. We have it on C5. Okay, so let's take a look. Now we can look. Okay, so let's go back. What has happened here? Okay, so uh, we had an interesting offer here. So, I mean, we can decide to take here, or we can decide just kind of to take here and see what happens. For example, if we take here, bishop takes c5. So, of course, the bishop is looking slightly aggressive here, but there's no other pieces for it to work with. We would have to be careful of something like queen to b6 and then those things working together. But I think just a knight to e2, and then after queen b6, you could probably take this. And like this would be very dangerous. Like you could even castle here. There's no threat here because the rook defends it. And even then something like g6, this looks riskier for black, so I don't think this is what Felix had intended. So yeah, I really like just taking, and maybe just even just play knight e2. It's nice and solid. There's no threats here because the second this rook moves here, we castle out of the way, and there just seems to be no tactics. Like black has this one piece out, the rook's looking down, but everything else is not developed. We're not in any kind of danger. And the good thing here is white would have a pawn majority, so we do have 3 pawns against 2 pawns. So at some point, this could become, a pass pawn as the game progresses. Whereas these pawns being doubled would be there's just no pass pawns on this side. Black would have a hard time developing that. So yeah, I kind of like just the taking. So okay, so what is gonna? Let's go back to the game. So we took here, had to come back, and now Sam looks like they're thinking here. Let's pop in to the actual board one here as we go over this. Let's see what's going on here. So it looks like Sam is at the board, thinking kind of, what do I do here? What do I do? I'm gonna take a sip of my tea or my coffee and think about this. What's Felix doing? What's going on here? If I had to guess, we're debating of whether we take back or we play knight to e2. For example, if we play knight to e2 here, we're threatening to take back in the center, and this would be a nice outpost for the knight. Be very well protected in the center. There's no pawns here on the sides that could kick the knight out of the way. So I assume black would just take here, here, and then we would just develop like normally. We've got 2 pawns against 2, 3 against 3, but black's pawns are doubled, and this position looks equal to me. So I'm assuming this is what Sam is debating. Do I take in the center and then have this weak pawn, or do I just play knight to e2, develop my pieces, and go from there? But so far, a pretty level game. Okay, let's check out board 2. What's going on between Sharam and Georges? This looks like some intense concentration here. If I could draw things, I would draw some sparks coming off their foreheads against each other. There's a battle of wills going on here. So let's back up slightly and see what's going on. So we transposed into this kind of English symmetrical. There's g3, fianchetto bishop on g2. Black's doing the same. Very typical setups. Georges has played queen out to a5. Not as familiar with these lines with queen out to a5 here. I'm more familiar with kind of the knight takes lines. The issue being kind of knight here and here, and this bishop does look at the queen, so there's always possible discoveries whenever that knight moves out of the way. So let's see what's going on here. So we got queen to a5. Okay. I mean, the move makes sense. I mean, we're moving the queen out of the way. We can bring the rook in behind. Black does have 2 kind of central pawns. Black at some point is going to have to figure out, how do I get this bishop out? And most likely it's going to be something like a d6 here. And have to be very careful about b6 because of this with the rook at some point. Some possible tactics. Oh, I think I've seen a game like this before, actually, where the knight goes back to c2. Just getting out of the way of all of this stuff and not trading the knights. Yeah, so still very early. Sharum's going to debate, how do I want to deal with this situation. I know in the Scandinavian, when the queen comes over here, many times you can do this queen to d2. Of course, you can't do that right away because you'll be cutting the communication between the queen and the knight, and then you would just lose the knight, and that would be a blunder that we're not going to see in the Dalhousie Championship. All right, let's check out board 3. We have the infamous water jug that is blocking the view. Let's see, how did we get here? All right, this is a Sicilian Alapin, and very standard systems of development here. At some point, black's going to exchange these pawns, and white's going to have this isolated pawn in the center. White's compensation is white's usually a little bit faster at development, as well as can kick this queen around. Okay, so we haven't given up the isolated pawn yet. I think, yeah, white should just, bring their bishop out, just make their center really solid. And you may not even end up with an isolated pawn after that, actually. I do see there's a nice potential fork here. I wonder, many lines probably knight to b5, threatening this as an idea. So even if black takes this pawn, white doesn't have to take back right away. White can play this kind of intermezzo threat with the check, threatening to win the queen, and then kind of bring this knight back. Really great way to bring the knight from a3 back towards the center, using kind of a tempo trick. Yes, Jason Manley just pointed that out as well. Knight to b5. But the position is rather dry. Yes, I do know that Jason knows the Alapin really well. Has taken me out with the Alapin on at least one occasion. I personally like the knight f6 lines rather than this stuff, but this is interesting. So white decided to castle here. I don't know. I still like bishop to e3. I just think bishop to e3 looks better because even this, like, there's no threat of taking here if you play knight to b5. The knight's protected by the bishop. It's very secure spot, but I have an immediate threat. I'm threatening to win your queen. You don't have time to take this bishop. You're not going to play a queen down. So then something has to defend this. Or something has to move. And I don't think this necessarily works. Because I just don't like my queen can't move anywhere. Oh, yeah. Bishop c4. We attack the queen. And the problem is, of course, the tactic if we take here, we check and we win the queen this way. So then the queen would have to move. Where does the queen move? I don't even know where the queen would move. That's not very good either. Yeah. All right. So after knight to b5, I guess we'd have to bring the queen back to defend, and then we just bring the knight back and just say, okay, great. You know what? I don't have an isolated pawn. I've got my knight from the side of the board, a3 over to d4, and then we play on. So I think I like this a little bit stronger than castle king side. Black very quickly responding, bishop to e7, not calculating any of this stuff, not worried about d takes c5, I guess. Right, so we're in for a tense battle. One of the things that I've personally found playing against the Alapin is it kind of reminds me almost like a Roy Lopez in some ways. It's just like the slow build up, the slow grind. All right, I'm gonna go back to all the boards here. You see all the boards? And I'll be back in 2 minutes for some more exciting chess at the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. All right, I am back. Let's check in on our boards. Do we have any more action here? Let's go back to board 1. Let's take a look at... Okay. So Sam still thinking here. I'm kind of surprised that we're still thinking here. This concerns me. Like, there's really only 2 choices. Here, we're either going to take it, or we're going to play knight e2. So we're spending an awful lot of time on something like, does one look way worse than the other? So if we take here, check. Let's say bishop to d2. I don't know if this does anything. I mean, this is starting to look like, black has some potential pressure here. Maybe just exchange things off and then play queen takes. I mean, I don't even want to do that right away. I mean, this pawn, maybe just knight to c6. And I'd probably be slightly uncomfortable here as white. I mean, okay, I'm up this pawn that I know I can't save. That the pawn's gone. Or I can play knight e2, and then the decision is, okay, if black does either takes, position looks okay. This check is easily blocked kind of by bishop to e3. And then we're just into a game. Could we do like a bishop takes b or b takes? Yeah, I don't like it. I like the isolated pawn, especially because it's not an open file. I don't know, maybe this could become an asset some way, but I don't see it. Just might be better to get the bishop out somehow this way, but yeah. Yeah, I agree, Jason. I don't see a huge difference between the two. I kind of subscribe to the Tom O'Donnell view of things. One time we were reviewing something. He says, okay, so what were you thinking about for 20 minutes? I said, well, I was trying to figure out if this was better or that was better. He's like, okay. So does one of them like look like it's way better than the other, or do they both look roughly equal? I said, they both look roughly equal. Then just pick one. Just pick one. Doesn't matter which. Just pick one and save yourself 20 minutes on the clock that you can use later in the game. This is a surefire way to get into time trouble when you're spending a lot of time on things that are probably slightly negligible. Like the setup with knight e2 looks completely fine to me. And realistically, I think this choice should have been made before you play bishop to h7. Like you spend your time here because clearly after check here and back, c takes d4 is a real option. So if I don't like the positions, this is where I say, well, if I don't like those positions, then I don't play bishop takes h7. I do something different. I just play here right away. So I'm kind of shocked that we chose to go bishop h7 and back, and then we're spending a lot of time on this move. So Sam might have seen something deeper once he got to this position that he didn't like. That's true. If you save yourself 20 minutes to use later, you hope that you actually use the 20 minutes later. If you save yourself 20 minutes and then don't use it, have you really saved anything? All right, let's go check out board 2 here. All right. I still see this intensity between Sharam and Jurgis here. Sharam's still thinking very heavily. And they say, I really recall there was a situation with kind of knight to c2. So that means if I'm remembering a position, that means we must still be in relative theory here. So Schramm may be trying to remember the lines or similar games, or may even be thinking whether, he's seen Jurgis play this type of setup before. Those types of things can play a role in very high level events. So we could be thinking like, okay, I've seen Jurgis play this before. What was the setup? What happened in that game? Do I want to play that kind of setup, or do I want to try to deviate here? Could be debating between knight c2 and knight to b3. Not trading the knights and keeping the game complex. But yeah, we are still on the same move. But yeah, it still looks complex, and it still looks like it's relative lines here. Like knight to b3, and we're going to hit the queen. Queen's got to go somewhere. Okay, where does the queen go? All the way over the other side. Back somewhere. b4 maybe to hit c4? I don't know. I don't like when my queen's just doing things by itself. I want my queen working with my other pieces. Yeah. And maybe we say, well, I don't want the queen to move. I don't think the queen does much here, so I want the queen to stay there. You can always bolster the center too with e3. So if we play e3, then we don't have any concerns about this. And if we do take, then, we have this nice pawn phalanx in the center, and it controls very nice squares in the center. Always potential for attacks, but you're never going to get out of that in a fianchetto position. And actually, I kind of like White's bishop here. And then I guess the problem is that, it makes this piece relatively bad. Come to d2 and then maybe cycle around. I don't know. Schramm's spending a lot of time here on this move. Isn't c-pawn weak here? I don't know about extending the queen before developing further. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think black may be able to try to target this pawn, and then the whole idea is, of course, if we play b3 to defend the pawn, if we play b3 to defend the pawn, then we've just kind of like really weakened this diagonal, and this bishop should become quite strong down there. Like there's either going to be tactics on d4, c3 working with the queen, or the rook on a1. So I don't know. Am I worried about my c4 pawn? Like, probably. I guess the thing is, like, White's pieces aren't necessarily set up super aggressive either. I don't even know how I would defend that. Like, knight to d2, this needs to be wrong. If I'm going to play knight to b3 to attack the queen just to go back to b2 and block this bishop in, then I would never play this line. Unless we're going for a3, b4, bishop b2. Okay, the more I think about it, the more I'm convincing myself. We can also play c5, and then no matter which, because it's defended very, very securely by the knight, and then no matter which way we try to get this bishop out, one of those pawns have to move for this bishop to be able to move, and then we always have the option of just kind of exchanging off the c pawn and going from there. Yeah. So Sharam still thinking heavily. All right, let's check board 3 here. This is water bottle versus Tanusri. What's that water bottle say? Can I read the water bottle? Upland. This broadcast brought to you by Upland Water Bottles. Not really. Yeah, e3 does look safer in that previous position. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Okay, so Nursery has played bishop to e7, and Paul Deck is taking a tank here, taking a think. Oh, and just played bishop to e3. I think we saw the hand extend from the water bottle, moving the bishop. So now I guess my question is, okay, yeah, the king still hasn't castled, so we have the same thing. On this, we still can play knight to b5, and we still have this direct threat. So what does black do here? I mean, maybe we still take. There could be options of something like knight to g4 and say, okay, well, let's just get rid of the bishop. The bishop holding part of the position together. Let's just get rid of it. And that may also allow this bishop to come around and then exert some pressure on d4 as well. Do we have any kind of dual attacks here? Let's see. So we can take on e3, because if there's a check takes the queen, I also get the queen. Right? Check, king to d7, take queen, take queen. Okay, so if you take knight, or this way, take knight, take knight. Okay, black's up a piece, so that doesn't work. Oh, okay, I take on e7 to get my piece back. e7, and then I can take it right away, or I can even... I get a pawn for it, because we would have this check, so now white has to take back, then king takes, and black's better. Okay, wait. No. I guess we can't do this. Yeah, this does work for black. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. This is fine for black because this is a better position for black. So then white would have to do something like this, and now black has to defend this, probably with the rook, and then get castled. Get castled. I think the fact that we see tactics like this means black should get castled. But this is tempting. I could see this being played. It's complicated. Yeah, knight to g4 here in this position looks very tricky. We're still in the openings. And each of these openings, I don't know much about any of these openings. Why don't they play the openings I know? All right, let's go back to board one here. Let's see what's going on here. So it looks like Sam did take, took in the center, and Felix has followed up with knight to c6. And admittedly, okay, white's up a pawn. That pawn is weak in the center. Black's going to take that pawn. So if we just pretend that this pawn is completely off the board, it's still 2 pawns against 2, and then it's 3 against 3 with doubled pawns. You know what? That's fine. So as white here, my thought is just get castle. Give up the pawn. Don't even try to hang on to this pawn. Just get rid of it. Just absolutely get rid of it. I think black's bigger threat is maybe even this. Trading off the good bishop. And getting the bishop pair. Yeah, this is the more concerning move, actually. I think I see Felix's idea. Yeah, because even knight to e2 now runs into knight to b4. It's okay, queen has to move. Like, we'll just move it somewhere and takes. And the problem is, like, this is the bishop that we usually really like. So we're entering an end game where black has the bishop pair. I'm going to highlight those in green because bishop pairs are good. We like having both bishops. White's up a pawn, but it's isolated in the center. I don't even know if that's holdable. The king's in the center too, so this gets risky. So we're looking at this, so there could be play here. We can't castle due to checkmate. This has gotten dicey all of a sudden very quickly. Very quickly because of this. Yeah, maybe it wasn't a simple text. Maybe this is what Sam saw afterwards. So maybe it is the 92. 92 takes and takes. Well, this can't be what Sam saw because if Sam saw all of this, then Sam would have played the other line, knight to e2. But it was a tricky decision. Like, okay, so let's just say we continue like this and in here and we take and we take. Like, okay, so black probably has a better endgame here. And black is slightly better. But you know, white's not dead in the water or anything. Black is still gonna have to figure out how to play accurately here. That's exciting. All right, so we may have some fireworks on board one coming very quickly here. Oh, actually, let's look at something else. One sec here. So I was just assuming let's develop. So what if we play something like? Oh, I guess that doesn't work because now knight takes d4 comes with tempo. Okay, so I'd have to bring my queen somewhere. Let's bring it back. No, we need to. And this just runs in the night before still. Yeah, okay. We may end up with some fireworks here on board one. All right, so Sam has played knight to e2, so this is where Felix is going to have to figure out, do we play knight to b4? And how strong is that? So Jason Manley is talking about imbalances of why the Caro-Kann is so popular. And the Caro-Kann has always been popular for that very reason, where we end up with non-symmetrical games. The one thing that's an issue, actually, this is my first opportunity. I'm going to bring up a lesson board here. Let's talk about this. So, whenever we have like symmetrical pawn structures and just everything looks the exact same, those are hard games to win. Those are annoying games to win. White and black are just making the same moves. It's like, okay, what do I do? Whatever I can do, my opponent can do. And if you end up with an end game, because the pawns are symmetrical, there's less play. Same sort of thing if we go into something like a French and we play the exchange. Like, okay, the pawn structure looks identical. It's symmetrical. It's the same on both sides, white and black. Very hard to win. But if we play a Caro-Kann, even in the exchange variation, there's a difference. And we've ended up in kind of this reverse Carlsbad type structure is what we call it. But either way, we've got 2 pawns on one side and 5 on the other. Whereas white has pawns on one side and 3 on the other. It's non-symmetrical. The other type of thing is dynamic play that we see with pieces, like bishop for knight. Whenever there's a difference in the position that is theoretically equal, but one player knows how to play that specific position better than the other, there's always chances to win. So if you're trying to win a game, even against strong players, and you don't want to play draw strengths, you need to look for these imbalances, either with pawn structures or material or something. And then you go from there and try to say, okay, well, I think this position should be equal, but I think I know how to play it better than you know how to play it. I can play my advantages and disadvantages better than you can play your advantages and disadvantages. All right. Let's check in on board 2. It looks like Shram is up from the board. So Shram has made a decision here. And it looks like, we did end up with knight to c2. Okay. Knight to c2. And admittedly, this is far beyond me of why knight to c2 is the best. I just remember seeing grandmasters play this. And admittedly, I don't know the idea behind it. My initial instinct is like, okay, I'm concerned about exchanges here, so I get the knight away from the exchange. Maybe I can expand with b4 because now the knight is protecting that square, and I would get this kind of queenside expansion at some point. The issue with e3, as we said, is it really locks in this bishop, so then you know, black. It's true. Black doesn't want to take anymore because then when we take back, now this bishop has become good again. It opens up, not necessarily to that square, but it opens up along that line. So okay, so we got knight to c2, d6. So we're going to bring the bishop out along this diagonal. Bishop to d2 with potential discoveries on the queen. Anywhere this knight moves, this bishop will be attacking the queen. Black says, nope, don't want any of that. We're going to move the queen all the way to the other side of the board. And white is taking the center here with e4. And now Georges is the one that is tanking and thinking, like, how do we continue the position? Sharam is offering a queen trade. And of course, if black takes, there's the saying that to take is a mistake, because black is investing their move to initiate the exchange. White is investing their move, taking back. So all of a sudden, the piece that I've moved is off the board, but the piece my opponent has moved is still on the board, and it's in a better position than it was. If black does something different, let's say we just move the bishop here. In general, we would say, well, white's investing the move and black is investing and taking back. Now, is this knight in a better position than it was on f6? Well, maybe if we're going to play f5, maybe this bishop is opened up is better. So usually both players stand pat on an exchange and just say, I want you to exchange. I don't want to exchange. I want you to initiate the exchange. We also have some ideas here of bishop to g4. We attack the queen. Probably have to block it. This does open up the potential diagonal, but I don't see any major risk here. I guess black does control this square, so there could be some ideas here eventually. Yeah, we're going to see what Georges does here. Hi, Harry. How are you? Might be trying for a Maroczy bind type position. Yeah, so we've got e4 and c4. So the idea is it's going to be very hard to push d5 here. In order to do it, especially with two pawns that are blocking, black's going to have to play e6 to make sure that it's a pawn that's defending that square. But the issue is when we play that, this pawn can become weak, and if you can't push it, there's no pawns defending it, it becomes very weak. I think the difference here is I may not need to break in the center. What if I move the bishop and try to put the rook here on the c file? Because anytime you try to defend it with b3, I mean, I may have ideas of b5, trying to break the structure up, but if the b pawn moves, then this bishop could become a monster. I think he is. I know Georges is a big fan of the bind from the other side. Well, I'll tell you, if there's nothing better than playing your opponent's strengths against them, because then they're scared of it. If it's so good that you play it, I'll play it against you. So Georges is really thinking here of how to continue this game. I don't think Georges will exchange. I don't. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But will Georges leave the exchange available? That's the real question. Oh, okay. So I guess an idea with f3 is now. So in this position, I'm thinking of something like bishop to h3, so I can trade these off. The issue is, of course, we can't do that because we're going to drop the bishop. But we could play bishop to g4 first, and then if f3 is played, okay, we've opened up the king a little bit, but now I can play bishop to h3 because the pawn is in the way of the queen. So maybe I can get rid of this bishop. And then if this exchange does occur, maybe at some point, kind of like an h5, h4 attack could work. The structure starts to look a little bit more compromised once that bishop is gone. So that could be a valid idea that that Georges is thinking about here. Let's check in on board 3. What's going on here on board 3? Oh, looks like knight to g4 has been played. This is very interesting. And there's just so many different moves to be played here. So We had looked a little bit earlier at knight to b5. And of course, black has this really nice knight takes where the f takes is required because the check does not work because after queen takes, I take your queen, and black comes out ahead here. Oh, we're going back to board 2 here for a sec. Is trading that bishop the best idea? Well, I see this bishop personally as relatively strong. I mean, it looks over here, and of course it's part of that castle structure. My bishop isn't really doing anything. Would white want to exchange? No, probably not. If it happened, that would be good for black. So white's going to sit on it for sure. White's going to continue development, so I need to lift the queen, bring the rooks to the center. So we'll say here, black still gets to exchange that off. At least I think this is playable. I still want my rook down on this. You know, I'm the one with the fianchetto bishop here. I would argue that this bishop is probably stronger than the one on d2. I mean, I don't see any major concerns, but it looks like the game could develop with some potential here. I don't think white has anything super concerning at this point, but if I was playing black and I wanted chances, I think I would like to go for this. Is there g4 against bishop to h3? Bishop to h3, g4. Okay. Attacks the queen, bishop. I probably could just play queen h4, but I wonder if I get any kind of... Is this enough? Is this enough of an attack? Is this enough? I guess we could play here and defend it. Oh, see, now my head's hurting already. It's only 10:37 in the morning, my head hurts. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So piece for 2 pawns plus an attack. Oh. Okay. All right. That levels the board a little bit. So now it's 5, 7. It is a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces, but white's slightly more developed. Yeah. So is there anything better we can do besides this? See, even the problem is even h3 runs into this. But it's a bishop and a knight for a rook and 2 pawns. I just don't see, the 2 pieces should be better than a rook and a pawn. Is it better than a rook and 2 pawns? Like, I don't see what black's doing here anymore. Huh. Yeah, that's complicated. g4 is a good move. I didn't see g4. Because it basically forces the sack, because you're right, after this and this, I have to go back to h6. So if that's the case, I would probably just play queen h6 right away. Oh, no, I can't. Well, there's a draw in here. Yikes. All right, maybe not bishop to g4. So what do you do here as black? Maybe this is what you're just thinking about. Maybe you just play bishop d6 then. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about this knight on the side, so. White's going to continue developing some way, shape, or form. Overall, this is an interesting game. All right, what's happening at board 3? The water bottle has converted, and there is a Paul deck. Be happy with a draw against a player of Sharam's caliber. Yes, but both of these players being masters, and both of them are, yeah, Jurgis. I don't think Jurgis would settle with a draw versus anybody. Jurgis has a lot of fighting spirit, and it's one of the traits that makes Jurgis as strong as Jurgis is. Like, Jurgis will always fight. Regardless of the strength, you're a grandmaster, Jurgis will fight. And Jurgis will avoid drawish type things at all points in time. He would never want his opponent to have the option of perpetuating into a draw. Jurgis wants to play chess, Jurgis wants to win. Now, maybe if it was like, okay, I'm in a weak position and I'm losing, okay, sure, I'll allow my opponent to have perpetual. But from a position like that in the opening, I don't think Jurgis would allow a perpetual type position. If he can avoid it. I hear you. Draw happy. I'm going to use that against you next time. Draw. All right, let's see what's going on here. So Paul Deck is still thinking. This is a very complicated position. There's ideas of this tactic, but, black does have this resource. We could always just move the bishop out of the way and say, okay, fine, you want the bishop? I'll just move it. No, you can't take it. What's your knight doing? Eventually, I'm going to kick the knight. The knight's going to go away. Oh, maybe I'll even just move this knight somewhere, and then I'll attack the knight that way. And that may be the safest option. Just, okay, you want my bishop? Just move it out of the way somewhere. This is an interesting idea. Of course, if we exchange, the knight's coming up, and then I've got this threat here. Yeah, this would be problematic. Black would not want to take this because now, the knight has gone up and come back. So this knight is still in the same spot. But White's knight has gotten stronger, and it's become White's move. And arguably, we've traded these two bishops. And it should be Black's good bishop, because when we look at the pawns in the center of the board, we got a white pawn. This should be the quote-unquote bad bishop and good bishop. So, and of course, this would be White's bad bishop because the pawns are on the dark squares, and this would be the good bishop. So this could be a strong move. Is there anything with f6? e5 still not possible. Take. Yeah, still not possible. Take. I guess possible. I don't think this is what Black would strive for. Yeah, White just completed development, and there's still ideas of this and this, and moving in this. Yeah, a lot of ideas here for Paul. c4, strong enforcing in this position. c4. Gotta move the queen. Where can I move the queen? We can move the queen back. We can move the queen forward. Gotta move the queen. And I'm guessing tricks like this don't work the same because it's a pawn, not a knight. Yeah, White will come out ahead here. Yeah, the problem is, so if we go backwards, d5 is going to come. What if I move forward? Is d5 still as strong? Because my whole plan's against this. So I'm attacking a queen. You're not attacking my queen, so you have to take. Now, do I check now? Do I check later? Let's check now. And then I gotta do something. Yeah, this is interesting. Is it scary? Feels scary. Oh, yeah, that's scary. Okay, that's scary. Scary. Let's get the king out of the way. It still looks scary. This looks too scary. Knight to d2 still falls to this. Because, of course, I'm taking a piece. And then if you take the queen, I take the queen. If you take back, I take back. So Blacks wins a piece there. So we still run into the same sort of thing where I think you have to take in here. No, I think knight to d2 unfortunately falls apart tactically. I don't see how we're getting out of it from this trick. This is a very powerful trick. So I've taken the first piece. Both our queens are under attack. You don't have any checks. Take. Take. I don't see any tricks here to save the piece. Because even something like this, okay, I mean, I'm up, I'm already up material. Yeah, no, yeah, knight to d2, it looks scary, but I think when you have to calculate it out. So, Oh, so it looks like, whoa, oh wait, sorry. All right, no, sorry. That was analysis mode. Paul Deck is still thinking. This is a tricky position. All right, let's see what's happening on, let's go back to board one here. Position back, we can see Sam, Felix both sitting at the board here. Felix is thinking, so what has occurred? Okay, so we have knight to e2. Felix did not play knight to b4. Played bishop b4 instead. And Sam has elected just to say, well, I'll just play king f1. Okay, king f1. And now, of course, the problem is, Black has a bishop on that square, so I can't bring the knight to that square. White's going to have to figure out a way how to develop this rook, and I suspect the idea is going to be to push this pawn down the board, and that's going to make this rook active. Okay, interesting. What was the alternative? What was the alternative? I guess the alternative is kind of what we looked at. If you play moves like this, then knight to d4 attacks the queen. This doesn't look super great, and we still have rook over. Wow, so king to f1. Very good on Sam for seeing a move like that. I wonder why Felix didn't like knight to b4. I mean, it just looks like I'm taking this good bishop off the board. Like there's no tricks. I have to move the queen, right? The bishop can't go anywhere. There's no checks. The check's already gone because the king's moved. And no matter where I move the queen, it doesn't even matter. We take. It's two bishops. I think the issue with bishop to d2, I think Sam was probably very scared of this. Because rook to e8 could be coming. It could join up with queen to e7. I don't know, maybe this bishop goes somewhere at some point and then the rook slides to c8. It feels somewhat scary. And none of the forks work because we just always check our way out. And what's safer, king on d2 or king on f1? I like king on f1. Just looks too open. King f1, bishop to e6. So black colleagues. Wait. Yes. So bishop to e6, just continuing with the development. Still very level game. This threat is just always going to be hovering. Do we have enough time to castle after knight takes d4 and lose the queen? I would personally not prefer to castle and lose the queen. No, I think knight takes d4 comes immediately after bishop to d2. There is a threat of a queen. So I have to move the queen. Well, okay, sorry, I don't have to move the queen. I can take here, here. And then castling next. Well, pinned. And defend. Pinned. That looks risky, but okay. So instead of castling, what if we do this first? And then queen to d2. Oh, that was rook e8. Ah, the queen e4, because then I can't castle, because then I would be giving up the protection. Yeah, there's a lot of problems here. There's actually a lot of problems. I'm impressed. How did these problems start? Bishop takes h7 and losing time. This is where problems begin. And it wasn't even to gain a pawn, because there's just no way to defend this pawn in the center. All right, both players developing. Yeah, I know. I don't think I'd be very happy in this position either. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say like white is obviously not dead. Like this is fine. It's just you're under a lot of pressure that you have to think about. When you're the player that has to spend time finding the right moves to survive, and your opponent has all these tactics. It's mentally draining, and two, you're the one that has to find the answers. I want to be the one asking the questions. Like I'd rather have a game where I'm going to ask my opponent 19 questions, and you have to solve all 19 questions. And okay, if you solve 19 questions, the game's a draw. But if you get one of the questions wrong, I win the game. That's the game of chess I want to play. Yeah, I'm just going to make you make all the hard decisions. The more decisions you give yourself, the higher the chance of making a mistake eventually. All right, let's pop back to board 2 here. Board 2 looking okay. So we do have. Oh, we went for this line: bishop to g4, f3, bishop h3, and b3 played. Okay, yeah, I get behind b3. I mean, we're defending quite well here with the bishop, so this isn't too much of a concern. And I mean, this is obviously not a concern either. I mean, the structure looks fine. This is Jason Manley approved, a fine pawn structure. So where do we go from here? I mean, black has to figure out the position. Shrum's like, all right, you want to trade bishops? Go for it. I'll just continue with my game. Black has to come up with the plan here. What is the plan? I think I want to do something with b5. And I think that's kind of a typical idea in the Maroczy bind. And I don't play the Maroczy bind much, but these two pawns are what's really hampering this d6 pawn from pushing, if we want to. Because this bishop looks good and looks at the queen side, black's play should be on the queen side, because then this is going to be playing an attacking role as well as a defensive role. So something like a6, b5, and then if this pawn ever goes away, then you could break in the center. There we go. We have the answer. We have solved chess. We just play the English like Sharam. I think Georges was really hoping for a Sicilian, because remember we started with knight f3 c5, right? Yeah. Come on, Sharam, play a Sicilian. Nope, you're playing in English. Okay, Georges has taken bishop to g2. We have that live. Sharam writing it down. Sharam with a very calmly just takes back with the king. Okay, sure, take my bishop. It's okay. My bishop has done its job. I think my king is safe. I think my pieces are getting into the game faster. And the problem with these types of positions is that if black doesn't figure out the position, then white just has better control of the center, more space to move all the pieces around. So black really has to figure this out. And I'm sure Georges knows, playing on the queen side. Okay, so rook to d8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sharam probably laughed to himself like, "Oh, Georges wants to play Sicilian. That ain't happening." I'm not sure I like rook to d8. I see you have to really time this really, 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 really well. I would. I think you really want to play on the queen side and try to undermine this first, and then strike in the center. Because I just don't know. So say we move the queen and you try for an e6. Okay, to d1. Like, can I get d5 in? Do I want d5? I guess we can. Yeah, this looks boring and equal, isn't it? Ah, g4. Okay, one sec. One sec. Ooh. Oh, g4. Somewhere g4. So take. g4. Ah, yeah. I can't really move anywhere very well, can I? I'd have to go here. But then the problem is take. And then this. Attack. Black has to do something. And then we get the... Oh, yeah, that's a great move, Harry. g4. Wow. And that's something very easy to miss, too. When you think about it, we're thinking this idea, and we're thinking in our head all about this idea. You can very quickly miss a move like g4, forcing the queen off of that plan. Yeah. And I mean, queen e2, I think, is fairly reasonable here. I want to lift the queen and bring the rooks in. g4, wow. We could probably even play g4 right away just to say, all right, go away, queen. Go somewhere. Does the queen still have to find a square to move to? And h4, I'm not really attacking with anything. Like, maybe I can get this in at some point, but I just don't like my pieces having such little mobility. So where else can we go? No. Maybe? No. Maybe? No. Maybe? I don't like this. Oops. I mean this. Maybe queen c5. Yeah, g4 can be a real threat. Like, white just is starting to get control of everything here. Because see, at least after a6, g4, queen c5, at least, maybe I have, these plans, because then the queen is working with the bishop, and there's possibly some tricks. Okay, we're playing knight up to d5. This almost feels slightly anti of what the Maroczy bind's supposed to do. Just because if we're playing against a backwards pawn, we don't usually ever want to be playing against, we don't want a pawn in the way. So we've got space. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a sec. Whoa. Something's going on here. Whoa. Wait a sec. What am I? Hold on. Wait. Do we just take the rook? Like, what am I missing here? Just take. I can't. I don't have time to move the rook. Move the rook, just move the knight back. You're up a piece, so I have to take back. One way or the other. So we'll say this way. Take on a1. Queen takes a1. Okay, my queen's on the diagonal. The bishop's no longer there, but I can't really get any other pieces up there. It's not like I can play bishop h6. This is there. I don't know what's going on here. I'm very confused. Like, at first I was just looking positionally, saying, I don't want a pawn in the way of, when I'm trying to gang up on the Maroczy bind, usually you want that open file. But now there's an exchange sacrifice. Well, what if we take with the e-pawn? Is there something here I'm missing? Here, here, here? Like, we can't be planning this, right? Because now I just got the strong bishop and the exchange. So it has, the plan has to be taking there and then here. f4, f5? Well, yeah, there's a check. And then I can just check my way out. Maybe win a piece. Okay, I think we're going to sit here for a sec. There's something we're missing. Channeling Petrosian. Did Petrosian always give up the exchange? The positional exchange? I just don't see it, but I just don't understand why. Like, I don't see any danger in this position for white. Like, so why would I go for an exchange sacrifice? Like, if my position's okay without having to sacrifice, like, I'm all for sacrificing when, you're up against the wall and it's your best chance, but white just looks like they have a nice slow positional grind here. I don't think there's any reason to go for this. I wonder if Sharam was thinking, positionally, but completely missed that there's tactical ideas. There's definitely compensation. I mean, it's very hard to win something in chess and not have some form of compensation. But is it really the plan? Yeah, it just feels odd. So Jurgens is either thinking like, okay, did my opponent just blunder or am I missing something? I think that's what Jurgens is thinking about. Jurgens is thinking, okay, my opponent wouldn't just blunder in exchange, so what's the compensation? And then making a decision like, do I think the compensation is enough or not? And Shram's kind of slumped back a little bit. Maybe Shram has thought like, uh-oh, maybe did I miss something? Maybe it's not as strong, or maybe Shram has this plan. All right, I'm popping under the other boards here for a second while they think about this. Let's go to board 3 here. We have some action. Okay, so we did play bishop f4. We just moved the bishop out of the way. Tanushree has castled, and then we're taking on c5. So queen takes. Okay, so we've avoided all of the tactical danger. White's knight's still in a3, probably going to either make its way through c4 or c2 at some point. White's probably going to play. At some point, White's going to play h3 just to kick this knight away. And White have to continue development here. So what do we got to do? We got to lift. We still have to lift our queen and bring our rooks to the center. We can't play queen to c2 because of this nasty bishop. So we're probably going to play either b3 or a4. And then bring rooks to the center. And Black's probably going to bring rooks to the center. We do have a difference in pawn majority. So White has the candidate on the c file, and Black has the candidate on the e file. So that could get exciting. But overall, this looks like a pretty level game. I was going to flip back to board 2 for a sec so we can see some of the body language here. But, now Georges is lumped forward. Like, if Georges is very, very open with his body language. Like, there's no hiding what Georges is thinking. And this slump forward to me is, like, what are you doing? Like, I don't see it. I don't see it, Shram. I don't see it. I'm confused. I do want to see if this move. I do want to have the cameras up while this move takes part. I think this is kind of the exciting part of round 1 here in our master matchup. Of course, Georges is a student of Dalhousie University and on the team that puts the Dalhousie events on. So everybody rooting for Georges here as the home team. You're right. You could play e6 if you're uncertain. Knight f4 hits the queen though and comes back. This is the moment where I think Georges has to think about it and strike. I don't think we're gonna make a. I'm unsure, so I won't do it. It's I'm gonna spend my time and come to a determination. Georges is spending a lot of time here. And just for those that may just be tuning in, I think we can take. White takes back either way. Here. And I think knight to e5 is one of the key moves that it blocks this diagonal. And, I don't even see f4 coming in because of this check. So what is the plan here? Like bishop to c3? Like, okay. I mean, I'm technically up in exchange. Do I not want to just trade pieces? We can undermine the center with b5 or a6 b5. Rook to c8. Like, let's do a theoretical trade down here. This is an endgame that White wants no part of. There could be something here we're missing. a complicated position. I'm just not a fan of the decision. I think I'd be very interested to hear Sharam's thoughts after this of whether he just kind of missed it because we're thinking positionally, because that happens quite a bit. And there's actually this really good there's a lecture. I don't know if you can find this online anywhere, but it was by Anatoly Karpov, and it was his game against attacking player from U.S. Larry Christensen. Yes, it was Larry Christensen. I think it was Larry Christensen. And Karpov gave this lecture, and he talked for about 20 or 25 minutes about all the strategic ideas of moving like the bishop to this square, and how the pawn structure was going to align, and how all of the pressure, and it was a beautiful strategic move, and he talked about it for 20 minutes. And then he showed the move and said, and then Larry Christensen played this, he forked my bishop at knight, so I resigned. And of course the lesson is, you can make the move for all of the strategic moves in the world. If there's a tactic, you lose the game. That's it. That's it. So very quickly, we're thinking we're in a Maroczy bind. There's nothing super tactical going on. We could be thinking positionally. We make this move for positional reasons, and then all of a sudden there's a punch in the face tactic. I did look at that, and I think the issue is after d takes c6, you just bring the bishop back to g7. Now there's no real threat, and I don't know what you do here as white. Like, this pawn is going to fall one way or the other. Even this, we're just opening up the rooks. Like, there's definitely, with the bishop still going back to g7, there's no attack. So that means you have to have some sort of positional compensation. But I don't see it, because now these rooks are actually becoming good rooks, as they're going to be on open files attacking this. And of course, the bishop here controls, the central squares. The queen's going to come back. I really don't see d takes c6 as being a valid alternative here. And even if we take with this way and say, like, okay, I still don't see it. I've got to do something. Like, you're about to take back, and then black has a great pawn structure. Or if we take here, it's still rook a to b1. Okay, we have it. George is taken. We have this on the board. And George is thinking again. Probably just double checking the calculations. Just double checking, make sure you didn't miss anything. Schramm's got his arms kind of folded, leaning back here. Georges takes a drink of water, or whatever is in the red jug. Georges places the red jug back on the floor. Back to the board. He's looking at taking the rook on a1. I kind of disagree, actually, Jason. I think, and I think you're a poker player too, actually. I thought. I don't know. He's leaning back and he's looking down, so that to me looks like a little bit of maybe slightly dejectedness, whereas before he was kind of like leaning forward. I think he's trying to be unreadable, but we can read into the fact that he's trying to be unreadable. I don't know. Can definitely feel the tension has shifted here slightly. I'd say, and I'm sure Sharam is looking at this and saying, okay, I have compensation. Like, okay, there's stuff there. I just arguably don't think it's enough. But once again, it's funny things happen in a game of chess. I've seen, completely winning positions flip around. Nothing's ever easy. One wrong move, and then all of a sudden the compensation becomes real. Ah, it's been like a decade since I've really played. He did take it, yeah. And Shrum's thinking here. I don't know. Yes, I'm gonna go back to the Cleese game in a second. Sorry, the Georgia Sharam game is just too exciting right now. We've got some fireworks here. I don't know what Sharam's thinking about. There's no way we're taking with the knight. There's no way. There's no way. Taking with the queen, putting the queen on the diagonal makes sense. Maybe g4. We might be thinking of g4 first, just to see where the queen goes. But the decision still has to be queen takes a1. Oh, wait a sec. Huh. Okay, okay, wait. G4. No, that would force knight takes a1. No, 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 no. No, 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 Sharam. You have to take. Okay, there we go. Sharam is taken. All right, and then I'm very sure we're going to see knight to e5 very quickly. Let's flip back to board one here. We haven't gone back to board one in a little while. Let's see what's going on. We got live position here. What's happened? Both players developed. Khalix have brought the bishop back to d6. Okay, yeah, it makes sense, and this renews the threat of knight to b4. Sam will play a3 just to protect that square. And now black is rerouting the knight. G6. Oh, for king g7, rook h8. Okay, all right, sure. So the knight does defend g6, so there's no real sacrifices here. But still, maybe a plan like h4, h5. Just bust that open. Bust that open. Boom! Boom, what you gonna do? You're not gonna do that. That would stop that plan pretty quick. Although I don't know how white makes progress. I like h4. I want to get this rook into the game. I'm not castling. I definitely don't want it to just be a defender. Like, if we let black come here and my piece is a defender, it's not a really good piece. I like h4 idea. Either that or king e2 and bring it over. If we want to channel Petrosian, no, it's Boris Spassky actually that had this game, I think, where he moved his king over to the other side. Yeah, it looks like this pawn is a bit tougher to recover, and I think the issue was I think this may have been the issue. I still think knight to b4. And then this has to be falling, right? Because we looked at a line with the queen to a5 check immediately. If bishop to d2, we moved over to the. What did we do here? No, maybe this is a different line than we looked at. But I still like ideas like this. So then if we castle, we have the mate. Yeah, we did look at things like this, and then we've got rook e2 coming. Yeah, we needed to really deal with the compensation better, and I think knight to b4 is stronger. I can see why though. Like I think Khalix really didn't look at King F1. I think really thought about this and then just said, "Yeah, great, I'm getting the pawn back, and I've got all this pressure attacking the queen." I think King to F1 might have been the move that was missed. And then instead of ganging up on the pawn, Because even here, could I have taken right away? No, because now queen c4 does work. Because in the other line there was a check we could take. Wow. Okay, this is becoming a crazy game, but yeah, I would say white has started to consolidate here. So it's a pawn. It's an isolated pawn, but it isn't that weak right now. Yeah, it's an interesting position. I think white just may be up a pawn here. It's interesting to note the clock times too, though. Felix does have 46 minutes, and Sam is down to 25. Tighter time control of the tournament. I think it's an hour and 15 minutes with a 30-second increment to fit the 3 games in on the Saturday. Looks like we did see a move play queen to d2. Right. Okay. Yeah, that prevents bishop to king to g7 tactically. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then you're still free to play h4 ideas. Although arguably it's a little bit less pressure here because the queen's not on c2. But we get the queen off the file because if black ever plays rook to c8, there's possible tactics against the queen. There may also be ideas too, like, okay, white's up a pawn. And if white is ever going to lose the pawn, white may have this idea of just sacrificing it to do something with tactically or blowing open the center, right? Like if it ever came to that. So white's not going to get this pawn back cleanly. Unless we approach some sort of weird endgame with major pieces, but that would be extremely risky because you're going to go into an endgame with a pawn down. So Felix would have to be absolutely sure of that. All right, I want to go back to board 2. What is going on here? What has happened? Georges is still thinking. What do I do? My knight is attacked. Is there anything else to think about? What else could I move? Okay, my knight's attacked. So if I have a piece that's attacked, I either have to defend it, which isn't the case in this position because it's a lower quality piece attacking it. So I either have to move it, or I have to make some sort of equal attack. Well, okay, there's an undefended knight, so he might be thinking queen f5. You say, okay, well, trade here, and then this is pinned. But I mean, if we play queen f5, does this work? Well, I got to make another attack. If I just move the queen, I lose my piece, so I have to do something like this. Right, and then moves. Okay, so then something moves, and then I move the knight. Okay, so there is another option here. It's not cut and dry that it has to be knight e5, but this just looks risky. Like, anytime you're getting into, you're attacking me, so I'll attack you, we're getting into crazy positions. So Georges is low on time here. Do I want to enter a crazy position when my opponent has 20 more extra minutes on the clock than me? No. So just play 95. Play 95. Play the positional game. It looks like I saw the arm motion. I think Georges did just play 19. No, we played queen f5. Killing me here. Georges is fearless. Fearless, I say. Okay, we're going to board 3. I want to see more of board 3. What has happened? All right, queen takes. Knight over the d4. Knight back to f6. Sure, because the knight is moved. We've got an attack, so we got to do something. Move it back. Knight takes. Queen takes, because we don't want to mess up our pawn structure with... Oh, you get an open b file. I would probably never play that in a game. I care way too much about my pawn structures. I need to see something concrete. If I'm messing up my pawn structure, it better be concrete. If it's not concrete, nope. I'm keeping my pawn structure nice and good looking. All right, so queen to b3, which was kind of expected. Bishop to e4. Okay, this is an interesting idea. So the idea here is to play this in f3. It looks like black's just losing a tempo, but actually, does f3 help or hurt white? And arguably, if this bishop can't really get to f3 anymore, and we have opened up another channel to the king, so at some point there could be tactics with bishop c5 or queen c5 or even queen b6. So that looks good. So you lose the tempo, but you get some positional compensation here, considerations. And knight to c4, bringing the knight towards the center of the board, maybe up towards e5, where it would attack a queen and a bishop. Has some scope, and then we'll bring the rooks in at some point. For those who joined us a little bit later, so my name is Chris Felix, and I'm your host and commentator for the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. We've got 6 extremely strong players here today. Very exciting. We're going to quickly go to the event details. We've got 3 rounds happening today. We have 3 masters that are competing. We've got our master on master match here happening between Jurgen and Sharam right now. And we got 2 rounds again tomorrow. So you'll see me here at about 9:45 a.m. tomorrow as well. And there is a lot of people that go into putting these kind of events on. And a big highlight to the Dalhousie Chess Club there, the president Rito Nakayasu puts on a lot of great tournaments and great events. So if you're here in Halifax or Nova Scotia or anywhere, you want to come down from anywhere, they do put on some great events. And the Dalhousie socials do happen every Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Dalhousie Student Union building next to the Greywood. And they're on Instagram and Facebook, so give them a follow. Tournament director here is Jill Park. The marketing director is Georges Capra. And there is the marketing events coordinator, Jare Gao, who will be on site doing some interviews and some camera work, as well as their webmaster, Ali Shajidov, on site and also interview and doing the cameras. Okay, let's go back. Let's see what is happening on board. I am feeling a little bit under the weather. I'm hoping my voice does maintain throughout the day and tomorrow. Exciting chess, that keeps me awake. Yes, in the game we just saw, let's quickly go back to that. We're talking about queenside majorities here. So when we're looking at pawn majorities, we look at both sides of the board, and we can see we have 3 pawns against 2. On the other side, we've got 4 pawns against 3. So both sides do have a majority. One is closer to the king. Geez, I haven't I haven't done chess study in so long. So this gets complicated. So in an end game, having the pass pawn on the outside is clearly better because if so, let's say we get to an endgame with just king and pawns. Eventually, there's going to be a pass pawn on the queen side, which is going to divert this king away, and this king is going to be closer to the action on the king side. If we stay in a middle game and this candidate can push up the board, this could lead to some stronger attacks for black. So I think black wants to stay in a middle game and try to get some attacks and some good compensation to play that game. White would be okay trading down into an endgame here and playing with this majority on the outside on the queen side. Jason can confirm if I'm correct on that. I'm trying to think of my theory of pass pawns on opposite sides of the board. Not a grandmaster yet, Ali. That's okay. As long as you have fun playing chess, that is what matters. Not everybody needs to be a grandmaster. It's okay, I will never be a grandmaster. Okay, what has happened here? So, okay, so black is offering the exchange of bishops here. And of course that would put the knight into a better spot. We've responded with rook to d1, and now Felix is playing rook to e8. I don't know. I'm not a. This has gone wrong for black, in my opinion. I think king to f1. That decision of bishop to b4 versus knight to b4. I think king f1 was the surprise. Like, this isolated pawn isn't looking so weak. I like how Sam's playing this. Sam is just slowly building up this position. He's like, I'm up a pawn. Like, you're not getting the pawn back immediately, and you're not checkmating me, so I can take my time. Yeah, I agree. Like, king f1 is kind of a surprising move, but it makes perfect sense. I do like h4. Yeah, I really like this idea. So it's funny, like when we always talk about, we got to develop all our pieces, develop all our pieces. Well, okay, well, how do you develop the rooks? And usually it's bringing the rooks towards the center. But there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, if I get rid of the pawn in front of my rook, then my rook becomes good. Let's push the pawn up the board. I mean, my rook is facing your king. You don't want my pawn to go away. And the other thing too is it could be dangerous not taking the pawn because, the bishops and queen, like everything looks on that side of the board. I like h4, but I'm an aggressive player. I like to attack. Solve my problems. I'm going to give you a problem. You have to solve it. I don't want to be the one solving your problems. I want you to solve my problems. So if black is hoping for bishop takes, knight takes, an argument could be said of, well, if I take and then play knight there, what does that do? I think we still run into the same problem of h4, h5. I think that's a big concern. Yeah, I agree, Jason. You don't have to be an aggressive player to see h4. It's just gotta get this rook in the game. How am I gonna do it? And I'm very sure, especially after rook to e8, king to e2, rook to e1, king back to f1 is no longer in Sam's thought process. Okay, we have knight to e4 being played. We are starting some active operations before completing our development, but we've got a threat. We're going to threaten that pawn on f6. Got to do something about it. What are you going to do about it? Well, the obvious test is what if we take and then we've got a discovery. Can black use that at all? Not really. I don't see anywhere it's going. Okay. How do we defend the pawn on f6? Can't do this because you just check and then take it. And that could lead to some very funny, almost checkmate ideas. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I can assure you that will not happen. So the only other thing looking at it is the queen, or we have to move the knight. Well, we move the knight. We're defending it anyway. So the knight has to move. Probably the e5. So now I'm defending this twice, and I've got some things down here. And then I guess the point is, why did my knight move here? Let's just trade pieces. Because I don't want tripled pawns. Black may be okay here. It's tough, but White has lost the attacking potential. Let's see, was anything played? Okay, so we do have moves played. Knight takes, Knight takes. Okay, and Felix is thinking. And I don't think there's any way that Felix is going to play this move. Triple pawns? Triple pawns? I mean, opens the G file, but really? No. This is check. Check, take. Oh, do I want to keep trading? Take. I mean, it's a queen and rook endgame. Black's down a pawn, but queens are still on the board, so there's no super easy way. I don't know. I still think h4, h5 was the best way through the game. I guess the difference is when you play h4, h5, I'm still attacking and black's pieces are kind of like scrunched. After this, all of these exchanges, which actually just did happen live, it's almost like black's position got freed up a little bit. But black has achieved an endgame in which they're a pawn down, so white should be the one able to win that if possible. But it's tough with queen still on the board. All right, back to board 2. We have the intense struggle here. So what has happened? Okay, so we play queen f5, and Sharam is now tanking. What do we do? This is giving Jurgis some good time to think about this. Jurgis was down on the clock. All right, Sharam is intensely thinking. What's happening on board 3? So we had knight to c4, h6, king to h1, so we're stepping out of the way of all of these danger things. And queen has gone to d5. That feels like an odd square for the queen. I mean, it can be attacked. Like, I just like, I want to complete development. Complete development. Is there a threat? Am I missing? Is there a threat? Is there a threat on this? I don't see a threat. Is there a threat? Like, what if I just play rook? Oh yeah, we talked about this. This is possibly annoying. There. Queen moves, takes, and then this, right? Because we played h6. Okay, so there was actually a threat. So we play queen to d5. Okay. So we've moved the queen out of the way of this, and if we get attacked by a rook, I don't know which rook, so we'll just pick one. I got to move my queen somewhere. So coming up here, I'm guessing there's a specific swing somewhere over here. We're trying to swing the queen over to. Knight a5 could be annoying too, yeah. Oh, I see. That's the other threat. It's not even just this. It's this. Right, because if I do nothing, there's this, which attacks the pawn and the queen, but it's a double attack, and I can't even add a defender. Right. Yeah, okay, queen d5 makes a whole lot more sense to me now. And if we get attacked one way or the other, we just move somewhere. I feel like White's starting to take initiative in this game. I don't know where this came from. Where did all this come from? Maybe it was h6. So what did h6 do? I don't know what h6 does. Because if this is the threat we're thinking about, h6 doesn't stop this. And why didn't White just play this right away? Oh, because queen c5 check drops a piece, of course. I think maybe h6 is kind of a problem here. Because this is actually even a bigger threat. Because, okay, so let's say that I developed a rook, and let's pick a rook. We always choose the wrong rooks anyway, so I'm just going to pick one. And let's just say this happens. And I've got to move the queen. There could be checks, whatever, but let's just say I move the queen somewhere. I don't know. Say I move it here. Anytime this gets taken, I can always take with the h pawn. And this is a sound structure. The issue is after h6, if this happens, let's ignore the fact that there's probably checks and other ways to get out of this. If I do the same thing, the problem is now I have to take with this pawn, and this pawn becomes weak. And yes, I do see that there's a check immediately, etc. But from a positional standpoint, after h6, not only does it not stop this move, it actually makes this move more powerful because this is a much more dangerous step because this is going to become isolated and targeted in the center. So I think this is the shift in the game where White now gets initiative. Where I think we probably should have just said, all right, I either got to move the queen out of the way of this stuff now, so maybe play check, king moves, and then bring rooks towards the center. Oh, because of this, so I can't just do that right away. All right, well, let's just say we do this, check, king h1, and then we play from here. Yeah, I think h6 was probably the wrong response. I think this gives White a little bit more of an edge here. Because I just see White completing the development and just taking control of things here. Paul getting low on time. I didn't even notice that. 6 minutes. Wow. You do have to have time to play the position. That is true. So we do have a rook a to d1. Many of you may be familiar with Tara Cower. Always said some very funny things. Or I should say, because he said so many funny things about chess, anything that's funny that's said about chess usually gets attributed to Tara Cower. So whether this is actually from Tara Cower or not, I don't even remember, but I'm just going to say it is. And someone can fact check me. But there's a thing that they went on about. It's like, well, when you needed to decide which rook to move, you spend the time, you analyze, you visualize where you want all your rooks, etc. And once you finally made the decision of which rook to move to that square, you should move the opposite rook because we always choose the wrong rook. So you do your analysis, pick the rook you want to move, but then you move the opposite one, and you'll be better off. So yeah, we're starting to heat up. We got some exciting games here. So let's just quickly, I'm just going to go to just all the boards here for a second so we can just kind of see all the positions. We can already see here that we're starting to get down into some of the critical moments. Many of the games. I don't know why it looks like the clocks aren't moving on board 2. Let's go to board 2 for a second. What's going on here? Are they moving? Is the clock malfunctioned? What's going on? Oh, no, they're moving. Why were they moving on the other one? Ah, looks like the clocks only move when I have the windows active. That's frustrating. I may have to try to fix that. All right, back to board 2. What has occurred? Queen f5, queen to c3, and knight to b8. I still am missing why this just isn't a superior move. Like, what is the danger? f4 doesn't look dangerous, does it? I mean, there's checks, there's knight up. I'm missing something. I don't know what. Do any of the knight moves do anything? I mean, this knight is solid. The only way to kick that out is going to be with the pawn or the bishop. I am heavily confused. All right, so we're attacking Georgis's queen here. Let's go back to board one. All right, what's going on here? All right, what has happened? Take, 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 take. Now we have h4. Okay. And rook to h3. Okay. Queen to g4. Rook to g3. All right. Well, check. Can't take with the pawns. I lose the rook now. The pawn is overloaded, so I'd have to take with the rook. I don't think black wants to exchange that good knight, though. Just queen h5. Well, just because we have an overloaded pawn, I don't know. Do we want to... This could be insane. Two rooks versus a queen. Felix might go for something like that. Felix is probably thinking about it. I think queen back to h5 is probably the safest option here. Preventing sacrifices, defending. This knight on d5 looks really nice. I like the knight. It's good that it's on a square that's the opposite color of this bishop, so that knight's going to be there for a long time. And it is blockading the central isolated passed pawn. So Felix is thinking. Looks like Felix is made. Looks like some moves are being made. Oh, okay. We did have knight takes. Knight takes. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Jason. I think there's some tactical misses here. I mean, white does have the central pawns, but queen's on the board. Now the pawns have equalized. It looks like we're trading down here a little bit. So let's go back to here, and I'm guessing, h5, g5 was kind of the concern, because now the position looks relatively locked. Can't easily get in there. This has been blocked. I don't know what to do here. Rook h3, queen g4. There's a decent amount of pressure here, isn't there? All right, let's see where. So we have queen takes. Yeah, we could end up with a perpetual here. I mean, we're in an endgame queen and rook against queen and rook. 5 pawns, 5 pawns. White's got central pawns. White has 3 pawn islands. Black has 2 pawn islands. Well, this isolated pawn could be weak, but it does provide cover for the king. Yeah, gotta be concerned. Like, we can't push this up the board too far. We want to make sure these pawns just stay connected. Yeah, this game could end in a perp. A perpetual draw. All right, let's go back to board 2. What is happening on board 2? I see Shram is away from the board. You're just still thinking of what to do here. I want to see the line of why George didn't think 95 worked. That's what I want to see. It's always easier when you're sitting here not playing the game. It's always great to find good moves for your opponents because, or for the other players, because I have no stress in this game. I'm just watching, looking. Oh, what about this? What about that? And I can take moves back, and I'm not going to lose any games or ratings or anything. If I make a mistake, I just go oops and hit the back button. A lot harder when you're actually sitting at the board trying to make these decisions. I mean, okay, where's the knight going after knight b8? It's blocking the rook, but where's it going? It's going to d7. So if I play knight d5, I could have went to d7 anyway. I don't see any immediate tactic. I just don't see it. I just don't see any tactics. Like, f4 doesn't scare me. Like, okay, here now I could play back, and you could argue that this is even stronger because this should be blocking the bishop, right? So the only play now is on this diagonal. And there's a check. So what's going to happen after the check? I got to move somewhere. All right, let's say I move here. And even now, if I play back, like I just don't see this as being super threatening. Well, okay, wait, maybe. So maybe we don't want our queen here. Just play back to knight d7. Unless there's some sort of trick, like I don't know. This looks a bit loose. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, no, I don't understand. I don't understand knight b8. So if he's gonna put his knight on c5, he can go through d7. So 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. Knight e5 still has the most amount of options to get it to c5. Like, I've not blocked the rook. I put it in a more active square where I could have more possibilities. I just see knight e5 as the best path. Yeah, I agree, Ali. I think e5 is a better path. So there must have been something that he saw that he didn't like about knight e5. He's thinking a lot about where to put his queen. He's gonna be down to 10 minutes here soon. You're still thinking. All right, let's look at board 3 here. What has occurred? Okay, so we Okay, queen f5. Bishop went back to e3. b5. Still defended by the queen. Tanushree on the attack. Knight back to d2. Knight coming to d5. So black is starting to work this position a little bit here. All right, Paul Deck here is down to a minute. Tanushree has 43 minutes. I'm going to sit on this board for a little bit here. Paul Deck has to play the rest of the game almost on the entire 30-second increment. Not an easy task. The one thing is, Tanushree could also play, relatively quickly until she believes that Paul's made a mistake and then just tank and then solve the position and then play it out. This game kind of swung back and forth a little bit here. Very interesting opening, and then I thought white was going to be slightly better, but black has solved the problems here. You like white's position here? I kind of like black's knight here. Like, how do you stop plans like this and bishop here? And I guess I just can't come up with a clear plan for white. Like, white doesn't look lost, but I just don't know what to do as white. I just don't know what to do. I hate being in position. I don't know what to do. And if I don't know what to do, you know what I need to solve it? Time. That's what Paul doesn't have. So he's in a position where I don't know what white does, but he's got no time to figure out what white should do. I mean, I think black's plan is relatively simple. Like, there are some improvements I can make with pieces. H5 and the knight goes away, and then this could become weak. Like, I see clear plans here for black. I don't see clear plans here for white. Like, maybe something like this? I guess I shouldn't say that. Like, A4 is definitely a plan, because, we're breaking up pawn structures, but is it enough? Okay, Tanushree, Paul takes back right away. Taking back right away is a good decision. That's an extra 30 seconds. Don't waste time on a forced move. Yeah, the white queen is offside. It may be able to very quickly get in here and then defend laterally. But if the attack's on h2, that means g3 has to be played for the queen to go laterally, and then maybe f3 is weak. E2, yeah, I gotta go somewhere strong. I always have a tempo gaining move with queen f5, which is good. So maybe black should just play bishop d6 here, and then you can't do knight e2 because you get mated. So maybe you use bishop d6 to prevent knight to e2, and then say h5, h4. Because realistically, the bishop's not doing anything super amazing here. Oh, I see. Your point is you're going to play bishop to g1 to defend this. And then when you double rooks, you're on the open file. All right. I can safely say that is not a plan I thought of. Yeah, so on this, here, I guess so, eh? That, that kind of destroys my whole idea. Okay. All right, very fair. Bishop to g1 is white's plan. You can't mate me if I defend it. No, I think you're right, Jason. I think the problem is after bishop g1, there's no attack to defend against. You have to find one move, and then your position is defended. Like bishop g1, and then if anything, the only attacks on g2 and just queen back to c2 would defend that. And then you've got your own ideas of a4, and then you would have this passed c pawn that could go up the board. So look at that, one move, and then we found a plan for white. Tanusi taking a deep dive here. Let's go back to Sam versus Felix. Okay, Sam is said, okay, fine, I'm just going to push that pawn up the board. We probably have a perp here if we want one. Felix probably doesn't want one. Maybe king g7 here to try to bring the rook around. I think the problem is if this gets too far, then it might be easier to capture. Although it's true, there's a queen and a rook behind it, so I need to have all three pieces over there. So probably blockade it. Got to blockade it. Well, this pawn could look risky very quickly. I think Felix always has perpetuals here, though. Let's quickly check in on board 2. Queen f6, queen back to g7, and f6. All right. This looks like a nice square for a knight. How do we get there? Here, here, here. Or oh, queen d2, and then here. Wrong board. I have the wrong board up. No, this is Sharam and Georges. Oh, I see. The Sam versus... Why did that board go the wrong board? How are we capturing the wrong board? Why did that happen? I must have used my scroll wheel. Sorry, let's go back to that. Okay. All right, back to this board. We should have the right one up now. So sorry. So Sam has played d5. Felix probably has a perpetual idea here. And I debated. So if we're ever going to win this pawn, so if this pawn gets too far up the board, I've got a queen and a rook behind it. I've got two defenders. You got to have three attackers on it, which means you need the king, the queen, and the rook to stop this pawn. So this king has to come around at some point. And that's going to take time. Felix may be forced to take a draw-like position here. A draw. Don't know what to do here. All right, back to Paul and Nusri here. So queen to h5 was played. I guess it pins this pawn, which means this knight is undefended. So then we're going to try to attack that knight. Could be the plan. So we just move it. We move the knight out of the way. Very quickly, I don't know where this is going. F5, here we go. Okay, this is where we get exciting. We're attacking. This is where tactics are going to happen and crazy things are going to happen. And Paul has 57 seconds, 56 seconds left to make decisions. This is where we need the heart monitors. Look like knight back to F2 by the looks of it, just judging by the video. Oh, bishop back to F2. Okay. That forces the queen somewhere. I don't think there's much to think about, is there? Is there much to think about? Guess we're here or here. No, that gets trapped. The queen has nowhere to go after this. So yeah, we're into an only move. We have to play h5. Tanushi sees it. Paul still with 1 minute and 10 seconds. These moves are going to be flying quickly. Knight back to g3. At least the advantage is here now. Now the queen can kind of get behind things and then push with the pawns. Like queen f7, g5, rook over. We could attack that way. Knight c5 could have been interesting. Attack some weaknesses. Maybe threaten some things. I think the problem with knight to c5 is Paul just didn't have enough time. I think Paul's in defensive mode here. Just saying, you know, my position is not lost, doesn't look losing. I'm being attacked. Let's defend and sort things out and get some time on the clock. Yeah, I think this is a practical choice versus knight c5. There's just not enough time to calculate complexities and things. I don't know about g6. I don't know. I kind of want to push that. Queen's in the way. Didn't Philidor say pieces go behind the pawns? Wasn't that kind of an early theoretical thing? All right, we've got the Jason Manley plan here, doubling rooks on the d file. Let's quickly check in on the Jurges game. Okay, so we're basically doing everything we can to push this to get rid of this. Okay, we've got knight d4 on the board. Knight to e6 looks like a nice little square. You can always play knight back to f8. Then maybe start something with e6. Or even bring the rook over and try to undermine the pawn structure. I don't think knight can do anything over here, so knight f8, knight to b5 doesn't look risky. I mean, we'll just have to defend this. At some point, this is going to go away. All right, we got rook to c8 first, so we're going to wait for the knight to get here, then probably play knight to f8. It's a good decision. Yeah, I think we might be undermining the c file here with kind of a6 b5 at some point. Oh, absolutely. Like, just keep sticking a piece here to make sure this pawn can't move. All right, let's check in on the... So Tanushri's still thinking. Let's go back quickly to board 1. It's got the right board this time, so we did play an e4. Okay, so we're keeping these pawns kind of, we progressed them. We made one square closer to promotion, nurturing that pawn along. Back to Tanusri versus Paul. What has occurred? Where is the... We've had a camera disconnection. That's okay. We can see what's happening on the board. That's the most important part. Queen g6. Rooks have been doubled. Rook back to the f file. Queen to c2. Putting the rook on the same file as the queen. Lots of play going on here. Paul deck still with just under a minute. Queen to d2. Camera 3 has died. Rest in peace, Camera 3. It's probably George's camera. Probably didn't plug it in. He's too busy playing chess. All right, let's keep it on here. We'll see how this goes. See, Paul needs to make moves just to stay on the clock. Tanushi's going to try to cause problems that Paul cannot solve within that time, within those 30 seconds. Tanushi putting the bishop back on b8. Still keeping pressure, getting it out of the way of the d file, though. Always a good idea. Exciting game. Paul, down to 30 seconds. Okay, made a move, so we're back up to a minute, but just playing on that increment. Okay, I'm getting word we do have another camera set up. Let me get that set up. Board 3 camera. And voila! We should have camera again. See, with Paul playing on increment, all Tanusri has to do is just keep on, poking and seeing if Paul makes a mistake. H4 looks adequately defended right now because of the bishop queen combo. I think we need g5. I think we need a queen f6, g5, h5, h4. Just progress that way. b3 played. Okay, so now we're going to start to undermine this knight on d5. This could also give Paul a weakness and open or an isolated pawn on the c file too, on an open file. It's always risky when you're making pawn structure moves, especially low on time. It's very hard to evaluate the consequences. We are getting to the exciting moments, though. Right back to board 1 here. Check, block. We don't want to trade queens. Sam desperately trying to trade queens. But this has kind of allowed Felix's queen to get into this blockading defensive position. Sam has to come up with an idea here. Because, we could always play kind of king to g7 and maybe rook over. Or just king g7 and just go back and forth. It's not very easy to make progress here for white. I guess we start bringing the king up. Sam getting a little bit low on time here, 7 minutes, but doesn't look super dangerous. Sam would be the one trying to push for a win here, I would say. Back to board 3. What has happened? Okay. We got queen h5, because now maybe we're going to try this g5 plan. We've realized the queen's in the way. But knight back to g3. Attacks the queen again. Can we play queen f7? Oh, no, no. That is not a possibility anymore. Dangerous. Oh, that transition didn't go through. There we go. So we have b3, queen h5, g3, and here we cannot go back queen to f7 because now this rook is blocked and there is access to it. Back to queen to g5. All low on time. Has to find something to do. c4 played. I see we have camera moving. Knight over to f4. We're still getting aggressive. Okay, I'm going to go back to board 2 here for a second. It looks like, so what's occurred here? Knight up to e6, and then we got knight to c5, and it looks like, well, it looks like the pieces are being set up here. It looks like we have a draw. Looks like we have a draw here on board 2 by the looks of it between Georges and Sharam. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Can't see the exact pieces there. Our camera is moving. Things are moving. Everybody's moving. It's moving. All right, let's go back to board 3. This is where the excitement is here. What has happened? C4, knight over to f5. Rook down to the 7th rank. Okay. Time pressure and excitement on the board. So very interesting exchange sacrifice there by Sharam. And they have drawn. So here's the exchanging on c4. So Paul does have this isolated pawn on c4, and Tanushi will have this potential pass pawn here. How weak is that? That's going to be the real question. And we have e5 right away. And we have c5. So we're going to ram that pawn down as fast as we can. Paul does not have a lot of time to do a lot of this calculation. These moves are going to come in fast and furious. White's starting to maneuver their pieces pretty good here. So of course we're working with the rook here on g7, and it's pushing the pawn from behind. Paul might be able to create some real problems here. h5 played. Of course, if this knight moves, we do have checkmate. There are threats all around. What an idea like bishop to d4. Just gaining here. And then we do this. Of course, I'm going to have check. That will win the queen. So that at least prevents this immediately. I got to figure out a way how to defend this. Oh, wait. Okay. I thought we had a move here. So what do we do on bishop to d4? Get a threat. Get a threat. Got to do something about the threat. Rook f7 is problematic because I think we get pinned, and then that just creates problems. May need to play knight e6, because that way we could have this as well as defending. Ah, but now we don't have a mate threat. Yeah, I think bishop to d4 is good. That's it. Paul may be very concerned, though. It's hard to calculate all of this when you have 30 seconds left. c6 played. Okay, what is our answer? c7? Take queen. Okay, so I guess we would sack. Queen takes, take. Okay, yeah, we can stay alive here. Okay. Paul has found some way through the jungle. Is it a sacrifice? No, it was not a sacrifice. I don't think that's a sacrifice, is it? c7. If you take here, I get a queen, which you've got to take, and I take. It's still bishop for knight. So I don't think we sacrifice the piece. And on here, we've got the check to get out of it. So I don't think we actually sacrificed. I think there was a line there where we don't lose a piece. Yeah, the e pawn could look nasty. That's true. Like evaluating the end game, I don't think is Paul's game right now. He doesn't have time to evaluate an end game. White's got to find some attacking ideas here fast. This is such a big threat. As long as this knight is here. So I don't know, maybe can we do bishop to e3 and just say, okay, fine, this knight's just too strong, let's get rid of it. I think bishop d4 is stronger. I think bishop d4 might have been harder to evaluate. Because if we go back to that, like, and he may not have even seen this idea, because remember, he's got his queen here behind this, like, this is the idea. But maybe missed that, okay, well, now that the knights had to back off, sure, I've got something to solve, but there's no mate threat, so at least I've resolved that problem by giving myself a different problem. Okay, so we've got the exchange, bishop to e3 played, h4 played very quickly, and white has just lost the knight. Yes, this is a threat. If it moves, there's this mate threat, back rank mate, as well as this threat. I think I don't see a way out of this. Nope, I don't see anything. There's just too many threats. The knight's gone. The knight's lost for sure. Because you can't play that. You just sack. Well, is it really a sacrifice? I mean, it's mate. It's forced mate. That's a threat. And unfortunately, even something like this push, is still a back rank mate once the knight's gone. Paul has made a move. Look like c7. Tanushi's taking the knight. There's a mate threat. There's mate. Queen f1 is mate. And what do you do? Just yes, you can't play queen. You can't play queen takes because it's mate. And you can't play here because oh wait, that's trades queens. Wait, oh, okay, just play here then. Check, 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 and then okay, there could be some life here. There could be some life. I mean, black's already up a knight, so just it's possibly annoying. So if I just take. Oh yeah, that's not even a threat. We just take on here and then that's it. We're up the extra piece. Yeah. I don't think Paul has an answer here. We'll see what Tanusri thinks about this position. But forcing off queens may just be the simplest way. Okay, looks like queens are coming off. And I just don't see the threat here. By Paul, we do see a handshake. I'm sure that is a resignation. So it looks like Tanusri has won the first game. Let's go back to our last and final live game here. What has occurred since we last saw? So we see a little bit of repeating, moving around. End of the day, we're still in a very drawish position. Yeah, c7 was still under attack there by the bishop on g3. Oh no, I'm still here. Just not as much going on. I was setting up some of the results scenes here. So there's really not a lot going on here. So white has this little bit of advantage here. There's a pass pawn, but black has it very safely blockaded. White has to figure out some way to make progress in this position. And usually one of the ways to dislodge a queen is you would put your queen, protected by the pawn. Unfortunately, black has both of those squares defended. So how do you dislodge the queen? Everything seems very well defended here. Rook b3, rook b6 is coming. Is that dangerous? I guess it could force b6 and then maybe get the queen here. I don't know, can I just attack you? Does this attack go anywhere? Is there anything else I could do here? Does this check do anything? There's at least a perpetual here, if Felix wants it. Because I don't think we can start to run this way. Just too much may start to fall. I think black can counterattack. It may not be the easiest to see, though. I'm sure Felix must be looking for a perpetual here. Still some time on the clock. B6 is a move that I think would give. Well, we can't do the B6. We just take it. No, we can't do B6. What am I thinking? We'd have to back up. We either have to counterattack or we have to back up. Can we back up? Oh, okay. Get the check. When is Ali playing? When are you playing, Ali? Do we sub you in for Jurgis? Is that how that works? That how they're playing as like a tag team? Just giving a big think here. I think anything that's counterattacking is a good idea. Maybe queen c7, because this could become a problem. There's always a perpetual in every line. Oh! This may actually be better, because now I can attack this. And I've also blocked the communication on f6. Yeah. Still have to be careful. This is the last game going. We take a quick look at the results here. So Sharam and Georges had a draw, so they'll have half a point. Tanusri currently in the lead with 1 point, beating Paul Deck. So interesting so far. Still lots of chess to be played. Next round will be at 2 o'clock. But we're not done this round yet. Clique's thinking very hard here. Maybe just trying to make a decision if there's, a way to play for a win. Sam is lowish on time. Strong players always look for potential ways to win a game, even in a theoretically drawn game. Clique's maybe looking a little bit annoyed. Welcome from Halifax. Yes, we're all here in Halifax. Clique's concentrating here, probably sees something, just trying to determine maybe certain lines of whether it's really a perpetual or whether it could be a stronger variation. Maybe even considering sacrificing the b7 pawn for some play somewhere. It's funny, like this pass pawn in the center has become quite a problem in this endgame, whereas earlier, we had some lines where that pawn could have been taken. Does play b5. That can get risky. That could give Sam an interesting idea of trying to get the queen onto this square. If I can get the queen on this square, and then there's a queen trade happen, I've got the pass c file. And the rook would be behind it too. So, White is setting up this plan here. Maybe even just this plan. Yeah. Every time a piece moves on the chessboard, you gain something and you give up something. So when this pawn moves here, you're gaining this, and you're losing this, and those things are becoming weaker. Interesting to see what Kaliks' plan is here. This also takes away the plan of kind of queen c7 and queen c1. So let's reevaluate this idea. Oh, okay, we got rook e5, but I just want to evaluate this idea. Like, what do we, like, is there really anything here? So, I mean, this is a perpetual. I don't think I can go the other way. This just looks too risky. Yeah, I think rook h5 has some decent plans. So, rook to e5, obviously trying this kind of plan of ganging up on the e4 pawn. So potential line is something like rook to c6, queen to e7, uh, d6. Nope. Okay, maybe not queen to e7. Back takes here. Here? Now this doesn't matter as much because I get this. Maybe? Oh, wow. Okay, there's some possible craziness here. What's happening? Okay, rook c6 has been played on the board. Yeah, I agree, Jason. I think giving up that c6 square could be critical here. Queen to e7. Ooh, d6. Sam has to see d6 here. The horses were killed earlier. I know, Kalix, yeah, after b5, Kalix has gotten himself in a position where, you have to make the right moves. Like, if you don't make the right moves, this could be the end. Like, even queen d7, like, does queen c7 work? Because, you can't take. Like, what do you do? Like, you have to find a way to get counterplay. You can't just passively defend this and hope your opponent can't make progress. And even this, trying to target this, I don't know if that works. Because once again, takes. You better hope there's a perpetual. If there's no perpetual, you're done. Oh yeah, there is. There is a perpetual. Because if we go here, we can get the queen back. So if we play here, here. If you block it, I can play here. And then I'm actually, if you play here, I'm going to, do I checkmate you? All right, this game is already hurting my head here. Queen b7 may be an interesting resource, and taking the rook because there's actually tactical play down here. There's at least a perpetual, I think. Oh, this looks very scary to me. So behind the pass pawn, this is good news. And I've got lots of room, lots of room. Guess I could always take check. There is so much play here. It's an endgame. Why is there so much play in an endgame? So many tactics. We left those queens on. Queen e6 has been played. So we could still get into a very similar line on d7. Has to see, I think, queen takes, queen, and this check. And there's some crazy, crazy ideas here. So even with queen against rook, I think there's just, like, how do you, like, you're going to have to give something up. Black may even be winning here. What's happening? Right, so I think we just have to go for perpetual. Can't play here, we take it back. And then black would be probably winning that queen endgame. King g1, and then I think we're going for a perpetual. Okay, okay. This is already breaching the levels of insanity. This is a crazy game. The thing that's risky here is, like, I just showed you a line where there's some tactical possibilities where black can even win. And Sam maybe, is low on time and has been pushing and pressing. So it's probably in the mindset that, oh, I'm winning. I just need a queen and I'm winning. So this move becomes very dangerous and may underestimate the tactical opportunities back here. So this could be very risky from a mindset perspective of I'm pushing, I'm slowly pushing, I'm trying to win, and all of a sudden, boom, your opponent attacks you, and then you go to defend, and all of a sudden you could end up in this really weird losing position. But it's true. Sam's definitely going to be looking for everything here. The issue is with only a minute left, like I'm sure he's calculated this queen takes, promote, and check. He's probably scared there's a perpetual. So he sees that, but there's probably not enough time to evaluate that. It looks like a move's been made. I'm waiting to see what it was on the board. I didn't see it. I just saw the hand move. I don't know what he moved towards. Okay, he's taking the rook on a6. Okay. Well, my first test is, do I take your pawn on e4? And then d7? No, rook takes d4. I'm defending the thing. Like, no, that's lost. Felix has played it. Felix has played rook takes e4. Oh, what has happened? Something has gone very wrong. Queen back to f2. Oh, uh-oh. Check. Oh, this is... No, I think this is disaster. If I play here, this is going to be mate. If I block, I don't think you run the pawn. That's check, and you come back and defend. I think rook e1 is winning for Felix. Oh, good seeing you, Jason Manley. Hopefully you come back. We'll see you at round 2. Definitely enjoyed the analysis and back and forth. So I think, yeah, I think rook a6 is not working. Like, I just don't see what do you do against rook here? Like, even blocking, you just play the check, and you just can't get back, can you? Well, okay, I'll just play here, here. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get behind the pawn, and your rook's not going to get behind there. So that's queen versus rook. So Felix would still need to know, like, queen versus rook getting, but there's too many pawns. I think rook takes a6 was fatal. Oh, and this has all been played on the board. Queen e5. Poor Sam just pushed a little bit too hard in this endgame. Round 2 is at 2 p.m. That is correct. I do believe there are some interviews of the players. I'll try to get those up if we get them. They'll be recorded interviews. I think this is problematic for Sam. I think Khalix has tricked Sam. Sam had a draw at any point. Good for Sam trying to push this through, but rook takes a6. Yeah, rook takes e4. He might have just forgot about this. So some of the interviews are happening after the games with the camera folk that are on site, and they will be sending me the videos, and then I can put the videos on the stream, hopefully between the rounds. If not, they should be available also on the YouTube channel. Yeah, Sam got low on time and then has misplayed this ending. I think Sam has realized his fate here, that he has messed up this position, unfortunately. King to 8 looks like king to h3 has been played, and that's just going to lead to rook to h1 and very nasty things. Rook h1's been played, king to g4 is forced, and there's got to be some sort of forced mate here, I'm sure. Oh, f5, yeah, f5 is played, yeah. That is going to be forced mate. One way or the other. King g3 and queen g4 will be mate. Sam sees the mate. He knows it's there. He's letting Khalix play it out. And that is checkmate on the board. Well played game. Now they're chatting about it. I can see them chatting about it, and it sounds like he might have saw the queen to c1 problem. I can't see exactly where they're pointing, but I'll leave it on the screen for a little bit. We'll see what they are discussing. But Khalix absolutely pulls that one out of the hat. Definitely a sigh of relief there from Khalix. He pulls that one out. Yeah, it just came down to that, and it's one of those unfortunate things that played an amazingly great game, and just right down to the very end, at pretty much the 3.5 hour mark, you make the mistake. So Khalix makes this weird move, which weakens the c6 square, goes for it, and then in this moment where it gets very, very tactical and very problematic, we just make the wrong move. So, there's 2 other games today too. So Sam has to really kind of just brush this off and say, okay, yeah, you know what, played a great game, messed up the first game, but I got 2 more games, and not to think about it. You don't want your entire tournament to get wrecked by a bad move there. So, looking for the bounce back from Sam. Looking at the results here, so we do have now Khalix and Tanushree. The 2 youngest participants are in the lead with 1 point each. Sharam and Jurgis has drawn their game, and Sam and Paul are looking to get back in it with a rebound in round 2. So hopefully we'll see what goes on there, but there's going to be more exciting chess for sure coming up in 1 hour from now. I don't have any of the interviews here loaded yet, so I'm sure the players are taking a lunch break to get back for 2 o'clock. We see here that's interesting, of course, Sam and Khalix are still analyzing some of the game here and talking about it. It's hard to pull a chess player away from the board to go have lunch to then come back for their next round. Thanks, Harry. So the next round is at 2 o'clock, and we'll be here with more chess action. My name is Chris Felix. I'll be your host and commentator for the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. And we'll see you back in about an hour. Probably a little bit sooner than that. Let's set our timer. We'll say for 45 minutes. I'll come back 15 minutes before that round. All right. See everyone soon. Boom! Welcome back to the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. We are about to enter round 2. So the first round we saw wins. Felix Marchand beat Sam, and Tanusri beat Paul Deck. So both of them are leading with 1 point each, and they're playing each other this round. We saw Jurgis and Sharam draw their game. So we have an exciting round 2 coming up right now. Sorry, not right now. We got about 13 minutes. What we're going to do, we're going to pop over to an interview.
All right, Tanusri, you played black this game against Paul.
Yeah.
Let's just start it. I don't know. E4, you played interesting Alapin here. Very interesting moves. I see. Everything was like completely accurate, by the way, up until like move 12. It was crazy.
Move 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
For both players is what I mean. You went knight c6 here. The castles. I mean, everything was pretty logical up to this point. I have nothing to comment on this. Up until here, what was the plan here?
Okay, so basically, I didn't want them exchanging my queen.
Okay.
Because, wait, go back.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking he would go pawn into pawn, and then I would have to, if I go bishop into c5, then he would go queen to queen, and then I would lose my bishop, so I have to trade my queens, and then I would lose the pawn on c5.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. You just wanted to play it safer.
Yeah, and then if I go knight g4, they take the pawn, then I go knight into bishop. And then if they take queen to d5, knight into d5, they lose a bishop. Okay. If they take pawn into knight, then I go queen into c5, attacking the e3 pawn. So it's like, I don't trade my queens, and I get a better position. And after I play knight g4, he spent like quite a bit time.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time in this game.
20 minutes or 10 minutes for this move after knight g4.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time, and then he went to bishop f4, which isn't too much better. It was actually not the best engine move, I'm pretty sure. It was bishop g5.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, it's just some crazy engine things. No one thinks about these. But you go bishop g4, and then you castle.
Yeah, castle pretty quick,
because I thought about bishop f4. Yeah. And then takes.
Yeah, I didn't want to take with my bishop.
And then Paul does a very interesting knight takes. I'm pretty sure...
No, knight takes. Knight d4.
Yeah.
Knight
d4.
Yeah.
It said he could have like kicked your knight out first and then played that.
Then knight. Yeah.
That would have probably been better, but that's okay.
And then
knight back. Knight takes knight. Queen takes knight.
Yeah.
And then Paul's just, I think around here, or is it a little later? I don't know. I think he's already in time trouble somewhere around here.
Yeah, he was.
Already by move 14.
Yeah.
And so he just starts playing some...
crazy moves.
He starts playing some desperate moves. Not this one. This was an interesting move.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the best move, but I think it was up there for... No, it wasn't up there, actually. It was just completely losing. But then bishop here, that's completely logical.
Because I didn't want bishop f3.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then he kicks it out.
Yeah, then I created some weakness, like...
Yeah. Then
knight c4.
Again, pretty logical, trying to go there.
Yeah, knight e5.
To e5.
To knight e5.
Then this move.
Okay, so basically...
What happened there?
Wait, is it a bad move? No, right?
I mean, you went from winning to draw.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, I was thinking if they go knight e5, then I go queen c5 check. They have to move their king, and then I'll save my bishop. Like, any other move, I think I'd lose my bishop on g6.
Do you?
Yeah, I think.
Rook a d8.
I don't want to lose it. They go knight e5.
Knight e5.
And
then you have check.
Yeah.
Check.
King
h1. Then you have knight h5. Knight h5. Oh,
then
you
I'll still lose my bishop.
Oh, you lose the bishop.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't want to
see.
lose my bishop.
But you'd be...
better, but I don't know.
Better by a little. Well, that's a computer thing. We're not computers. Okay, knight c4 and then h6. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Couldn't you have played something else, though?
Like what?
To save your bishop?
No, really. Like bishop f5, then I was thinking of like g4. And I don't want that.
No, that wouldn't be nice.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, fair enough. h6, and then king h1. That was a crazy move. That was awesome. And then...
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was not a good move. Because even in the stream, everyone was like, oh, you could just kick the queen out, and then you kind of wasted a move. You kind of lose some tempo here.
Yeah,
Queen c5, queen takes b7, but... And then, like...
No, but...
Oh, wait, this was your plan originally, right? So
what?
after, like... Hold on. Here.
Yeah.
This. Yeah. Check.
No, wait, there's no check. Sorry. I was going to queen
f5. Yeah. And then he takes this. You thought you were still better here. But you forgot.
No. I did think of that. I was like, if they take queen and pawn... Wait, did I?
Or did you... I think you missed this. Because after queen f5, he takes pawn, you take bishop, like, let's just
queen
say.
To bishop,
yeah.
Okay, maybe
I think you just missed that.
Yeah, I think I might have missed that.
But anyway, Paul didn't really see that, to be honest, so you were completely fine. He played this, which...
Is a blunder? Or like
it's a miss. Like, any other move I think would have been better, to be honest. Yeah. But it is what it is. Paul was very low on time here. I think he was already on, like, a minute. So, yeah. And then you play this, which... That pretty much makes sense. Yeah. And then he just starts putting his pieces back together. Yeah. And then you just...
I bring my pieces forward?
Yeah. You just kill him on time, to be honest. That's basically what happens here. Trade everything. Yeah. Did he resign? Or
no, he didn't resign.
You delivered checkmate?
No, he did resign. Okay, sorry, I meant like you... Never mind.
F5, knight. Yeah. Just... There's nothing for white to do here. It's just done. As much as he tries...
But still equal.
That's interesting.
I was going rook c8 so that I could go knight b4.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Queen d2, okay.
And then bishop here was actually not a good move.
Oh.
Interesting. What was the best move? It was bishop g5.
I was thinking of that, but like... after queen e1, I don't know what to do. Queen e1, like queen it blocks E1, my queen too.
Rook f8. Oh, I guess you just start to go for the center at that point.
Well, I did the same thing, but...
You did the same thing anyway, so...
Yeah, but... Okay.
Semantics, I guess. Yep, everything. And then white just starts suffocating here.
Yeah.
Not much... Oh, it's actually even for white here.
Well, what were you supposed to do? I didn't really have a plan, except to e5 and e4. But it wasn't, like, possible.
Not that you needed a plan. He was low on time. I'm betting you kind of just said... I'm gonna win on time here anyway.
Yeah.
I just like, pressure.
Yeah, I started thinking of moves that he could think more.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you made a good move, as long as you made a move that made him stop and think. Yeah. You would win. Yeah. Like he has 59 seconds now. Every move he makes, he like takes 30 seconds. So it doesn't matter. Like even if like I don't think Paul found the right move here. Yeah. No, because how would you find the right move in 20 seconds? Know. So he just plays a natural c5, push, and then, this is just over. That was a great move. And then...
Wait, what?
Oh, because bishop c5? What?
Bishop c5.
Who sees this?
Rook f6. What?
Bishop e7. What?
Wait. Oh,
that's tragic. But I don't think this would have ever happened because
he was low on
Paul wouldn't see this, and then takes, and then that just lost the game there. Wow. That was very sad.
Wait, no, he didn't play rook d6.
I think that was just the engine.
Yeah, that was the engine.
Just the board, sorry.
He just resigned.
But no, he resigned. That was a crazy game.
He thinked a lot on...
Yeah, he thought too much, and then you... kind of destroyed him on time. What would you have done differently from the start? Like, not from the opening, alright. Okay, when did you play a move you were like, damn, that was not a good move?
Queen d5, probably.
Queen d5?
But I couldn't take any other move.
Did you, like, immediately realize this is probably not the best move, but I'll just play whatever? Because he has low time and you just want to abuse it? Okay. Now that you think about it, what would you have played instead? Right here? Without looking at the engine.
I don't know, actually, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, I was thinking he would go knight a5, and I didn't want him to, like, get a tempo on my queen.
So you basically just didn't want to lose the light squared bishop. That was the entire plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to lose any of my bishops to a knight.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Somewhere around here, there was also something else that happened. What was it? What made you go with the pawn here, by the way, b5, instead of, doing anything else?
It's kicking the knight back, and also, it's supported by the queen, and the b7 pawn was an attack.
Okay, that's fair.
And, knight a5 I thought was just bad, but, yeah,
that
knight a5 was better.
Move.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, knight c6 and all, but...
Who cares? You won the game anyway. You won on time anyway.
Yeah.
Alright. That was a very good game. I was watching that. I was like, Paul's going to lose on time.
Yeah. He was pretty close, but he managed to keep up for a long time. Though.
For a very long time,
yeah. For a very long time.
But, time is still... You didn't play, chess here. You played psychology, pretty much.
Yeah, psychology. Yeah.
There was, almost no chess played here. It was just purely making Paul nervous and, panic. Yeah. And then he attacking. Did start panicking.
Yeah.
And then you won the game.
Yeah.
That was very good. All right, well, thank you for this interview. I hope you win your next game. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Welcome back. We're about to get round 2 started of the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. My name is Chris Felix. I'll be your host, commentator for the day. Actually, for the weekend. It'll also be tomorrow as well. So a little bit of, let's check out the webcams here. Of course, players are getting ready. They're getting situated towards the board. So admittedly, for a round that starts in 2 minutes, I don't see any people at the board yet. Let's take a look and remind everyone of the results. So, of course, we have Felix and Tanusri, and they'll be playing on board 1 this round. Both of them are in the lead, and now they play each other in round 2, the very next round. Shram and Georges, who drew their first game, will be looking to get some full points on the board, and Sam and Paul will be looking to get back in, get some revenge, and get some points back on the board. So we're entering round 2. Very exciting tournaments. We've had some really interesting games already in the very first round. Here we go. Chess players are making their way to the board very nonchalantly. That's what chess players do at this level. We just kind of walk over the board. And so once the round starts at 2:02, 2:04, that's up for Ricto and the tournament director to get them seated. So what are our matchups? Let's take a quick look here. Okay. So on board 1, we will have Felix as white against Tanusri. On board 2, we have Georges, who will be white against Paul. And then on board 3, that leaves Sam against Shram. Sam playing back-to-back Masters. He's starting with the toughest opponents first. It's all good. Get the tough opponents though first. They warm you up. You see some score sheets being moved around. Boards are being set up here. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the game so far. There's just Paul there. I don't see anyone from board 1 or board 2. Oh, we do. I guess we have some eating in the background. Some food. Oh, we've walked over to the next board. We'll eat food at this board. All right, it is 2:00. The games are supposed to be starting here. We're going to give our players a little bit of time to get back into the room. See what's going on, but we did have some exciting games there. Of course, the heartbreaker of the round was Sam white against Felix. Played a really good game and had an extra pawn, had this pass pawn, and was pushing down the center, and then kind of got very low on time, and when squeezing for a win, made a mistake, and Felix pounced immediately and ended up with a very nice forced checkmate. We have our cameras bobbing up and down. We do have camera crew on site. So we do have the president of the Dalhousie Chess Club, Rito Nakayasu, our tournament director, Jill Park, our marketing director, Georges Capra, playing in the event, as well as the marketing events coordinator, Jare Gao, and webmaster Ali Shahzadal, who are doing some on-site interviewing as well as some of the camera work today. We also cannot forget about the social media manager, Huisan On. There's a Discord server manager, Kanav Bardwaj. The video editor is Hugh Hune. Seminar director, Roxana Zamin-Paima. And the Chess for Wellness coordinators, Jamil Muradov, Roxana Zamin-Paima, Drishti Deepchand, Michael Vishian, and Lindsay Wu. Don't forget, there's also the Dalhousie Socials every Monday from 6 until 8 p.m. at the Dalhousie Student Union Building next to the Greywood. And that's open to everybody. You don't have to be a student at Dalhousie to go there. So if you're a player and you want to play some games, go to the social, go to the club. Get some good games. They're also on Instagram and Facebook at Dal Chess. A lot of great work by Rito and his team. Okay, looks like one of the games may be starting here. The other two are not. So let's go to that board. Let's go right there. What's going on here? Okay, it looks like Georges has begun with knight to f3. This is becoming trendy. Trendy. We saw Sharam do this in round 1. We see Georges do it here and as white in round 2. Knight f3 is a very flexible move. You can see what black does and then choose your setup against that. I believe the ex-world champion Vladimir Kremnik had played knight f3 for quite a while as well. I believe he mostly transposed it into Catalan positions. But we'll see. Knight f3 is like, what are you going to do? What do you want to do, Paul? Running through all the transpositions in your head. Do I choose an opening with c5 or d5? Do I play knight f6 and say, no, you choose the opening, white? Let's go. Some moves are being played. Oh, we end up with a g6. Okay, we're playing a modern against this English setup. Knight f3, c4. Looks like our other players are getting seated now. Let's pop over to board 3 here. Let's see what's going on board 3. Looks like Sam and Sharam, we have an e4 game. Sharam's going to think a little bit here, maybe. No, looks like we got some moves being played. What kind of opening we going to end up with? Sharam's going to take a little bit of time deciding the opening. Let me try to figure out what Sam knows about his play. Let's pop over to board 1 here. Board 1, they have not yet started. Oh, there we go. We saw the inaugural move. Felix has pushed a pawn. I can't see the webcam that small. You people can. There we go. We have a d4. D4 being played. Tanushree taking no time at all. She knows exactly what opening she wants to play. And we have a g6, another modern. Of course, the idea is to flank out of the bishop and control the center this way. Very common strategy. We'll see what Felix comes up with. At this point, you could transpose back into main modern lines with e4. c5 will probably turn into a kind of almost like a Benoni structure at some point. Did Felix make a move? I saw things. There we go. e4. So we're transposing back into a regular modern type thing. I'm sure we're going to see a bishop g7. And Felix can decide a few systems he wants to play. Sometimes they play c3. We lean our pawns in. Oh, we've got knight f3 immediately. Main move here is black playing c5, trying to undermine the center, and then the queen can come out and take, and all sorts of fun goodness. d6 being played. Okay, so we now have transposed into a Peart's defense. The perk, as many Nova Scotians would call it. Of course, we just have our very standard system of development here against the Pearts, both players whipping out their moves. Funny, I'm actually a fan of bishop to e2 before knight to f3 gets played, because we have this nice h4, h5 attack. All right, let's check out a few of the other games here. Let's go back to board 2. Let's see what we have, any action over here. All right, what has occurred? Okay. Oh, wow. We're going for like a Dutch Leningrad type system here. This could get exciting. Yeah, this is absolutely transposed back into some sort of Dutch system against g3. Usually the g3 bishop g2 systems aren't really what the Dutch is scared of. Interesting decision by white here to push d5, because this bishop actually could become very strong along these squares. Well, let's see what George is up to here. Also, when this pawn is pushed, it gives up control of these squares here, and this is a great outpost for a knight. So Paul Deck plays a5, because let's visualize. So if we have a knight here, if we get our knight here, the problem is it's not secure because it can be pushed away with a pawn to b4. So when we play a5, now we're protecting this b4 square, so we can't easily kick the knight. So we're preparing the safety of the knight to land on the c5 square, which will then kind of control some of the key central squares. I'm sure Georges is very familiar with this type of system, just given that d5 was played so quickly. All right, let's check out the action on board 3. Okay. Oops. Let's go back to the beginning. All right, so we ended up with a Sicilian, the Rosalimo. Is it Rosalimo? I play the system. I should know the name. Either way, Sharam plays the knight to d7 variation, not wanting to trade off the bishops. And this is why, the bishop's going to get kicked around and black's going to stay in the game. Whereas some people find this kind of opening a little bit boring, where the bishops have been traded, and then we end up with kind of a Maroczy bind type system, but the bishop's gone. As also, the bishop gets kicked back, d3, in the c3 system, and we're going to prepare to put our bishop back on c2 and then play d4. This is very similar to a Roy Lopez style game. Looks almost like a Roy Lopez kind of Shigorin at some point if, these pawns get moved around. So I'm not surprised that Sam plays a system like this. So yeah, this could be an interesting game. Back to board 1. How many extra moves have been made? Oh my. All right, Peart's defense, knight to c6. Very quick d5 push. Now Kaliks is taking a think. Probably something like castles. Take. The bishop looks a little awkward here just because there's a pawn in the way, but I'm sure nothing too bad, because we'll probably put our rook on e1 and start pushing the pawn at some point. We also have the leeway here because the queen and bishop are looking up here, and this bishop's looking up here. We might have ideas of a nice h5, h4 push. Just to show an example of that, one of the lines of the Pearts here that I used to like to play is bishop to e2, and the idea is I'm not going to put my knight on f3, and then this attack comes very, very quickly. And usually, black could probably hit here if they play h5, now I can play knight to f3 because this square becomes more secure for the knight because you can't easily kick it with h6. And if they castle, well, all sorts of fun goodness can happen here, and this can get really ugly if some exchanges happen here, and some checkmates could happen very quickly with the rook and the queen. And even if they don't take it, let's say they continue development, let's just say something like knight to d7, well, you just take, and this could still get very ugly. Maybe now the knight comes over here. You can just queen d3 and then over and up if I can get rid of this, maybe with a knight to d5. So anyhow, that is a potential kind of attacking idea. So, oh, actually, we went with this anyway. Oh, I see. I suppose that's the same point. Now the rook is still here. So now once we take, now we could even push h4, h5. And it's very similar to that attack I just showed. The one thing is, if h4 gets played, black may be like, whoa, maybe I don't want to castle into that. So white may want to just play something like bishop to e3, and then after castle kingside, and say, oh, now that you've committed, we can go with h4, g4, and kind of this type of attack. Very similar to a Yugoslav attack against the dragon. The problem is this pawn is actually going to get in the way of this bishop. So black's going to have to find a way to remove this, to then push this, in order to make this bishop good again. Not the easiest of tasks. So already I kind of like white's position. I think white has a nice plan. I like the aggressive approach. Some people like the quiet approach. If you got a good position, just play quietly. All right, back to game 2. What has occurred? Okay. We got a knight coming over the d4. Okay, so we're aiming for this square. I think black's still going to play for this. I don't even think that's much of a threat yet because, all right, the pawn is here, but I don't know. Can you keep it? I mean, I can just play here, threatening to take it. So I don't think George's plan is to play there right away. It's probably going to be some sort of strike on this square after rook or queen c2. Knight a6 is on the board. Paul has played knight to a6. Both players playing relatively quickly here, so both are probably familiar with the system and know the ideas. I really like this a5, knight a6, knight c5 type system. George is taking a little bit of a think here. Probably something like queen c2. And try for e4 at some point. Like queen c2, knight c5. Can I play here? Is that even a threat? Can I do this yet? No, can't do that yet. That knight is a bit misplaced, isn't it? So I guess I gotta do something with his knight before I can push e4. Maybe that plan doesn't work with the knight on e4. We have to play rook to d1 to protect it. Then can't do that now, can I? I just don't see where this gives any kind of advantage. Maybe that's not the plan. Maybe the plan is like a rook b1, a3, b4? The whole point, we're trying to prevent b4, because a3, b4, when we take, this rook would be lost. But if I put the rook on the b file, and then play this plan, it could be possible. Alright, so b3 has been played. Okay, so b3 is played. So same sort of thing. We saw this in the Georgia-Sharam game, where now the b3 has been played, you have to be very careful of these squares, because this bishop could very quickly become a monster. So white does have to be careful. Alright, what is going on board 3? Many moves have been played. What has happened? c3, e6, okay. b5, so we've got that queenside expansion, d4. Rook to e1, d2. Oh, my head hurts. Okay, so this is not quite like a Roy Lopez because, of course, the pawn's on e6 and not on e5. So the center is still undefined. We could close the center. We could open the center. I want to know where this knight's going. So in the Roy Lopez, you bring the knight back to go here, usually to end up on f5. But this pawn's on e6, meaning it guards f5. So I don't know where this is going. We're going to g3 and then pushing. I don't know. I don't know if I believe in this plan, in this position. Is there nothing better to do? I mean, I guess at some point Black's going to have to do something with the center, so. Ah, okay. Yeah, bishop to e3 and then rook to c1 is a good possibility too. It's funny because usually in Roy Lopez, it's funny that, you know, this knight normally goes away, comes out first, goes away, and then the bishop comes out. I think the plan may be at some point d5, and we're going to try to undermine this, and if it takes, then this square is going to free up for the knight. I mean, so many possibilities. I've seen ideas too, like an h3 and a knight here up to g4. I've seen lots of positions like that. Looks like Sam's having to think here. What do I want to do? What do I want to do in the position? Yes, e4 has to remain defended. So knight to g3 would also add an extra defender there. That would free up one of the other pieces to do something. But, I mean, the rook isn't going to go anywhere else, and I don't see the advantage of the bishop going anywhere else. I do see possibilities of pushing e5 maybe, because that would open this bishop up, and we may end up with almost like a French type position, where this knight gets dislodged or displaced, and then there could be some nice attacks and checkmate ideas up there. Right, e5 would be discouraged because we definitely don't want to give up the f5 square. What if we play e5 right away? Can I get away with this? No. Intermezzo, take, and then take. And then we have a problem. Okay. Yeah. So we can't get away with e5 yet. It's something we'd like to do at some point. Bishop to d2 played. I feel like white has a cram position. I don't know. Is there really nothing better to do than bishop to d2? I guess we're going to get the rook to c1. Like, maybe rook c1, bishop back to b1. Queen c2, e5, checkmate? I don't know. Definitely a slow positional game. I'm trying to think if this is the Danny Kopeck that came up with like the e4, bishop d3, c3, bishop back to c2 system. Yeah, I think it's called the Kopeck system. You may be able to fact check me on that, but something tells me Danny Kopeck came up with this. Yes, okay. Alright, let's check out game one. Felix is up from the board and walking around. So what has occurred? Tuk, tuk, tuk. Bishop to e3 first, and then an e6. Oh, okay. Alright. Bishop to b5 check. Oh, this could be getting exciting. Ooh, wow, okay. Alright, let's see. So, obviously, we can't play c6, right? Because, of course, if we take back, check, that's going to fork the king and the rook. That would be game over. No intermezzo matters because you take a still fork your king and your rook. And if you castle, I will take this happily. Okay. So you have to move the king or block. So let's try block first. Oh my! D takes, because now the bishop can't take, because it's technically pinned. Any move you make, I can, I have this intermezzo move. This looks weak. Of course, I can always take back up the rook. Okay, wait, Tanusa might be in some trouble here. Well, I mean, I'm taking the bishop, so, okay, so if we just take here, like, this has to be not good. Double isolated pawns in the center of the board? That can't be good. So it's like a fine position to play on in. Yeah, bishop to b5. Felix is taking a bit of the initiative here. E6 possibly a mistake. Versus just, just cast, get the king out of the way. Like, e6 is one of those moves. It's like, oh, I need to challenge the center. Well, do I need to challenge right now? Can I do it 2 moves later? So bishop to b5, very tricky move, very tricky. So Nursery is taking a think here. Would I move my king to f8? Yes, that's right. That's the other line in the check. King to f8. Sure, black is alive. So going for ideas like this, and then maybe h4, h5. I think the problem is, unlike king to f1 in the earlier game with Sam and Felix, I don't know how this rook gets into the game. I don't see any easy way to get rid of this pawn. I guess king g8, bishop f8, king g7? No, there's got to be something wrong with that. It just looks... Yeah, this is already a tough position. This is already tricky. Bishop to d7 has been played on the board. This reminds me of is it the Albin counter gambit where things like this happen? Because I can go back to the beginning. I had a game, 22 years ago with like Anton Vysotsky, where this sort of stuff happens, and I remember very specifically. So you bring the knight up, and then this knight comes down, and I did this, and bishop comes here, and then when the bishop blocks, this happens, and I remember I ended up with this very ugly pawn structure. And I've hated it ever since, so I'm always weary of things like when this pawn gets pushed. Like, you got to be careful that the check, because no matter which way you block, I can't block with the knight because you lose the knight. And no matter if you block with the knight or the bishop's either pinned or the knight blocks the interference. And then this happens, and you end up with this very ugly structure in the king's open. So going back to this game with Felix and Tanusri, it's a very similar idea where you're pushing this, and then all of a sudden, okay, well now the bishop's pinned, you have this move, and this has been played on the board. Yes, my name is Chris Felix. I am your host and commentator for today. I am a chess enthusiast, president of the Nova Scotia Scholastic Chess Association, vice president of Chess Nova Scotia. I've played a little bit of chess over the years. Yes, and I think white can open the f-file very quickly. You're right. There's a line where black can take a knight on g1 and promote to a knight with check, I think. I assume you're talking about the Albin game I just showed? That line? Yeah, so exciting is I think Tanusri's in a little bit of trouble here. I mean, it's going to be some sort of positional weakness that you're going to have to get around. So Felix is still going to have to find the way of like, okay, my opponent has this weakness, but how do I get around that? Oh, I think we played the weaker line because this check could become very powerful because now white's going to win a pawn. So now it's not just it's not a positional weakness. So instead of double isolated pawns, but I've got equal material, I'm now going to have an isolated pawn, but down a pawn, right? Yes. It will be down a pawn with threats. So yeah, because we can always take with this intermezzo check. Check is very fast. I do believe players are allowed to wear jeans in this tournament. Yes. I think jeans, track suits, pajamas. I think it's all legal. It's all above board. This is the Dalhousie Chess Championship, not the World Championships. We're a little bit more relaxed, casual, casual or relaxed chess. I should say casual. It's a very strong tournament, but relaxed chess. I want you to feel comfortable while you play chess. I'd rather players, wear jeans, be comfortable, play a good game of chess for the viewers to see, than get flogged and thrown out for wearing jeans. Felix is thinking quite a bit here. I don't know if there's anything to think about. I mean, I guess we could force double isolated pawns, but wouldn't I want to take... Okay, well, you may be thinking, if I just take here, and then when the pawn, I've got double isolated pawns, which is a positional advantage, which is very good, and I have, equal pawns. Versus when you take here first and then check and then play here, I'm up a pawn, but admittedly, you're up a pawn when maybe this rook and the king can get into the game very quickly. Oh, this still looks quite good to me. Oh, looks like Felix did play this on the board. I'm kind of surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised by this because, I mean, I always look at forcing moves first. Forcing moves, your opponent has to do something. I agree. I think e takes f7 is... I shouldn't say automatic because I should look at this too. But I just don't see, like I'm up a pawn. This king looks weird. Like what do we do? Like, we play here. Okay, move my queen out of the way. So now I've got check with this. Maybe was scared of something like this. But I mean, check. Yeah, this would be hard to see, actually. This would be very hard to see. I mean, I can move pieces around. I can look at things. Maybe this is possible that was scared of certain things and didn't see, like, all of these things coming. Because, now the rook's coming with tempo, and then the king's going back. Black looks like they have some compensation for the pawn. That would be quite hard to see in advance, I think. But okay, we're going to take this first and then here, so double isolated pawns. All right, already a very interesting game. Oh, maybe we're getting our pawn anyway. Because now if rook takes, I'm taking check. So I'm still getting the pawn. So then, and of course if there, probably kind of castle, queenside with check. King's still going to defend this, so here. Yeah, okay. I think I can see maybe why Felix chose this line. This is more compensation than I thought. I shouldn't say compensation. It's more aggressive than I thought it was initially. Because to me, this looked just great, but maybe it's not. Could I? And of course, if I do that, this is coming over, and then this, and that's... There's compensation for the pawn because we've already finished our development. Exciting! If queen trade... Oh, yeah, there's knight takes c4. Okay, one sec. So queen takes... Oh, so you're saying this... Well, let's check. Knight takes e4. This could fall. King, check, here. Still not taking this yet. So, alright, f3. I think f3 is going to be forced in some line to create this nice structure. Knight takes e3 knight takes e4 very possible in some lines. Oh, we play f4, f3 first. Alright, so we're taking away the possibility completely of this. Still some threats of this followed by that. So for example, if we're going to kick a6, we're probably still going to take this. To force king. I can still play check. King's probably still... I'm going to go here now because this is probably going to trap the knight. Oh, well. Hold on. Can't go here because of the knight in here. Oops. Not that. This is crazy. Yeah, it's true. Black's in some trouble. All these lines we're looking at is white crushing or is white just better? There's no line where I'm seeing where black is magically getting out of this unscathed. It looks like Felix has a bit of an advantage there. Let's go back to board 2. What has occurred? Rook to b1. I still find okay, yeah, we're getting rook to b1. See, if I was going to play my rook on b1, you think I would do it before b3, because then I may have the option of b4. Or, if I get in with the rook, like, I'd want to play bishop to b2 to pose the bishop, and then play rook to c1. Maybe there's some tricks with, like, knight and pawn a4. It's alright, we've just kind of reached this structure. Georges has to figure out how Georges wants to play this position. Paul seems quite comfortable in this type of position. Both players playing relatively quickly. We're on move 11. Both of used about 15 minutes, I think. The time controls 1 hour and 15 minutes with a 30-second increment. So where do we put our pieces? Maybe there's some idea if we could trade this off. Bishop to d2, queen c1, bishop up. Although that probably runs into something like knight to e4. And even if I do take it, you just take back. That's an ugly move. I guess we could trade. What kind of plan we adopt here? Like this could get annoying. I guess queen c2 would just stop it. Then this just really. Oh, I wonder. This. Tricky. Tricky. So if we play queen to c2, we have to watch out for discoveries. And that may be the best one. Maybe this is the best one, going for kind of an f4 thing. Oh, this is amazing. I'm somehow still equal material with this bishop and this rook open. What did white do here? Wow, okay, maybe I just don't take it. Maybe I just leave it. Let's not touch it. Let's not do anything. Let's just make a move. Like, we should be 2. What's the worst that can happen? F takes, but now this pawn could do something. Now at least this is defended. Another idea coming in was bishop to d2, knight here, going back to e1, and then trying to kick this knight. If that gets kicked, this might get a bit weak. Can I play f4? No, of course not. No, can't do that. And I'm guessing taking first is not very helpful. I like this f5 idea. I do like this f5 idea. Yeah, this looks interesting. Bishop back to e1 with the idea of this. So what if we just attack pawn chain, play f3? So we end up with the same thing, similar. Except for now, does this get closed? Ugh, I don't know. This looks annoying. That's what this looks like. This looks annoying. A3 has been played, but yeah, I think there's some ideas here with the knight moves in f4. That's quite good. So a3, b3, then to b4. So I guess the only point is if you play a3 first, at some point could run into this move, but you just have knight takes. So if you're going to play a3, b4, you should have just played rook to b1 before you play b3. Yeah, so I mean, black gets a lot in the lines because, we're looking at some different ideas of we're trying to progress the position for white. Like white doesn't have to do any of that. White could just be like, all right, I'm just gonna play quietly, make some defensive moves. But this could very quickly turn into a queenside game here. Though my one concern about playing on the queenside is these are all the pieces that are playing on the queenside. There's four of them here. And then also the bishop still looks at the queenside, so that's 5 pieces there. And white's got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5. Like by playing on the queenside, this piece is going to get good, and this piece should get good tactically. And this piece could jump in very quickly. The only piece that doesn't play is this. Whereas white, this probably isn't playing and this isn't playing. Because this pawn's in the way. So I can't really... that bishop is theoretically far weaker on the queen side than this bishop is on the queen side. After playing a3, this base of the pawn chain could become weak too. Like, we have to be kind of careful. Now, if black ever tries to push this, then we play b4, we close the position, and we're absolutely a-okay. I can't imagine this is anything super powerful. Yeah, it might be in for an exciting game on this side. We got on board 3. What do we got? What's Sam doing here? What's going on here? Bishop d2, rook c1, rook to c1, rook c8, rook c1, knight to b6, knight to g3, knight up to c4. Okay. I'm attacking a pawn. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, f5 early on is basically a Dutch. It's turning into a Dutch Leningrad. But you avoid all the sidelines. Like, if you just play a normal Dutch, then there's a whole bunch of like weird sidelines and anti-Dutches a player can play. But if you start with G6 and then depending on how your opponent answers, you play F5 then. And you avoid all the... You get into the Dutch position that you want, but you avoid all the anti-Dutch positions that you hate. It actually can be. So that's an interesting point. So is standing up and looking over your opponent's shoulder helpful? Yeah, because you're looking from the opponent's side of the board. If you ever look at a position from your side, it looks different than looking at from the other side. So where you may be looking at your side, like let's say I'm playing white and I'm looking and like, oh, it looks like I'm, progressing and this position looks good. And I don't know what black can do. And you're looking from the black side, well, you're kind of already starting to think of like, oh, what could I do as black? And you start to see some of these other ideas. So it can be helpful to look at the board from both directions. I also think it's helpful to get up and walk around the tournament room and then sit back down. And the point is, if you just sit at the board constantly thinking, you build up that stress of the entire position. Have you ever, think about this. When you walk up to somebody's board and they're thinking for like 10, 20 minutes or they're thinking for a long time about something, you look and you're like, I would just play that. That's obvious. And you walk away. Because it's easier to spot things in games that you're not playing in. Because when you're playing them, you're building up the stress of the entire game in your mind. So when you actually get up and walk away from the board and then come back, it's almost like you kind of reset the freshness of the position in your mind. And you kind of see the position and different ideas as if you just walked over to a brand new board. So I do find it helpful to walk around. E4 against the Dutch. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting gambits. One of the funnier ones is, I think it was G4? D4, F5, G4? D4, F5, G4 against the Dutch, if I recall. And I forget what I had practiced here, but I think it was just, okay, and just attack in the center. It's one of those lines where it may not be theoretically sound, but your opponent has to know that and then remember it. And if they don't, then you get an interesting game. I had an interesting anti-Dutch game against Bill Bogle a number of years ago. National Master from New Brunswick. I want to say it was the G4 variation. But yeah, E4 is interesting too, I think. This kind of reminds me of a Black Mardimer gambit. You can, you can play D5 right away, or you can take the pawn on G4 and then play D5. All right, so it looks like Sam is tanking here. Sam wants to figure out what to do. I guess we haven't really looked. What can Sam do? I don't know if that's really much of a threat, is it? Like, what if I just try to kick your knight? You want this bishop? You want that one? I can save that one. This may actually be interesting. No pieces traded so far. That's correct. It looks a lot like a Roy Lopez. Like, we have very similar structure, except the pawn's on e6 instead of e5, but very similar ideas. Like, if we think of a Roy Lopez close, very typical development. What am I doing? d6 here, here. We'll say castle h3. Oh, wait, I've done something horribly wrong, haven't I? This. Here. Queen 7. Here. No. Takes. Then back. Then here. Here. So this is kind of like the main line of the Chagor and Roy Lopez. But if we look back a few moves here, this situation looks very, very similar. Where, here's the pawn structure. Looks very similar to the game. And you could even play the variation here, bishop to b7, which is, it's got a name. I think it's got a name. It's not quite the Archangel, because Archangel is slightly different. But very similar idea. Like, this is where you put your pieces, and, these pieces come over. This will either move one way or the other, and the rook can come to c1. Yada, yada. So if we go back to the game, you'll see a very similar pawn structure here, where, the queen ends up at c7. A lot of white's pieces in the exact same squares. This knight has ended up coming over to g3, which happens in some lines. So I really compare this, like, I'm looking at it like it's a Roy Lopez, even though it started out as a Sicilian. And very often in Roy Lopez, pieces don't get traded for a very long time. So it looks like b3 was actually played on the board. And then knight takes d2, queen takes d2. I don't know. So black's got the bishop pair, but it's not an open position. I guess maybe we can force the position open with an exchange on d4. So I guess the problem is, when you see pawns like this, it's always possible to close the position. Like, if black plays this, white just does that. And if black does this, well, white just does that. It becomes a closed position, which knights should be theoretically somewhat better in closed positions than bishops. And I don't think we ever want to play e5, because that gives up this square, and then this knight's looking at this weakness. So d5 has to be the push. But once again, we don't want to do it right away, because we just play e5, the knight has to move somewhere. And I don't know, we might even be getting checkmates here. Like, there could even be sacrifices, like take. Oh yeah, queen. I'm looking at the king side. No, this is. Oh yeah, we can't do this. That's not possible. We have to tactically defend against this. Sure, the two knights are on the king side ready to attack, but what am I attacking? There's no weaknesses to attack. So I've got to make a weakness first. Whenever you attack a king, there has to be a weakness in which your play is based on. So already this structure is very stable. So the only weakness right now from the basic structure is that the rook's moved away, which makes that a weak point, but there's no focal point of an attack there. Like, I can play here, but I can't get my pieces up there very easily. So if I could make black play a move like this, or I can make black play a move like that, well, then I can attack. So I may have to, push a pawn or something to try to make a weakness that I can then attack. But I don't know if we can conjure up an attack out of nowhere. Another thing to look for when attacking a king is the amount of attackers versus the amount of defenders. I think we need the center solidified first. So the other thing too is, if you're attacking on the side of the board, but your center's not clarified, the opponent should be counter-attacking the center. Meaning, if I start to attack on the king side, and I don't have the center under control, black should be aiming to destroy the center. So white could try to shore up the center, make the center very clear who controls it, and then start an attack. I think black's play is going to be down the c-file, and I think black may get there quicker. Black seems to be able to dictate the pace of the play a little bit after taking here. Like, I wonder if I could even get down here, threaten the queen. Because that way, if we take, and then I'll move the other rook behind on c8, looks pretty good. Something like, I don't know, move the bishop back, and then here. Black definitely controls the c-file. And queens would be off. What if we don't take queens? We got to do something. So if we move the bishop, and then we take, knight takes. I don't know what's going on here. Can I try the double? Stop me from doubling. Rook c1. Oh, yeah, that was not good. That was not good. We're going to give up the square. Nope, nope, don't like it. We'd have to find something to do here. No, f5. Yeah, I think if queen comes down, I think white should just play here and then take and come back with the knight. Everything seems very well defended. Interesting game. We'll see what Shram goes for. Let's go back to board 1 here. Let's see what's going on with Felix versus Tanusri. All right, we've had a queen, e7, queen to d2, which stops this move. Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. We've got a castle queenside. And a castle queenside. I like white's position. So we didn't end up winning the pawn, that's true. Earlier, the e takes f7 might have given us the pawn. But we have structural advantages here. This bishop definitely looks locked away. That pawn on e5 blocking the bishop in. e5 next. There could be a bit of a chat delay. Definitely not in this position. Queen to g3 played. Making an attack. Which something has to be done. What are our options? How do we save the pawn? That looks good enough to save the pawn. Don't know what the plan is. Queen f7 played. We're about to figure out what the plan is. Like, from a strategic standpoint, I kind of like white's position. I mean, there's double isolated pawns in the center, so going towards some sort of endgame with rooks or something should be good. How does one do that? Don't know. I mean, okay, now that the queen's moved off this square, it's given up this diagonal, so maybe bishop here. But I don't see what I can do with that. So I can't do anything with it. I don't know if it's that important. Okay, c3 is the plan. I mean, all around good move, because if this bishop's opened up, there's no real danger. King has a spot like on c2 to go, which is good for an endgame. Maybe king c2, knight b1, knight here, knight here? But I guess I could have did this, this, this. These are the types of positions I don't like. I can tell I should have some sort of advantage, but I don't know the moves I should play to take advantage of it. It feels like I should have more than I do. Oh, okay, sorry. c3 is obvious. My bad. This is preventing the knight from coming in. Because if we didn't do that and we just did something like this, then can't the knight come in? We can't take it. Can't do that. Yeah. Okay. I think c3 makes a lot more sense now. We're just preventing this, and we don't want this to free up. All right, we're in for a positional game here. Let's go back to see what's up between Georges and Paul. All right. So c6 was played, attacking the front of the pawn chain. Bishop b2 is played. I don't think a lot has changed. All right. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on. Paul is deep thinking here. Can I do something like this? No. I can't do that. I lose control of e4 when I move this pawn. I have to do e4 first. Then trade it and then push. So what about taking? Knight takes, knight takes. The problem is bishop takes, and it's check. Check means I have to do something. If the knight does defend this, I don't have to be as concerned about that. Oops. This is probably not what Paul wants to go for. Take. 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 Oh, I'm confused. Too many problems. This is a problem. Let me get rid of that. Do this. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, 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 I cannot. No. This becomes problematic. Oh, I can probably just do this right away. Yikes. Well, this is complicated. This is where we let the players figure it out. What should black do here? Maybe just put pieces in good squares. Something like this idea looks decent. I'm just hoping that white takes, and they get this structure with a nice open rook. And I don't think Georges will play into that. So Georges versus Paul, very interesting. We see Paul down to 37 minutes. Georges has an hour here. Once again, we saw what happened in the first round when Paul got low on time. Let's pop back to board 3. Oh, wait. No. We have e5. e5 on the board. Un passant is available. All right, what's going on here? Well, first question is, do we take un passant? Do we take with knight? Kind of like my knight. What if we take with bishop? I really want to make sure I always control this square. Doesn't look like white gets anything super special from this. I like black's position from here. So what if we just move the knight somewhere? What can we just move? Is this too powerful now? Got these beautiful pawn phalanx. Yeah. Okay, black's position looks even better there. This position might be looking pretty good for Paul. Un passant taken. We have taken with the knight. So my initial instinct is wrong. We don't want the knight on c5. So I'm giving him a bit of control of this square. Luckily, we've got these pawns, and they do oppose the bishop. So that's good. They keep the bishop at bay. See if Georges is going to take. I don't know. So George takes, and we lifted the queen. Rook coming behind. So we're playing down the e-file here. That could get frustrating. If I just play a move like e3, well, then I'm asking for black to take, and then I think I can keep my pawns here. I always have to watch out for f4 ideas with the rook and things if this knight moves out of the way. Can't really play e4 as much anymore, can I? Maybe could. I think we're still okay. Because the queen's behind it. Yeah, some different ways. Okay, so Georges is going to think on this move here. All right, down to board 3. Looks like we have Sam taking a think. What has occurred? G6. G6. So this is kind of, once again, this is funny. It's a Roy Lebez idea where we're just going to reroute the bishop. Bishop back here. And of course, with these pawns, they're facing this way, which counteracts the power of the bishop. So there should be no tactics with queen and bishop playing up this way. Although this does kind of weaken the position against h4, h5 ideas. So now I think we might be able to start getting some attacking potentials here. Be in for an exciting game. Dark square weaknesses don't really matter. White no longer has a dark square bishop. That was probably the whole point of wanting to take this, is simply to improve this bishop. Take this out, this bishop gets stronger, and then reroute it without any difficulties against this structure. All right, I'm going to leave it here on this board here for a moment, and I will be right back in a minute. All right, We have some action. We are exchanging pawns in the center. I don't know what I think about this decision. Black has 2 bishops. So, opening the position should be better for black. White has 2 knights. Keeping the position closed should be better for white. This pawn could be a little bit weak on the open c-file. Clearly there's going to be a fight going on here. I think I like the h4, h5 idea. Like that's how we attack this structure. And of course, I don't think black wants to open this because it's going to have an attack on the queen, and then we could probably quickly close it off again somehow with some move. I wonder e5, e5. So if black decides to keep it closed with d5, then white is going to be crushing. Even like, not the fact that the knight's under attack. Like the knight's got to move somewhere. So okay, well I guess we'll say here. And let's say white does, I don't know, something like this, and black keeps it closed. White should be extremely good here, this attack. So take. Is it still enough? Back. This could become problematic. I don't think. Can I do that first? Yeah, there's some dicey lines here. Okay, so black's taking with the queen. Kind of liking black's position. I think h4. Let's go back. I don't know about this. d5. d5 just loses a pawn. All these good ideas just lose to tactical nonsense. e5. Take. Get rid of the knight. Knight goes somewhere. Knight moves. I mean, I guess I could save my knight this way. Do I lift the rook? Bring the rook over? All of this looks very unclear. But I think this, I don't know, I like black's position slightly here. I don't know why. Alright, c4. Well, the obvious test is we take it. The obvious responses are going to attack your queen. And now my queen needs to go somewhere. Where does my queen go? Do I go here? So I'm staying along this row? Or do I go back so I can stay on this diagonal? The questions. Here. Gotta watch out for this, but I'm still okay. I guess this could just be a repeat. No, I could go back to d7 and protect it. Okay. We might also have the rooks doubling on the c-file. Have to be very careful with this, though. We're okay as long as the rook is here. Let's see what Sam has in mind. I'm going to do this bishop now. Now that this is here and nothing's happening on this diagonal, I need to get it somewhere. Alright, let's go back to board 1. What has happened? C3. Okay, so we got this king C2 idea. We did quickly discuss this. So it's more than just keeping the knight out. So knight here, we're aiming for this square. We definitely don't want to lose our good bishop. So B3, protecting that square, restricting the knight. Knight goes back, okay. Now we see the knight going down here. I guess I don't need to go to B3, I can go this way. Either way, I'm trying to get to that square. Alright, rook to D4, what? Alright, I can tell you this move was not played. This is a board mistake. Let's get to our director there. See if we can get him to fix this board. What move number is that? 24. So what happened? What actually happened? So the board thinks that somehow this occurred. This did not occur. So probably, I'm guessing, an exchange took place. And it probably wasn't rook takes, because that drops the pawn. Or this pawn. Wait, what? All right, here we go. We've got the moves fixed. Excellent. Okay, there we go. There's no more guessing. Okay, so queen takes, but we did this. Okay, so we don't want to take this pawn? Do we not want to take that pawn? Oh, because of here and skewer. Yeah, okay. Rook, and then queen to g4, and then there's pressure on both. Right, okay. So yeah. So there's pressure on both of these pawns. The bishop is still a little bit ugly. We're going to bring the knight to this square, which is going to attack this square, work with our queen. So at some point, this bishop needs to get to defending this, which could be this way. If we play b6, well, then we weaken the king side, so maybe then the play shifts back over that direction. So we kind of shift both directions. See, the issue that black has here is that black pieces are very defensive. And white's pieces are doing things. They're being aggressive. There's 4 roles a piece can play in chess. The worst is a piece out of play. Might as well not even be on the board. It's not even doing anything. It's off to the side. It's gone. Whatever. The next best type of piece is a piece that plays a defensive role. And then even better is a piece that plays an attacking role. And the absolute best is a piece that plays an attacking role and a defensive role at the exact same time. So you could argue that these two pieces are quite good because, of course, they're playing attacking aggressive roles as well as, defensive roles if we needed it. Tanusi is still hanging on here. Doesn't look like an easy position to defend. Like, they have to figure out. We want to get our pieces active. Not active pieces. I want my pieces doing things. So let's try. What happens if we go here, and then it goes here, and then just f8. Even then, if I play this, bishop for knight, pawns are on both sides. But there's no clear way of how white's going to get in. So that may actually prevent this move. But still, it's the same question. How do I break into the position? This would be risky. I don't think black has to take it. It's the problem. Oh, yeah, we have this too. There's just knight takes g6. Okay, we can't take it, so maybe f4 is possible. This looks very reasonable. I don't know how white breaks through here, because still, this is problematic. We would just take here. Now there's no real advantage. Completely symmetrical pawn structures. Oh, it looks like Tanusi's played g5. Okay, okay. The idea, of course, is takes, and I'm going to trade off some pieces. This doesn't actually lose a pawn, does it? Because can't I just play here and skewer? Oh, queen d2 guards it. Oh! Okay, wait, I can pin it. I can pin it. So I don't actually lose the pawn. And that would activate the pieces. Okay, g5 is a good idea. Felix is taking it. Oh, no. Felix is still thinking. That was my analysis for it. I saw Felix's hand move. I didn't see what had occurred. h5. That looks like a very risky move to me. My queen is being blocked. So this queen doesn't have a lot of mobility. If I move away, this could become a problem. I guess the point is, I don't think anyone sees a way to defend this, but I still think bishop g7, bishop f8. Like, why can't I? Why can't I do this? Oh, maybe bishop. I thought knight the first time. Maybe just bishop. Because now if I take this is super problematic, because now I can't defend that. Like, there's knight to d8, but I'm just putting all my pieces back in horrible squares. Queen there. Queen e7. Well, now this is surely coming. I guess this is the defensive idea. Make room for the rook. I like bringing the bishop. Like, this bishop looks like a pawn. If a bishop has become a pawn, it's lost 2 points of value. Tanushi's defending really well here. This is not as simple as we thought it might have been when black was in trouble. Like, white's definitely the one pushing, but black hasn't really given up anything in terms of, here's a clear plan that works for white. So very good defensive technique on display. I still think knight d3 is going to come. So let's look. So we got rook to d8. Now I defended this. And you can't get at that. Okay. And if the bishop comes here, so all right, whatever. Just move the queen. The knight comes here. Whatever, I've got this defended. Oh, not so whatever. I have this. Okay. Hold on, there are threats. There's always threats. Ugh. Ugh. I'm still defending. Black is still defending. How do you break this? Maybe go after this now? Oh, wait. So when I play here, because the knight's still defending it. So that wasn't weak earlier. But now this is weak. I don't know. I think Felix has weaknesses to probe and just keep poking the weaknesses and see how the defense plays out. Let's move on to game 2. Board 2. What has happened? Took in passant. We traded. Black is played here. Over the side. Paul deck getting low on time. What's the threat? What are we threatening? Okay. So knight over to a4. The knight's clearly either looking for this square or we're looking for some sort of push. Push may run into this. We've freed up the bishop. What if black does this? Take, take. Take, take. I don't know how this position's going. Oh, I guess I freed up the queen too. We got a pawn over there. There's a pawn, undefended. Maybe that's the plan. So with knight on4, I just take here. This probably doesn't matter. That's defended at least. That could be tactically risky. We'll say rook. Yeah, okay, interesting. Interesting game. Oh, I guess that's not really threatened, is it? I guess the uh the queen gets trapped. No, the queen doesn't get trapped. Oops. I guess we're dead because of that, because of this and that. Wow. Hmm. Well, in that case, we go all the way back. Very interesting position. There's going to be a lot of tactics here, I think. I don't know if George is really looking for a pawn on the side of the board or just trying to maneuver the knight around. If I could get to c7. Oh, did I miss queen c7? I mean, same tactic, yeah. Sorry, what we're looking at? We're looking at here, here, there, here, 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 here. No, it's not the same tactic, because it is check. Why didn't I see the c7 square? I guess this just goes back and forth, though. I guess we're not dead. I guess we have a perpetual. Yeah, the knight might be loose, but... I don't think this is any better. Actually, may end up being worse. Oh, if I do that way, I can still do this way. Queen has to go to the side. Yeah. Okay. This pawn looks very risky to take. I would probably start some calculations, and then be like, nope, never happening. Not even going to think about that ever again. Like, I'm not going to take a pawn and take a second pawn just to figure out what all these things are. I would just say, okay, I'm happy with my pawn. I'm going to move back now. Thank you very much. I mean, I guess you could try this to see if he responds with this and then go back, but probably just straight back is the right answer. I bet that is the right answer. Like, the only point of going here would be to go for this, but I think we've shown that this is very ugly. Wait, hold on. What if I don't do anything? What if I just do this and then this? Is this worse now? No, we still have c7. I still can't take because of this. And any intermezzo with this doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I think we looked at this first. Yeah, because that is what puts the rook on the bad square. Then we do this stuff. Black's still thinking, though. Black may be concerned about losing this pawn. can't do that. I can do that. No, I can't do that. I guess that's actually a frustrating pawn to lose because it really limits the ability of the rook on the f-file because anytime I move away, it takes a rook. So I'd have to do something like this. So we'll say take, rook here. Yeah, back to a8. Can I do f4 now? Well, I'm not obliged to take it. If I just play here. Take, take, and takes. Alright. Queen's overloaded. So I have to play back. Then take. This is an outside path pawn. Could be useful in an endgame. Yep. This game looks interesting. I don't see anything concrete for black after taking the pawn. Like if the queen just comes back. Alright, 94 has been played. So we looked at this line. Did we look at this line? That looks risky. Can't really bring my knight back. That could get the piece out of play. Okay, here we go. We have fireworks. We took the pawn on a5. So let's see what Paul has in store here. I think bishop takes. Starting to lose my train of thought. Did we look at knight takes? Coming back around. This looks familiar. I must have thought about it. Oh, yes, that's right. We were worried about this. As the queen's kind of loose, we have to be careful about this. That's why we chose rook. And then it's between... So f4 looked ugly because of this. So we said rook a8. And then the queen could go for this, but this is a trap, I think. Either that or I can't figure it out. So the queen goes back. And then we figure out what to do for black from here. Yes, but we're gonna open that up, and then this is gonna come around. Can I do it right now? This scares me. There is a real problem here. Oh my. Is that seriously in play? Wow. So it's not even this. It's this. That is why c5 will not be played. Okay, let's see what Paul has up their sleeve here. There's a lot of crazy lines, but I think if white plays well, I think white is just better here. Complicated. Let's check out board 3. What is Sam and Sharam up to? Okay. Everything's getting traded off. Queen up to f4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Sam has the potential of an outside pass pawn, so if we got rid of all the pieces, and it was just pawns, white would have some potential winning opportunities. Somehow, I think we're not going to get all those pieces traded off. Alright, so our knight's being attacked. We have to do something about that. So we can move the knight. We could protect it with a bishop, one way or the other. We could protect it with the king. Let's say we protect it with the king. I can't imagine this happening because the knight's just strong in the center of the board. None of these checks matter because we just go back. And the knight's still nice in the center of the board. Probably some combination of bishop e7, king g7. There's no back rank mates because we've got the knight that comes back. I mean, I guess there's a check and maybe taking the bishop if the queen goes somewhere. Like queen takes here, there could be a check and take the bishop. Nice. Okay. Interesting game. Sam in a very interesting position against Sharam. Oh, I have an idea. What if we get ourselves in trouble with e5 and followed by things like this? Like for example, knight g5 now. That could get that could get very risky. Shrimp probably wants no part of that. Because this blocks the queen, so you'd almost have to go knight to g8 to be able to bring the queen back. No, okay, hold on. So king g7 may be bad because of e5. If I play bishop to e7 and I play e5, now when the knight comes back, this doesn't matter because I can just take it if I have to, and then we can just play from here. All right, king g7, not so good. So this is potentially problematic. We don't have time to take it. To just take there, here, Oh, I guess we are protected by bishop, aren't we? There's pressure there. There's pressure. Pressure! Alrighty, round two's got some interesting games. Alright, so let's go back to Felix versus Tanusri. What has occurred? Queen h3. Wait. Okay, so this, which defends against this, okay, it's fine. But this has become weak now. Bishop back. Rook d8. So this is defended. Queen h3, queen a3. King back to b1. Tanusri looks like she's starting to unwind her position here. I guess queen h3 to bring the queen back around somehow? Or play this and the queen's along here. I don't know. I do not know the plan there. I'm just thinking here quite a bit, but surely the move must be something like bishop to f8 and just... What's the bishop do? No attackers there, so bishop f8, knight c4. I guess queen has to go back. It's frustrating. Then queen here? Okay, so the bishop to f8, we may be able to gang up on this. Black may be running out of moves. See some pointing. I believe that looked like a queen to a5. That is queen to a5. Okay. Hitting the c-pawn. Should probably do something about that. I can't play king c2. I leave the a2 pawn behind. That's a problem to solve. Well, do I have to solve the problem? If I play rook here, am I winning a knight? I guess there's no check. What if I do nothing? What if I play here? Can you take my c-pawn? Rook c1. I'm threatening to win your knight. I guess you have to counter-threat my bishop. I'll stack my bishop. I guess I get my pawn back. Hmm. Alright, there are some tactical ideas here, aren't there? Alright, c-pawn may not actually be in danger. C-pawn may be gambitable. Knight 4. Hoping for something like this. Here. Here. Here? See, we get the fun part. We get to just move pieces around. Like, oops, that doesn't look good. Or, oops, yeah, it looks awesome. Much harder when you're at the board. You can't touch anything. Knight c4. What's knight c4 about? No, I can't play rook to c1. Rook c1 doesn't work anymore. Because now queen to d3 attack because of this. Oh! The queen is trapped. Because the knight covers that square. Covered. Covered. Oh my. Okay. Fair enough. There is no danger to that c3 pawn. Oh, where does the queen go then? We're already running out of squares. Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. Can't go here. Can't take it. I can go here. Can't go here, can't go here. There's only one square. Unless I'm missing something, queen b5 is forced. And then... Oh my! I can take! You can't take me because I win the queen. Oh, wow. I think Felix found a pretty amazing continuation here. So there's nothing that can be done. This is the only square. We know we lose the queen on this. We looked at that. Let's double check here. Queen there. No. 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 That's forced. Which lines up this here. Can't take with the queen because it's defended by the knight anyway. And you can't take back because of this. I don't see any counter threats. There's just no pieces in the game. That's out of the play. That's out of play. I think Tanushree has some major issues here. After knight to c4. Wow, knight to c4. I don't think I can move the black knight. Not in this position now. Now we're ready to take. Here's what he's thinking. Oh, we're saying, okay, move the black knight. Okay, where am I going to move the black knight to? So I can't move here. Right, for argument's sake, let's just say we move knight back. No, can't. That's check. So I got to move the knight back to b8. I mean, worst case scenario from there, I could just move the bishop back and I've won a critical pawn. So this should be going south. Oh, this is pinned too. I have rook d5 too. Oh, this is just all sorts of nasty. Yeah, knight on c4, very strong. Oh, Khalid doesn't play it. Oh, he played rook d5 right away. Of course, because it's still pinned. I don't even need to play this. Yeah, that's probably even faster than my line. Yeah, giving up queen for rook here. Khalik's absolutely in the driver's seat right now. So it's a queen for a rook, but it's also a commanding position as well. Okay, queen taken. So knight c3 is threatened. Just defend it. Up material, just remove all possibilities of what your opponent can do. Just silently, just remove possibilities. Don't give your opponent opportunities to get back into the game. Why b2? Why not c2? c2 defends the open file. Just to prevent these things. This isn't a threat. All right, he went b2. I don't know. c2 seemed more intuitive to me. b7. a4. Knight's got to move somewhere. Oh, and now we get we get the same tactic I seen earlier, except for on the rook this time. That might be game. Yeah, down to queen for rook. Now we're down to pawn. Position still crumbling. With that, you're going to lose the rook. Knight back to c6. The game is still on. Fish to e3. Khalik's definitely in a commanding position here. Let's take a transition back to Georgios versus Paul. Lots of things have occurred here. Okay, so we have rook to 8. And Georgios does see queen to e1. Amazing calculation. Like, we saw this after testing this and doing this. Georgios would have seen all of that before taking this pawn, which was probably before playing the knight. Like, just to say how incredible that type of, that calculation is. Like, this is such an anti-intuitive move that it's easy for us to see when we start moving around pieces, but Georges would have had to see this probably in advance before he made any of these decisions. Yeah, so we take with the rook. And we end up with this fork. I think we looked at some lines like this. And looks like we're finishing off with this, there. Very nice. So fork on the undefended piece. And of course, then creating a twofold attack on the knight. And now it is queen, 2 rooks, and 4 pawns versus queen, 2 rook, and 5 pawns. Now it is queen and rook versus queen and rook, 4 pawns versus 5. So Georges in a very good position here. Probably wants to trade the queens off, to be honest. Just get rid of the queens. Get into a rook endgame where you're up a pawn. But black's got a problem. I mean, rook just... white can play here, and then this must fall. And then once that falls, this will probably fall. So black has to figure out something to do here. Preferably that doesn't involve resigning. Rook to e1. Well, we've given up the a file, so maybe just like rook a1, and then there's threats of like here. And no, right to d2. We're just going for it. And admittedly, that's very sound. We're going to take here. Like, let's say we just waste a move. Oh, queen e6 played. Okay, take. This is going to be a pass pawn. And black will have to get all the way over here to exchange it. But by that point, it's 3-on-2, and this king will be up here. So white is, I would say, winning this endgame after queen takes d5. And I don't think this possibility really matters. This may be a little bit better. Maybe? Maybe this. That may be a little bit dicey, actually. So here. Is this an improvement? I don't know. I want to see what Georges does here, actually. This is trickier than I thought. Because if I play check here, this, I don't want to go into a queen endgame. It's defending too. Maybe I'll just play e3. Then can't take the pawn, you can't defend this again? Maybe that's the easiest. And this check should not work, because now I play here. That can't be defended, and I have the same thing. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to see e3 on the board. I think e3 makes the most sense here. Because my attack cannot be stopped, your attack can be stopped. No way to defend this. That's going to take it off. I don't see any other checks. Yeah, but the issue is this is going to be a losing rook endgame now. Because there's nothing for black to do, even like rook to b1. We just take here. And then we're just going to march as if the board's the same thing. I'm going to wrap around and take this, and I'll have a pass pawn for the king and pawn endgame. Like, sample line could be, I don't know, maybe move this first, I guess, but. It doesn't even matter that we lose this. Too close. Oops. I can tempo you away from that. Pass pawn up. E3 was played. Rook to B1. Oh, I suppose that actually may change. Ah, now this looks dicier. Okay, hold on. Hold on. E3 played. So I can't stop your threat, but you do have this. Oh, it's frustrating. How annoying. Very annoying. Good job, Paul, for being annoying. That's what you want to do in chess. Be very annoying to your opponent. If you can be annoying, chess is awesome. Very, very annoying. So what do we do here? Do we play queen and try to go after this? Well, you know what they say. When the end game starts to hurt your head, you just go look at the next game. So, well, very quickly going back to game one, it does look like Tanusri has resigned the position. Yeah, and so Felix has won round two. So Felix will be in the sole lead. Nobody can catch him, regardless of any of the other results. Going back to game three. What was happening? Okay, we hit this. Okay, so knight takes, bishop takes. Okay, and Sam is thinking here. But I'm assuming just this takes, and I don't see any super duper threats. Are we worried about this? Nope. Nope, that can't work. All right, what about queen d3? And then something like this. Okay. Oh, here. Oh, here. Okay, because there could be some checks here. Okay, one sec here. I may not even need to come back either. Queen d3. Oh, okay, I can check my way out, and then I can just... I think I could do something like this. Oh! Nope, nope, can't do that, can't do that. Yes, again! Yes, again! No, I can't do this. No! Okay. Oops. Okay, so knight takes has happened, so I'm sure Sam has figured out some way around this. Let's see what Sam has come up with. Queen d3 looks like the most interesting try. And maybe here is the best block. Because I defend this check, I block this check, and I'm defending. And oh, okay. I have to take with the pawn. I can't take with the knight. I don't know. Sam would be very happy going for this. Queen d3 is going to be an interesting move if it's played. We'll see what Sam has in store. Sure, I'm taking a deep tank here. And Sharam's a very strong tactical player. I've seen Sharam play a lot of kind of tricky queen endgames too, so I'm very sure queen d3 is what he's looking at. Because it is a dual attack, and it does have some threats, because any of the checks along here, if we ended up like blocking on f1, bishop up would be there. He'd probably look at this first and come to the same realization I did, that this doesn't work because the c1 is the defended square. We have our Tim Hortons tea or coffee. I don't know if it's just the webcam or the sun is shining in Sam's face. That would not be a very fun playing experience. Okay, what am I looking at? Still the same position here. Sam is waiting for Sharam's thought. Oh, it looks like it looks like Sam may have went in and put the curtain down. That's good. Sharam thinking hard about this move. I mean, this looks aggressive enough that I would probably try it regardless. Like, I don't see anything else that looks better. Because I think Sam has to see this move. Because we looked at this, and this should fall to just this. Knight to d2, bishop to b4. Oh no, we're losing the queen. Alright, I'll take my pawn then. Take my pawn. I won't checkmate you. I'll just take your pawn. Yeah. So what does Sam do then? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. Right. Has to see knight e to d2. And then maybe we just go after this pawn anyway. What's white doing? Is white threatening anything here? Well, the black is, aren't they? Oops! There are threats. Let's just remove those entirely. Alright, this game could be about to get exciting. Let's quickly go back to see George versus Paul here. How did they play this endgame? So he did play b4. Now we're moving the queen over. Rook up. Okay, alright. Trying to remaneuver our pieces here. Could we just play this? Oh, I guess this could get frustrating. Okay. That's why we played here to defend that, and then we're threatening this and this. So Paul still has to find defensive moves here. Plays rook to b2. That does not defend against queen b8 threats. And there shouldn't be any way to double gang up on this. Oh, yeah. Pins this. Why is chess so annoying? Oops. No, not that move. Okay, so this looks frustrating. But you do have a naked king. Maybe I can checkmate you or something. I think I'm just defending. No, Georges will not go for that. There's no need to play risky. I mean, you're up a pawn. You got the better pieces. Just maneuver until you find that it works. Oh, he's playing it. He's playing it. He's gonna go for queen takes b5. Did he miss queen takes e3, or does he see a resource that I did not see? He is a deep calculator. And Georges has 31 minutes. He can calculate all this out. Make sure it works. Lots of time. Lots of time. You can have 7 different clocks going. Well, this is probably another great opportunity to remind you that the Dalhousie socials do happen every Monday from 6 to 8 o'clock in the Dalhousie Student Union building next to the Greywood. They are also on Instagram and Facebook at Dal Chess. Follow them there. It's also open to everybody, so you don't have to be a student at Dalhousie to go to these things. You just go, show up, play chess. George is thinking quite a bit here. Oh, maybe he wants this check and this pawn. Is that different? That may be different. No, because then the rook loses control of that. And that's a risky endgame that we don't want to play. Looks like he moved the rook somewhere. Rook to f4? Well, my first instinct was I could still play queen takes e3, but then I think I'm getting checkmated. I'm pretty sure I'm getting checkmated here. Or if not, I'm losing the rook. I guess I'm losing the rook anyway. Am I getting checkmated? No, just take the rook. That's enough to force a resignation. Am I getting checkmated? That wins the queen. Yeah, I am getting checkmated. I don't think he'd play that. I think he probably calculated to see taking the rook, and that was it. That's probably as far as that calculation went. So we know that's not possible. It moved like g5. My point is, if the rook goes here, I can pin it, and I'm threatening to win it. That looks super frustrating. Do I have checks? Maybe I can force you into a dark square, and then play check? Hmm. And I'm assuming things like their back don't work because check. If I go to the back, I'm going to get mated. If I go up, perpetual? Oh, g5 may be a real chance here for Paul. g5 might have been a real chance. Because there's no threat. It doesn't seem to be kind of an anti against this. I don't. To then take the pawn. Alright, didn't happen. Well, here's the devil's advocate. What do I do after that? Can I do this? Uh, Ah! Everything's defended. Wait, can I go here? Oh no, everything's still defended. Yeah, I think we just take. This is not a threat. 2 pawns for 1, still up 2 pawns, becomes even clearer. Yeah, I think we'll see queen takes b5 now. Oh, Paul! Just so you can see, like, I haven't forgotten anything. Like, Sharam is still thinking on the other board. All right, Georges has just played his move. Looked like that was a queen takes b5. Probably sees the same thing we just saw. Queen takes e3, queen takes d5. Everything is very well defended with the extra pawn. You can throw a rook f7 check in there. Queen takes e3. And then I think just queen takes d5. Or rook f7, queen takes d5. All right, gonna switch over to the other board here. I think a move was just played. Sharam playing bishop to e7 decides that queen to d3 is not good. So Sam's gonna think here for a little bit. So let's go back to see if we can catch the finish of this game. Yeah, just queen takes d5 is taken. We're up 2 pawns. g5 no longer works because the queen defends it. Wants to come up with something fast. That king's looking pretty wide open. Queen to e2. Probably ideas like this and trying to get down here. Queen f7. Oh, mate's coming. No matter what, we go queen f8. And then checkmate. All right, so it looks like Georges won the game. It looks like we do have a resignation here from Paul. Yeah, they're moving around. Georges has won this game. Let's go back to their last exciting game here between Sam and Sharam. So far we have 2 decisive games. Can Sam just start trading things off here? Or am I going to run into trouble? Am I running into trouble? So this would be... Oh yeah, C1's covered. I have to do a different way. Here. Then here. Here would be bad. That's checkmate. Okay, well I have a threat. I have to start here too. Check here. Oh, okay, wait. Alright, okay. No, we're dropping pieces after that. So I think this actually forces the trade. A bishop for knight. Now we're in a queen endgame. I'm not really scared of this in a queen endgame, I don't think. Because this is going to be perpetual one way or another. Knight up may be interesting. Maybe we can play this way and go for the attack this way. That would be unfortunate. There's so many back rank problems. Maybe Sam should just play h3. Get rid of the back rank problems and keep playing chess. all the tactics I've looked at with queen d3 is back rank problems. Just play h3. Play h3. Get rid of the back rank problems. Every tactic Sharam has is back rank problems. It is two bishops versus two knights, though. That could get tricky. Does knight f6 trade anything off? He's gonna have to take it. Just play like that. Then my knight has to go somewhere. I think knight d6 is going to force off one of the bishops for a slightly weaker pawn structure. That may be better than keeping both knights on. What do we have for matchups in the next round? This round's not even over yet. I'm getting excited for the next round. Oh, we got Sharam and Felix. That'll be our master matchup next round. Paul and Sam, and Tanusri and Georges. Sam's thinking. He's got the hand on his forehead. That's the sign that it's like, I'm doing a last double check, but I'm about to touch a piece and move it. It looks like he's pulled himself back. He might have seen something. Oh, next round will be, is it 6 or 6:30? Let's quickly go to event details. Next round will be at 6:30 tonight. After this game ends, I've got another interview to put, and then I'll probably be back about 30 minutes or so before the 6:30 round to see if there's any other interviews to put up. Sure, I'm very low on time. We're going to be entering kind of blitz mode here soon. Okay, knight f to g5. Okay. All right, we got some threats. We got some threats. We have threat. That's a threat. Mate in 2. Shram can't do this. It's going to be checkmate. Don't want to do that. Always good to have a mate threat. So once again, this may actually force off some of the pieces. Probably want to leave queens on. Bishops would be better in endgames with pawns on both sides of the board. Knights are better in endgames with pawns on a single side of the board. If we get into a king and pawn endgame, though, these 2 pawns can force a pass pawn. And that could divert the king away, so Shram wants to be careful of that. I'm sure Shram is a very strong endgame player. Would always be aware of that. Preferably, Shram wants to keep both bishops and then slowly progress the position. Ideally, we would want to just trade queens here. Oh. What's that? Oh, yeah, we looked at this. That's right, queen b8, but the problem is now there's no mate threat here. But then I can't take back because we have a mate threat. Still some tactics to be played. f5, knight here, queen to d5. Well, first of all, we always try the checks. Forces the king there. Check, check. We have checks. I think white might win a pawn there. Hold on. So, queen to d5. Okay. So, first we try the check. King f7. Try this. Check, check. Okay, so king g7 runs into this. Can I go anywhere else? Like, what if I go here, queen c7, and then here? This looks rather safe. I can't do that because of this. Can't check here. There's mate threats everywhere. And, oh, and then I get too close. Okay, f5 may be an interesting idea here. I didn't play it, though. That's crazy. f5. Oh, wait, let's try to check first. What if I check first? Ah, okay. So, we can't do knight takes e6, but you know what? Now that the knight defends this square, this forces the king, and then I can take a check. And then we move. And then, do I move back? No, now I can do this check. 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 I'm just gonna make sure I don't get mated, but I'm not getting mated. Yeah, actually, I think f5 doesn't work. I think I get the check first. This check could be annoying. So he's just gonna take it, up, queen back. There's mate threat. Don't miss the mate threat. I'm gonna highlight it. Ding, ding, ding. Mate threat, mate threat. My opponent is threatening mate. This was not a defensive move. It was an aggressive move. Give yourself Luft. Free yourself. Notice the mate. Do not fall for mate. At some point, Sam has to just get annoyed and be like, I'm going to play h3. Okay, did I see a handshake? Is that an acceptance of a draw? I think I'm very comfortable if this is a draw position. There's no way there was Sam resigning to a mate threat. I think we have a draw. Yeah, there's discussions. I don't see either player crying. That is definitely a draw. So taking a look at the result after round 1, Sharam with 2 draws with a point. Felix having 2 points. Georges with 1.5, followed by Tanushree with 1. And Sam with the half point that we just saw. And Paul with no points yet. So Paul is going to be out for blood in round 3. 3 games in a single day. I'll tell you, we're just brutalizing these players. 3 games of chess in a day. I think 2 games is rough. I want a single game and then I want to rest for a day and then come back for the next one. Okay, so next round, I already said this, but wasn't it Sharam and Felix? And actually, Sharam is probably out for revenge. Felix did win against Sharam at the Blue Nose Open last weekend. So Sharam's going to want revenge and then would be able to tie that up. So we do have an exciting round 3, which will be our final game for the day. That's going to be at 6:30 today. And let's jump over to an interview where Sharam and Georges discuss their round 1 game.
All right. I don't know how to start these off, Jared. You did the last one, so you go.
I forget, but all right. So
Georges and Shriram.
Yeah,
how do you feel about the game?
I think we're both a little bit disappointed in the
Each
first
other?
game of the day.
I see.
that's pretty fair. You guys want to walk us through it, I guess? Tell us what you think.
All right.
I know there are a few moments where the crowd went a little wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Sriram does his usual Sriram stuff, and then
That
wait,
was a
keep
statement.
going forward. We'll pause. Okay, this move is the first move I wanted to talk about. G3. Yeah. So this move, when we played last time, he didn't play this move. So I have no idea what to do, and I was low-key kicking myself because I didn't look at this at all. So I've considered a lot of moves here.
So unprepared.
I thought about e6, bishop g2, d5, ed, but that's a Tarrasch. And then I thought about d5, bishop g2, e5, but I ended up going for g6. I guess he wants me to shut up, but...
But you guys were moving like with 100% accuracy for like the next few moves
move
too.
11.
This is all opening theory, and then
Which he didn't know.
Yeah, for him to say, I don't really know what's happening.
no, he knew it. There are a lot of other moves as well, so he was deciding. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I knew what the general idea is,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just...
Bishop g2,
Yeah, so
bishop
these are all
g7, castles,
natural moves.
castles, knight c3,
Yeah, and here there's a few options. Wait, go back.
queen.
So here, when I thought for a long time here, I was considering knight d4.
You did.
Which is which is the main line here. Knight d4, queen d4, d6.
Yeah.
And then, okay, the position is probably more equalish than what I played, but the more ambitious move, I think, is queen a5.
For sure.
And, okay, I was trying to be ambitious this game, but clearly I wasn't.
And then you stopped being ambitious?
Yeah, I guess.
So knight c2, I mean, okay.
That was a crazy move.
Yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about knight c2?
So, yeah.
Or, like, if you have any second thoughts?
No, just like judges, basically, there are a lot of options for white here in this g3 setup, but I did not particularly know about the queen a5 move, although very vaguely remember seeing this a long time ago. But then maybe knight c2 is not forced here. I felt like I should not take my knight back for no reason. In principle, I think it didn't look right, but then I also did not see queen h5. I underestimated queen h5 ideas for black after this. I thought knight c2, bishop d2 is going to consolidate. I can actually go rook b1 and then knight d5 is coming for me. But then looks like the engine doesn't like the move knight c2, right? Maybe there are better moves.
I mean, it says knight b3, but after
knight b3 was something I looked at briefly, but then I thought black will go queen b4 and then I need to go c5. That was
the
was
top
not
move
the kind
for
of
black is
position
still
I wanted
queen
to
h5 here,
yeah.
so your plan would have still panned out.
Maybe
but
okay, but knight c2, my thought process was
no, it makes sense.
At some point I can bring in my knight to e3 and then d5. That was the idea, but then again,
that's
there
fair.
are lots of different plans here for both sides, so
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
We move on. And let me move on.
Yeah. So after this, it follows with. Okay.
it's not loaded.
That's interesting.
I think it's because you did
Okay, yeah.
A little silly.
I think because you made a move.
Let's see.
It's reset it. What does that button do? There you go.
Magic.
Yeah.
Okay. D6. Do you want to explain D6?
No, it's just obvious.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so
Then-
obvious. No, that's
Okay.
what I'm
Bishop
saying.
d2, okay.
Bishop d2 and then queen h5.
Is the whole idea. Idea is to go bishop h3, knight g4, and try to checkmate white. But he went e4.
E4, bishop g4.
Okay, so go back one move. So I guess he was saying here that I should have gone queen d1, and it looks like queen d1 is the top move.
Yeah.
But
Queen d1, okay, yeah. But I was just thinking, if black keep the queens on the board, it can go bad for black quite quickly if black doesn't play right. I thought maybe queen into d1 and rook a d1. That ending is not as bad as it looks for black. That's my feeling. But then you see different things. I mean, he wanted to keep the queens on board and then
I mean, here
play the game,
my decision was influenced by, I thought the endgame was slightly worse for me, and I thought the positions were about equal, but okay, if we keep queens on the board, I thought, okay, the position is going to get a little bit more tactical, so might as well keep the queens on if they're objectively equal.
Delay the endgame.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough. No, this was a good move. Nothing was bad about this, I'm pretty sure. And then, obviously, f3, bishop there. Then you played b3.
Yeah, b3 I wasn't really expecting at all, but it's just a move. I think white can play a lot of different moves that are all about very similar.
So maybe I b3 was just too quick. Maybe I should have played rook c1 at some point and waited. I mean, avoided playing b3 early on. But again, just it's not a mistake as such. But
no, I was looking at the engine. This was actually the top move.
Okay.
So
This is when I showed up and I was like, what is happening?
Yeah, b3.
Oh no, actually this wasn't the top move. The top move was queen d2.
Move,
yeah.
So this was a second or third.
Queen e2. Queen e2 is something.
E2 was top move.
I briefly considered, but then point is I don't know what the engine is thinking about this
the
move,
engine's thinking this.
No, but then I wanted to go knight e3 and knight d5 at some point.
Knight e3, d5.
But if I have my queen on
that's
e2,
fair.
if I have my queen on e2, he always has knight d4 coming in. I wasn't sure if I should go queen e2, too early.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like this was the best choice for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Every time you make moves that are outside of... Okay.
B3 it is, and then takes. Then we do...
Rook d8.
Rook d8. Pretty logical.
Yeah,
Any
line the
comments?
rook up with the queen.
Apparently it was a bad move, but hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, rook d8. I mean, I think it's not a bad move, I would say, but then not a natural move. I mean, as black, you would go rook c8 and a6 b5 at some point, but judges wanted to probably play e6 d5 too.
Yeah.
So that's.
I think maybe it's the wrong plan though.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, it didn't matter in the game, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then knight here. That was a crazy move, Shriram.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Any comments?
It's basically a blunder. I just
You just forgot.
No,
basically.
knight d5 is what I basically thought the black rook. I mean, I don't know how, but black rook is basically look like, it's on c8.
So
that's
okay.
fair. Okay, that
And
makes
then
more sense.
I basically played it so quickly, just like a rapid or blitz game. And then my analysis was if knight takes d5, I'd go ed5 and bishop into a1. Now I thought for some reason I have d into c6 and c into b7. There's a fork.
Yeah.
Which is not something I would want to.
Which was not the case actually.
No.
And I really felt bad about this. Maybe, I mean, that's not the kind of chess I want to play.
It happens.
But fortunately, there is
Still compensation.
There
was
is a bit of
compensation,
compensation.
yeah.
Fortunately, it's not outright blunder. But then queen f5 I had seen actually. I was considering queen c before. I mean, after I blundered with knight d5, I had seen queen f5. But I didn't expect him to go knight b8, and that gave me some chance, some hopes there.
Yeah, this and then.
That was a.
Yeah, I guess in hindsight it's really dumb, but I was just worried about him pushing his pawns up the board or something. Probably I saw some ghosts.
No. We thought your plan was b8 into a6 into.
Yeah,
here.
I was like, that's an interesting.
No, he wanted to go knight d7. And
No,
you want a knight
I didn't really
d7?
ever want to go to a6. Like I never.
No,
wanted
into c5.
Yeah, I thought
No,
maybe you were
think
trying to
C5
rewrote it.
It's not really the plan. I think the main idea that I was just thinking is that either way the knight's probably going to go to d7, but this way I don't allow like f4, f5 with tempo in the future. But I think on knight e5, the line I was worried about was knight d4 here. And then originally I thought queen d3. But then I thought he had queen b2. And I just felt like my queen is very offside here. So it just didn't feel right to me, but okay, the engine says that this is like +1 or something.
Yeah.
So
is it like very safe?
-1.
It's
queen on
it's
d3.
almost
I mean,
even.
I think white is just lost fine because
really?
I can't mobilize my pieces anyway. So I want to play maybe rook e1, rook e3 and things like that, but there's no time, right? So
yeah, maybe, but okay, we can go back.
I should somehow bring my bishop into the a1 h8 diagonal. So if I can't do that, it's tough.
Okay, so I went knight b8, and now I felt like I was worse. I didn't like my position anymore. It just felt very cramped.
Again, maybe I should have taken some time here. Knight d4 was okay.
Yeah, knight d4 was what I was expecting.
But then I wanted to get that bishop in, bishop to c3.
Yeah.
And then the diagonal. And knight d3 looked, again, I got carried away as well. So
that's fair. I mean, Georges was setting up the board for the next game, so.
So knight e3, queen f6.
I'm kidding, don't kill me.
But queen f6, which is the first choice here? Queen e5 or queen f6?
I think it was f6, as far as I remember.
Queen f6?
Yeah.
Queen f6?
Okay, I go queen c2 is correct here.
I thought you should have gone queen b3.
I was worried about queen b again.
What?
Yeah.
No, but then you go rook f2 and you just
I think
sack.
you can pull up the
then
analysis.
I thought you'll
if
get
you
one
want
tempo
now.
when you go knight d7 and knight
gonna-
e5. You'll attack my queen, right? So that was the thing.
Well,
I already had it cropped.
Yeah, that's fair. Doesn't matter.
So
I'm just saying next time we can have it up. Yeah.
Okay, so I went Queen G7. Probably this is not a good idea, but I really have no idea what else
That was actually
Queen?
not a bad move.
Yeah.
According to the engine.
Okay, but after Bishop C3 was F6 bad?
Oh, that was a great move.
F6.
That was the only thing that equalized the position.
Yeah, because
No,
I was
what
thinking
is-
Queen F8, then F4, F5.
What F4, F5?
If I go Queen F8, you go F4.
No, I will not go F4. What will I go F4?
F4 is Queen F8, F4 is 100% the best move. Instead of F6, go back one move. No.
I will
Go
take
back.
my
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I will take my
Go
time,
Queen
right?
F8. F4 here, I think is just.
No, I
very
think
good.
I'll go Knight G4 or Queen D2 or something like that. No, I'll go Knight G4 first. Planning Knight H6, man. That's gonna be slightly.
But then I
different.
can go H5.
A Knight H6. Okay, H5. Okay.
I don't think that makes much sense.
No, but with H5 now that's a weakness, right? I go F4, F5 later on then.
Yeah, I guess.
H5 is a problem, but no, I think F6 is much safer than Queen F8. Trust me.
Yeah.
No, F6 was the best move.
Okay.
Yeah.
F6 I thought.
But
was
then,
good.
but after,
plus.
Well, I played this game.
Fist bumps for everybody.
but after
You drew anyway, so.
Yeah, but it's like I had a nice position, right? So
Yeah.
no, but
He
Yeah,
was
but
up a bit of
only-
material.
Queen D2.
Yeah. Queen D2.
no. The problem is, I mean, Black is not losing, but the point is, practically speaking, it's very, very.
It's easier to play white here.
Yeah.
Like
It's
it,
very-
Sure.
black might be slightly better,
It's
but
not so easy for.
it's
Black
No,
is-
this was technically even according to some crazy computer
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
But
Mhm.
unfortunately, we're not crazy computers.
So Knight D7 is fourth. Okay, so Knight C2.
That was not a bad move. Yeah.
What's the only move? Right? I don't
Yeah.
know what else you do.
I don't
Okay, so
know.
here Rookie is like again, it's the only move I think. I don't really see anything else.
But judges
Yeah.
decided with Queen G7 F6 plan very quickly. I thought
Yeah.
maybe I could put into some
Time trouble, yeah.
time trouble
Yeah.
because
No, I'm tired of getting into time trouble against you and then blundering. Like, it makes me so mad every
That's
single
fair.
time.
That's bro's
But then
learning.
he decided on that defense very quickly. Rook E8, Knight C2. I don't know if this is the best possible.
I don't think it was, but it was a good idea to get the knight
get
there.
the knight to.
But then now
E5,
I
E6.
see that now when I see Knight C2, Knight D4, maybe I tend to think that Knight D4 initially was the best move than Knight E3.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
never do
Yeah,
going
you
Knight
just
C2.
went back there anyways. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen F7.
Good move.
Yeah, knight out.
Good.
And then here I should go A6. Yeah, that was the last
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last sort of big mistake.
Well, I mean, you drew anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, okay, well, we don't have to talk about that. Like, we can't talk about what actually happened.
That's true.
But okay, A6. A6 would have been
No,
better.
Knight E6, this is where the game ended, first of all.
Yeah. Here's the game ended, yeah. I
Right.
offered a draw here.
And the board just tracked the next few moves that you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
tried out. Yeah, yeah.
I was considering Rook E3, but then Knight C5, and then I thought I had to play Knight E6 myself.
Look, even if we trade knights and he gets a rook on E6, like
Yeah.
I don't see what I'm
No,
supposed
but
to
the point
do.
is, if you
Yeah.
get B5 on time, you have some counterplay.
I was worried about, like, let's say a knight gets traded on E6. Like, I'm just
Yeah.
speaking hypothetically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then a bishop's on D4, your pawn's on
That's-
A4.
that's bad for
You can
black.
go like A5
That's
or
bad for
something.
black.
It just looks terrible for me.
If
I have no plans.
I get that position on the board,
You have
I
chances,
would
yeah.
have played definitely. But the point is, I don't have time to play. Let's say I can play Knight E6 here, but then I still think Black has some chance to go A6 and B5, just to break my pawn structure, and then it's not easy. If I get to play maybe Knight E6, Bishop D4, and then Queen B4, something like that, just like Judge just said, I think White is much better there. But
Mhm.
I'm not sure I have that much time there.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's fair.
yeah, the engine says equal. I think, though, I
Yeah.
was defending here. If I found A6, like, okay, pretty clearly that I shouldn't have offered a draw, but okay, I didn't find A6, and now the position just becomes more difficult.
Yeah.
He has enough time to maybe go A4, A5, or something like that, or Knight
That's
E6.
true. Like
Yeah.
you were too low on time to do anything else here. To
Yeah.
be honest.
Well, I had 8 minutes. That's a lot of time.
There is increment.
Yeah,
The-
8
well-
minutes is a decent amount. Like, I know I had like what 1/4 the time he did, but like
Yeah, exactly. Like.
No, but the problem it just
Yeah.
takes
it's. I don't think
2-3
it's very
more
difficult.
moves to get into
Yeah.
very serious time
Well,
trouble.
I don't need to think about any of my moves. What am I doing? I'm just moving back and forth, right? It's up to you to find a plan.
Exactly, that's true. That's
Yeah.
I think I could make like 10 moves from here in like 30 seconds each at best.
That's pretty fair.
And then-
Do you want to play a game like that?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You could have just.
No, at least you weren't in like Paul's
I think it was a
position.
good moment to offer a draw because
Yeah, that's true. That
he has
was-
every right to press here.
I think maybe 5-6 moves more. I think White also gets more clarity on what's happening on the board, right? Maybe
Yeah.
I would go
Yeah.
H4, H5 or something.
Yeah, I
like that.
think maybe some spectators were like, okay, well, it's not really clear
Yeah.
if it's a real draw yet, so it might be like pretty early to offer this. I do
Yeah.
admit that. But okay, I didn't want to defend for another game.
Yeah.
That's I would have probably done the same when you're down to 8 minutes and your opponent has got double the time. But then I'm not sure. So I think I should have at least considered playing h4, h5, or I'm not sure if
a4 or something like that.
a4 too.
Yeah.
With a4, I was worried about knight c5 because then I can't play knight e6. Your b3 pawn is hanging. Then I had to play a5 there. So I wasn't sure. So. And then the point is,
what's the move here again? It wasn't 96, right?
No, it's rook e3.
No,
it's rook e3.
Rook.
Okay.
Yeah, rook
so
e3.
with rook e3, can you basically play out play the moves rook e3 and knight?
No, that's not e3.
Oh, my bad.
POV 1300.
Okay.
We're not that good.
So
we can't read the board.
Black can go knight c5. Here, what is it saying?
We don't have the analysis
we
up.
don't have the analysis.
We can open
the. That's good.
You might as well.
That's good. Knight c5. Okay. That's
Wait,
fine.
just quickly skip down to it. Yeah. No, that's a bit too far.
Yeah.
Right there.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
Rook e6. Okay, wait. I'm
knight
getting there.
c5 is what I was thinking, and now the problem is, I cannot go.
Where's the analysis?
I cannot go.
There it is.
Knight e6.
It says queen e2.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should pull up the eval bar too.
Okay, I should stop him from playing e5. Okay, all right. What if he goes a6 here?
What if he goes a6 here?
After queen e2?
Yeah.
Oh, he will.
a4?
a6.
a4. Yeah.
Okay, I
a6
just
is
stop
best.
everything. No. Okay, I can now go a5. Okay, I think that sounds
Then
promising.
f5.
Yeah, I also had some ideas of sacking on e6 with if your queen went to e3 first, but now you have the backwards battery, so like I can't even do that.
Oh, okay.
Like the
no,
rook is
not
better
f5.
placed.
F5 looks.
F5
really
is the best. Ooh,
best.
Yeah. That
Opening
evens
up
it
that
out.
diagonal.
That is like not a move I would play. I'm going to be honest.
I don't think
Go
that's a
back and
move a
back.
human would play.
Again, yeah, like Jurgis said,
Probably like rook c7 or something. Just do nothing.
Like
C7.
yeah.
a5. I'll
Rook
go
down.
a5, right?
Yeah, no, I got that.
I go a5, right?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Rook
A5.
c7 is a mistake.
Oh, I should go b5. Okay, go back. Then I should go b5.
No, my knight is on d4. You can't do that.
The engine said b5 is best. Did it?
F5.
Oh, f5. It says f5. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think like Jurgis pointed out, it's very difficult to
more
play with the
difficult
black
than I
pieces
thought.
practically
Yeah,
speaking,
no, this
so.
is just annoying.
Like I think you can hate on me for this game for playing
No
knight
one's
b8.
hating.
Well, b8 deserves a lot of hate, but the rest of it, like offering a draw here, I think now that I'm seeing
everything
it,
else was played,
but
but
it's more difficult.
I would have
than I
probably
thought.
Yeah.
I showed up to the tournament a bit late because of some issues, but I saw your guys' game and you had like a 99.1% accuracy.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but
guys were
what,
going
20
crazy.
games in?
No, the problem is accuracy is just
I don't
very,
think
very
it
relative.
matters. 'Cause
Yeah.
we both had like 8 moves that were probably all like
Correct. Yeah.
Book moves,
right.
yeah. But no, I was just like, that's still cool
I would
though.
have probably
Still
played
cool.
this on, but then except that after this knight d5 blunder,
Yeah.
I wasn't confident anymore.
Shriram sat up and he was like, well.
I
It's
mean, we
over.
both had probably declined draw offers and then played before. I think both of us probably ended up making blunders after that. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every time I've offered a draw, Sriram has accepted though. So
Yeah, there you go.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I usually what I do is I decline the draw, then play
Yeah.
3 moves, realize I'm screwed, and
Yeah.
then agree to the draw. Yes,
Gotta respect
True,
your
true,
just
true,
right.
true.
that's what happened all the other times.
Yeah, no.
but-
No, but that's pretty fair. I think
No,
we're
that was,
well over 15 minutes, but
Yeah, I think that was a
Yeah,
20-minute interview.
no.
Alright, well.
good interview.
I love the Dow
Good
Chess
interview.
Club.
I love the Dow Chess Club.
I love the Dow Chess.
I'm wondering what is Chris thinking about my knight d5 moves.
Oh, you'll have to
Chris
watch
was
the live.
Chris was talking.
He was talking. He was saying some
about
stuff.
knight b8 too.
Yeah.
He's not in the tournament though.
No,
Yeah.
that's pretty fair. He had some
All
good
right, well,
analysis
thank
too.
you for the interview,
Yeah.
No problem, yeah.
All right.
So you guys,
Just don't be
Yeah.
too critical though.
See you guys later for your next game.
Like we're.
All right, everyone. There was our interview with Jurgis and Shriram about that round 1 game. Very interesting analysis there. And so round 3 is going to be tonight at 6:30. So we're going to take a quick break here. I have no other interviews lined up at this point. And we'll be back in just about an hour and we'll go live and see some of the results and things and get everything set up for the next round. So go have a snack, have some supper, do what you like, and we'll be back. We'll be back here shortly. It's not that one. I want this. Boom! Welcome back to the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. We have so far completed 2 rounds, and we have round 3 coming up shortly. Let's take a quick look at the results. So far, National Master Felix Marchand is in the lead with 2 points. About to play black against Shahram Sarja with 1 point, so Shahram will be looking for a win there to try to tie for the lead, unless Georges Capra gets another win, and then would be at 2.5. George is currently at 1.5. Sam versus Paul Deck, so 0.5 point versus 0. Both of them want to get higher on the board, so that could be an exciting game. And of course, Tanushree with 1 win and 1 loss and 1 point so far. So before we head into the game, we're going to head over into the interview between Felix and Tanushree about their round 2 game.
So, Tanushree and Felix, you guys played a wonderful game. Now walk us through it and what you guys thought was good, what you guys thought was bad, and what made you sad.
Sad with this.
Yeah.
And now it's like a modern kind of.
Yeah, defense.
Yeah, so this is like a typical line in the modern. I was a bit surprised by knight c6 because usually people castle here. But I think this is a line, right? So it's not.
None of my
and then
go like this.
Knight e5. So now I probably have like a slight advantage, right? Because of like the double pawns. Yeah, the bishop's a bit blocked.
Is that part of the opening?
Not really.
No.
I just played it out of my life.
What was your idea going into
Takes.
takes?
I was thinking like I could get out the double 2 pawn with e6.
Yeah.
I don't know any other way to do so.
Right.
And also my bishop was a little bit stuck there.
Right.
Yeah.
But
You
you
can also
missed.
use the thing if you want to.
That's alright.
I was surprised by e6 right away. Because I thought it ran into this. Like I thought maybe you'd castle first and then go a6.
You always like attacking the king side.
Yeah, that's true. Like if it castle,
Like that when you attack
I can go like g4,
yeah,
h4.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was afraid of that, so.
So yeah. But
Is
here,
that trying to undouble the pawns?
yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, and then king
But
f8
she
is the
missed.
best move here. That's crazy.
King f8.
You know, who was it that played King of Fate recently? It was
Yeah.
Samuel.
Yeah,
Samuel
yeah.
played it against.
In your
Who did
game.
he play against? Yeah, in your game.
King f1, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
King F1, right.
Yeah. Yeah, because this, it just gives you double pawns, I think. Yeah, here I think I should have taken on f7. I wasn't really sure. I think I like underestimated the position after like takes. Did you think I was gonna take on f7 here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like
That is the best move.
If you take on f7,
takes.
Because King has to take, and then you could take the bishop anyway.
Yeah.
Or, huh?
I wasn't.
No, I was
Wasn't
gonna
sure.
take queen to
the queen trade.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wait,
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I was gonna do knight f5. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was gonna do knight.
I guess I just have queen f3 and then queen b7 and then
Right now, it's as white is winning.
yeah.
Okay.
White is gonna be winning no matter what, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, instead I took
Okay.
because I thought it's still a good position for me. I think
Yeah.
because of those
Why is
weaknesses.
that like white?
When you go into a theoretical position, it does it.
I thought this happened in the game though.
Yeah, this is the game. Yeah.
Just don't question it.
But why is it? Oh wait, I think it's because you're probably in a you're not in the main line anymore, right?
Yeah, but it's fine.
Oh, okay. Is it fine?
Yeah.
We're still on the game.
Dude, it's like,
Why-
who
why is it
cares?
white?
It's you're focusing on the wrong thing here.
Yeah, so I went. Yeah, I think queen e7 is a good move because
Yeah, I don't want to exchange queens.
yeah, exactly. And I missed your idea like later on to go long castles.
We need to.
Yeah, I was also thinking of knight a3 here
I was also thinking of that.
to try to go like knight c4.
And then attack the e5.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure. I thought knight c4 was also a good square for it. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by h6. Did you want to go like g5 and like?
No. Because if I like go knight g, my plan was to go knight g7 and the castle, but then you have bishop g5. So
Yeah, but you have bishop f6, right?
yeah,
Oh.
like bishop into bishop and then queen to bishop and then you like long castle.
Yeah.
I was just like thinking.
But like
I
your
don't
bishop,
really
your
trade.
your bishop was blunted, right? So like
Yeah, I should trade it.
maybe it was good. But okay, I don't think.
Tanisha, you don't really like trading your bishops, do you?
But I actually missed. Like I thought you wanted to go short castles. I didn't really like See your idea of long castles? Yeah, knight d7. h4, yeah, long castles. And queen f2, just so that you don't have like knight c5 or knight b6.
I didn't get the queen f2 idea. I thought you were going to like queen g3 and then that's
well, yeah, that was one of my ideas of putting the queen there.
Okay, knight c5 and
well, no, like to stop knight c5 and knight b6. Yeah. Yeah, this was a smart reroute. I kind of missed it, like to go to d4. So I couldn't like make a nothing move here. So okay, here you're already like coming back to equal kind of. I did not consider this move that the engine's suggesting.
What?
It's weird. Okay, yeah, but then you have bishop f6.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then knight rook into g2. But I don't want my like rooks like that, you know. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to take the
yeah, okay, queen f7. Yeah, I expected like queen f7 or queen f6. See, so I just went here to like stop you from ever going knight d4. Okay, bishop f6.
I was just making random moves because I didn't have a plan really.
I thought you might be trying to get in g5, so.
I was trying to, but then I don't know.
Yeah, I just brought. Yeah, I brought the king up because I wanted to like reroute the knight here.
Yeah, I didn't see that idea. I was like, would you play king c2? I like.
Yeah, I feel like my knight's better placed on d3 than on e2. Okay, you were trying to go knight c4, so I just went here. Yeah, I was a bit surprised you went back because I feel like.
Yeah, like I told you, I really had no plan, so I was just making moves and see what's your plan.
Okay, apparently this is again the best move. Okay, that has to be to go g5.
I was thinking of it, but I didn't want my rook to leave the open file.
Yeah.
That's not a very human move to make.
Yeah, exactly. Here. Okay, knight c1. Queen e7.
Oh yeah, that was a tactic here where like you hunt the queen down.
Well, now it's just because like I think I can win the pawn now. Because were you thinking like takes and then rook d8, h8?
No, rook d
Yeah, rook dg8.
Yeah, rook dg8.
Yeah, but like I thought I could trade first.
And then.
But yeah, this was nice because I still can't take here because you have rook g8. Yeah, and then the queen defends.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Okay, I actually was considering b4 here to put the knight on b3, but I didn't really think it was probably the best idea. But
wait, what's the best move?
It's like b4.
Oh.
So you could put knight.
But I think knight d4 is still decent.
Rook d1, yeah.
Okay, rook d1. Yeah, queen e8 to defend the pawn.
Oh, we're getting to the part where the.
What the heck? Rook h1 is the best move here? Rook h1. Oh my god. What the heck?
Again, computers.
Wait, what did I go? Oh yeah, I did this because I thought you were gonna like, if I didn't do anything, you were gonna play g5. And then I didn't want to like get your rook open, so I wanted to like close the file when you do it.
And I didn't play yet?
Yeah, you played it. Then I went h5. Queen e7. Yeah, b6 was a good move just to like stop anything from going to c5. Yeah, I had a slow plan here. It was just to do this and try to like attack this pawn. Okay, yeah, rook e8 to try to go queen e3, right? Queen a3. Yeah. I went here. It's also kind of a waiting move. Yeah, queen a3, king d1. You just waited. Yeah, and then here, went here. And then the queen's trap.
The eval bar goes crazy.
Because now, like, she can't take.
Yeah.
Because.
Bishop e1.
Yeah, bishop e1, and then the queen has just no squares.
I totally missed that. I was like.
There was also another thing where if you go to queen d5, or not d5, sorry, c5, or b5.
Yeah, then I have.
Yeah, that.
It's nice.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, because of the pin on the e6 pawn.
That was rough.
Yeah. No. Okay,
oh, this happened. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot.
And then, okay, this is kind of nice because you can't take the.
It's just over by now.
Yeah.
Good game.
Good.
What was your plan putting your queen like on a3 and a5 and everything?
So, like,
just, like way back. Like you kind of just charged in with the queen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so basically the queen, like, a5. So I was, like, thinking of him going, like, rook c1, or, like, even if he goes, like, rook to d, I was, like, thinking queen b5, so that I could escape my queen. Or, like, rook c1, then, like, king b7, or queen b5. I was just thinking I'd go queen b5, whether you played any move, but then I didn't see the knight c4.
Because I think if I don't, like, at first, like, I saw knight c4, but I didn't see, like, rook d5 right away. So I was thinking of, like, lines like this, where you'd go, yeah, maybe knight a5. But I was thinking something like this, where at the very minimum I had, like, bishop takes b6.
Yeah, I was also thinking of bishop.
Yeah, but then when I realized rook d5, then...
Here also I didn't say rook d5. I was thinking quick bishop to pawn.
Yeah, but I feel like when you go here, it also, like, allows, like, this bishop takes b6 idea. I think I also was thinking, like, somewhere here. Or no, maybe not.
No, like...
There was some other point where I was thinking of, like...
I should have just gone back, yeah.
The idea with queen a3 originally was to just take the pawn on a2. Was that the plan?
Yeah, and then, like...
Just to, like, put pressure on
the king.
Like, I was thinking of bishop f8 and, like, bishop a3 unlock.
Yeah, but the problem is just, like, your bishop.
Yeah, my bishop, yeah.
It's just completely stuck behind all the pawns.
That was tragic.
Yeah.
What if it went to bishop f8 and try to get the bishop out?
You couldn't.
To, like, c5.
They would attack my e5 pawn.
Yeah, but actually...
But what if you went bishop e6? Or d6, sorry.
Bishop d6.
It's really not doing anything.
Probably the idea is to go bishop c4. Oh, no, then I can trap your queen. With knight c4. So, okay, apparently I'm supposed to go queen h1. What's the idea? Oh, okay, that just traps your queen. Wait, but here? Okay, I'm supposed to, like, go here and maybe sack. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But it's equal, though.
Yeah, bishop f8.
I think doubling those pawns actually just completely killed your bishop at the start.
Yeah, but I think this one was actually doing, like, a good job because it was protecting my knight from, like, jumping into any of, like, f5 or d5.
Yeah, it was just the e5.
Yeah. It's just queen a5, which kind of ended the game.
I should have thought more. Time to.
Yeah, you did. You had more time than colleagues did.
Yeah.
No, it was really funny. You played that move and then, like, Richter went over because he thought the board bugged out again.
Oh. Wait, when did the board, like...
Oh, here. Hold on. You know how you take the rook here? The board thought you played...
57?
What was it?
No,
No. Yeah, the rook thought colleagues played this, and then you played this, and somehow this was the position the board ended up with.
Yeah, I've seen, like, a few DGT mistakes before, too, like...
And then the game just continued. That was crazy.
Wait, and then queen to g6.
No, yeah, the game thought it just continued normally. Like, the board thought it continued normally, so it was like this, and then Richter had to come and fix it, so that it was, like, you know, sane again, like this, and that everything was back to normal. But no, that was the craziest DGT thing ever. Like, hold on, where was it? Oh wait, no, it wasn't here, it was there. That is wild.
This is the last game of today, right?
No, there's one more.
Oh, there's one more.
There's 3 rounds today, 2 rounds tomorrow.
Oh, 2 rounds tomorrow. Okay.
Alright, well, Felix and Tanushri, thank you for the interview. Good luck in your next games.
Thank you.
I know it won't be against each other, but still win. See you guys later.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Dalhousie Chess Championship. We are getting ready to start round 3, the final round of the day. We have made our players play 3 rounds in a single day. Another quick look at the results here. Sharam with 1 point, Khalid in the lead with 2, followed by Georges with 1.5, Tanushri with 1, and Sam with 0.5, and Paul with 0. So we've got a big master matchup between Sharam and Khalix that'll be happening on board 1 tonight. And Sam and Paul are playing each other. Both of them are going to want that win to get back up the leaderboard, so that could be an exciting game. And, of course, Georges Capra versus Tanusri. And we should have some exciting games here. So let's quickly go over to our webcams here. Let's see. It looks like players are sitting at the board. I see Paul smiling at the camera. Excellent. I see a big trophy on board 1. That will block our view of the board, of course, but very nice trophy that we have here. So yeah, so far we've seen some great games. Very entertaining chess, some interesting lines. Crazy positions. And we've got more tonight. And then 2 more games tomorrow. So, of course, the schedule for tomorrow will go live at about 9:45 a.m. tomorrow morning for round 4. And then the final rounds at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So make sure you tune in tomorrow as well for more exciting chess. All right, here we go. We do see the players making their way to the board. Strong players just nonchalantly walk over to the board. There's no 5 minutes early here, except for Paul. So this will be a rematch on board 1. Sharam versus Felix played last tournament. The Blue Note Open last weekend. And Felix was black in that game as well. So this is going to be a rematch. I'm trying to think of what the opening was. I'm curious if either player will attempt to repeat, go for a sideline, or just play something completely different. Let's see if I can quickly see what happened. I haven't reviewed the games from last week yet. Last weekend, yes. Okay, so last week it was... So Sharam had played in English. In English, okay. All right. You see Felix's parents in the background of the camera there. There we go. Looks like we're starting some of the games here. Let's go right to board 1 here. Let's transition right over there. Wait for the start of the snap, and I'm kind of curious to see what the first few moves are going to be. Hello and welcome back. The clock has been started. I think the clock's been started. Sure, I'm thinking. What do I want to play? I've already played 2 games today. I played Felix last tournament. Oh, we have C4. We do have a repeat. Shrum says, I'm going to try the English again. Now, Khalid has to be thinking, wow, okay, well, we're playing the English again. Is Khalid going to try a different opening? Is he scared that Shrum might have prepared something? Okay, so we do have knight to f6, so far the same. I suspect Sharam has an improvement somewhere in here. And I suspect that Khalix may also have an improvement or will deviate early. One of them is probably going to deviate early. Knight to c3 is still the same move. Let's just quickly check in on our other 2 boards here. Let's see kind of what the openings have been. All right, so we go to board 2 here, which is Paul against Sam. What is going on? Okay, we have a French defense here, knight d2. interestingly enough, this is actually what Sam plays against the French, so Sam would have something prepared for this, or at least know the ideas here quite regularly as well. Over to board 3. Looks like we have a Queen's Gambit. No, sorry. We have a French exchange with C4. The Monte Carlo variation, actually one of my favorites. So this could be an exciting game. All right. Back to Felix versus Sharam here. Sharam versus Felix. We're still in the same opening. So last weekend, Sharam played G3 in this position. I think Sharam is thinking, do I want to play that same variation again? Do I want to try a different variation? Have I made better improvements than Felix has in this position? We're going to get down to the psychology here. These two players have played quite a few games. Sharam is thinking. So we know it's not because he doesn't know the position. He played this exact same position last weekend. He's just deciding, what type of game do I want to play? He knew he was coming into this event. He would have known the pairings in advance. So both of these players would have been able to prepare something. Looks like I saw a knight hop there. So I think knight to f3 has been played, which is a deviation over the game from last weekend. Yeah, so knight to f3 is played. So we're definitely far away from the game last weekend because it was a system with g3 and knight to h3 was played. Now we've got a more kind of regular, so Felix will respond as expected with d5 in the center. This is the point of e6 to defend that square. Bust through. I think now Sharam has kind of shown his hand with knight to f3, so we're going to see these opening moves a little bit quicker here now. This is now transposed into a Queen's Gambit decline. With knight to f3. And c5. This is, I believe, what are we? Are we in the we're in the Tarrasch variation now, I think. Yeah, so very common theoretical stuff. And I believe usually you exchange here, and the point is at some point you'll leave black with an isolated queen pawn. The side with the isolated queen pawn, even though they have this weakness that's theoretically an endgame weakness, potentially, they usually have extra space and have some attacking chances, because both bishops will be opened up. Sharam does go for that. Oh, c takes d4. Oh, hang on. Hang on here. I thought e takes d5 is kind of the normal move here. And at some point you may lose a tempo. Like if you put the bishop here and then have to take again. Okay, so it looks like we're taking here. Okay. So queen takes. And now I'm sure we'll see takes with the pawn. So we know we're going to end up with an isolated queen pawn game. Sharam very quickly, bishop to g5. This line is known to both of them. We're going to see, I'm sure, a bishop to e7. I shouldn't say that. That actually could get complex. Maybe bishop e6 is what Felix is planning. The issue with this is there's some weird lines here with this, and you can't take here because this check loses the queen. But I think it's queen. Oh, I haven't seen these lines in so long. Queen a4 check. And then I think we can come back. Like, if something like bishop to d7 is played, I think we come back here. And then we're just okay that, you know, if black exchanges things off, like bishops or knights, etc., this, as we approach an endgame, this should get weaker and weaker. So, let's see what cliques. So, we do have bishop e7. We're not going for this line here. We're going to go for e3. And we have a game. All right, popping back over to board 2 here. Looks like we're still thinking with this position here from the opening. Sam has played knight to c6, and Paul's thinking a little bit. Let's move 5. This should be at least relatively well known, so might be thinking of which variation he'd like to play. Okay, well, he's tanking, so let's go back to Tanusri versus Georges here. And yeah, we're still in the opening. Looks like this knight came up pretty quickly, so bishop e2, sure, makes sense, develop the bishop, and because we've wasted a tempo, now we can exchange. So one of the key points here is, you know, we don't want to take here and allow white to do this in one single move. We'd rather white take 2 moves to get to that same position. So for example, if you look at this, and black castles, it's this position with white to move. And if we go back to the game, after bishop to e2, here, it's the exact same position, but now it's black to move. So you save a move by making white waste a move to take 2. So we've got rook there, and it looks like knight's coming up to e5 in order to block the check. Very aggressive position. And the bishop to e6 offered. And, oh, okay. For a second, I thought we were dropping a piece, but the knight defends that as well. Good. Georges is not dropping pieces. Both players look semi-comfortable in this position. I mean, both have played relatively quickly. Georges taking a bit of a think here now. I mean, probably just continue the system of development. Might be thinking of taking here. So the issue is, when this knight is pinned, that's great. That's awesome. Knight's pinned. Now that we've castled, this knight can actually move away. It could go over to e4 at some point if this knight goes away or go do other things. So, you know, do we want to take it? The answer is usually no, because I shouldn't say usually no, but, you know, this structure is very strong. And, of course, the bishop has a new way out and could control some key squares up here at some point. Some players prefer to keep the isolated pawn. Some people like playing with the isolated pawn. Some people like playing against the isolated pawn. So we'll see what these players prefer here. You can also simplify and just develop pieces. d7, knight d7, c5? Maybe c5, maybe knight to c6. All of these things look within the realm of normal. So Georges is debating which way to play the game. Going back to Sharam and Felix. All right, many moves played. e3, castles, rook to d1, bishop to e6, and bishop to d3. So both players very comfortable, I think, with this opening line. Knight to c6 looks normal. Developing a knight, hitting a queen. Queen's going to go somewhere. Maybe over here with threats of taking and then working with the bishop for mate. Queen a4 is usually a pretty well protected square as well. H6 is a very interesting choice, but you know what? It makes sense what I just said. I said knight to c6 and queen here could be a decent idea. I guess you'd have to watch out for h6 there too. The point may be when you play h6, when the bishop goes back, the queen doesn't have that option over there. Yep. Oh, and all this is being played live on the board. Perfect. I don't even have to go to the analysis board. Both players playing extremely quickly here. We're 12 moves in, so this tells me both are very comfortable with the line, comfortable with the position. Still waiting to see when someone's going to deviate. Rook d2. Okay, depending laterally, yeah. I don't see that very often. Makes perfect sense, though. At some point, we're going to want to lift the rook and castle and bring the rook behind it, so we're going to be doubled up against the isolated pawn, preventing the isolated pawn from pushing up the board. So this just lifts it before castling. There's no danger to the king. Defend the b pawn laterally. Usually someone deviates before you get to the end of your line. We have many opening lines, about 25, 26 moves deep, that most people just don't want to play into. Very interesting position. So against an isolated pawn, usually with the side, the isolated pawn wants to push it to get rid of it. Victor Korchnoi always said that weaknesses must be pushed. So if you get a weak pawn, you push it up the board to get rid of it. Because once you trade it off, you don't have the weakness anymore. So then you're left with all the advantages in your position. So white will normally try to blockade this so it can't push forward, make sure it sits there, then rearrange the pieces to really attack it, and then try to win the pawn. Yeah, very complex position. I'm guessing standard system of development, rook c8 is common. King f8. Was king f8 just played? Was king f8? I don't understand this at all. Why am I playing king to f8? Like, okay, we could trade down to an endgame and things could get towards the center, but are we there yet? Queens are still on. Well, given that, Kalik still has a minute and 13, I'm guessing this is some sort of preparation. I never would have thought of king f8 here. Based on Sharam sinking his head into his hands, I don't think Sharam would have thought about this either. It's definitely not a natural move. Like, what's the problem? Is there some line where bishop h7 checking the king unveils something? Oh, I see. Okay, so we're worried. Okay, okay, so we want to move the knight to trade, but we're going to get the king towards the center so the knight doesn't have to come back. Okay. I mean, my point was just be, all right, I won't move the knight for now. Like, is it really worth a move to get king f8? I don't know. I'm confused. Like, where am I putting this knight? Am I going this way? I don't think I'm coming up here. Because isn't it more likely that white's going to take here at some? Well, this could get extremely interesting. Yeah, I agree. If this was a blitz game, I would play that in half a second. If this was a rapid game, I'd play that in 2 seconds. If this was a classical game, I'd play that in 5 seconds. Now, if I'm Sharam, I'm very worried that I've walked into some preparation. This move, played so quickly, is an absolute signal that I know this opening. Here's my line. Good luck. If this is preparation by Kalik, I think Kalik should have spent a little bit more time on this. I think playing this so fast is really potentially freaked Sharam out. In terms of, like, if I had sat and thought for, let's say you use up 10 minutes on your clock, or a little bit less, 8 minutes, and then come up with king to f8. Then Sharam has to think, like, okay, like, did my opponent not understand this position? So then they play king to f8. Like, that's weird. I've never seen that before. But now that king f8 was played so quickly, it's obvious, like, oh, my opponent has a line prepared. Like, this is something my opponent's familiar with. So might have tipped the hand a little bit there. Going back to board 2. What has happened? Okay, so white did decide to take in the center. Played bishop to c4. Queen back to d8. Okay. Looked like this was going to open up into an interesting position. Probably just takes, castle. And we end up with this kind of open d file. So now we could play something like knight to b3. If black takes, we get the rook there. You may even play queen to e2. That's played in some lines where you play queen to e2 and then rook to d1. And then you're threatening to move this somewhere. Yeah, I think d takes c5 is going to be played relatively quickly here. This somewhat reminds me of a Scandinavian, but I don't think I have time to push and play queen e2 or anything like that. I think I have to just take. Because it is true. Like in the Scandinavian, a lot of times you go for this and there's attacks here. And the point being, you know, black's just not castled yet, so you have to figure out how to survive these things. But it doesn't look that good in this position for me. So I would just take. Maybe you can play queen e2 here. But I think it's safer just to castle first. See what black does, and then you can decide whether queen e2. Like, we know we're going to castle kingside. So see what black plays, and then decide on queen e2 or knight b3 or c3 to kind of keep the knight out, and then the queen can come over this way. Lots of things possible here. Flipping over to board 3. Oh, we did take on c4, okay, and then knight c6 has been played, so develop pieces, bishop to e3. So far looks pretty standard. I'm going to leave you with a view of all 3 boards, and I will be right back. All right. We are back. I don't know if we've seen any movement on any board. So let's go back to board 2 here. Paul's thinking. Like, what's the alternative here? I guess the alternative is, well, this is a weird idea if we're going to sack this pawn in the center. I guess maybe knight b3 is possible, with the idea of taking with the knight and then playing c3. Looks like Paul made a move. We're just waiting for it to come through on the live feed. I swear I saw a move. Sam's clock is clearly up. These are being taken. What's going on? Things are happening, but I'm not seeing them happen on the board. Oh, okay. Apparently, I need to use my arrow keys. Apparently, when you enter analysis mode and come back. Okay, so we did take and we did castle. All right, we're back to exactly where we thought we'd be. And now it's black to play, and black's going to develop pieces, I'm sure. And then we're going to either come up with a plan of knight here, or queen here, rook d1, or c3, knight b3, or c3, queen c2, or c3, queen b3. Something like that. Still very early in the game. We do have pawn majority on the queen side for white. Pawn majority for black on the king side. I think one of the differences here is white has castled and black has not. So black's going to spend some time to get castled, which white should be able to utilize to take control of the d-file. This bishop is kind of stuck behind this pawn, so black either has to get this out by pushing b6 or b5 or something, a6, b5, or b6, which would hinder this bishop because it couldn't come backwards anymore, to bring the bishop out this way. Or we have to come up with a plan of pushing the pawn so that the bishop can come out on this diagonal. Or it's going to sit back here and be... Oh, wait, there's a third idea. You can move the knight and then put it on the diagonal this way. But either way, black needs to figure out where that bishop goes. And wants to do so without white having complete control of the open file, and then can slowly push the queenside majority. Go back to board 3 here. Bishop to e3 played. George is taking a think. Not sure what to do. So again, we do have an isolated pawn. Usually white wants to push it, black wants to stop it. Very common plan is to put a pawn on c6 because it defends that square, and then you throw a knight there that's defended by that pawn. Becomes a good outpost. Not sure if it's possible in this position, but for example, something like knight to e7, and we'll say that white makes a move, and then we play c6, and then we get our knight on d5. That would be kind of a common setup against the isolated queen pawn. Usually instead of knight to c6, though, you would see knight to d7, c6, and then b6 and over. But having the knight here on this weird square probably changes that plan slightly. So George is thinking of the best way forward. Using up some time, 20 minutes used over to nursery. Nursery is still above the initial time. Shram over here, still trying to figure out what King f8 is all about. Shram wonder, do I continue with the normal looking plan? Is the normal looking plan now dangerous? Players could be getting tired too. It is the third game of the day. Felix is young and still full of energy, so Sharam might could be scared of that as well. If only I could hear this internal monologue of Sharam. Is it, King F8 looks weird. What do I need to do to get a better position? Or is it, what have I walked myself into? What am I missing? What's going on? Alright, well, Sharam's still tanking here. I'm not gonna wait for him to make a move. Looks like some nodding there, but we're gonna go back to board 2 here. We have the Castle King side. Sam's wondering what to do. Let's move 8, guys! These look like pet lines. I do believe someone has knocked over the camera. It's okay. Sam is still there. Sam is still thinking. Not disturbed. Oh, no, that was definitely disturbed. He looked over at the camera. He's been disturbed. He's been disturbed by the camera. Has to rethink that, rethink those lines again. I think this is just generically slightly scary for Black. Because if you just start completing your development like normal, and let's go with the whole Queen E2 idea, and then you castle, and then you play Rook to D1. Okay, the Queen's gonna probably move somewhere, so we're probably gonna put it on C7. Okay, well now I can play. Can I play this? Can I play that? Yeah, maybe I can play this. Okay, well now my piece has to back up. Then I'll bring another piece out, and I'll bring this piece up here. And all of a sudden, it's like, what do I do with this bishop, though? Like, White's getting ready to double. Black's not ready to double. I guess we just play maybe b6 here and just say, okay, fine. Like, I've got everything defended, so maybe nothing can happen, but I just find that this is, White can't break in, but White clearly looks like they have some sort of slight edges that there might be something to work with. Maybe 94. Take. And then maybe we start threatening checkmates. Oh, we can even start hitting the queen and things too. F5, okay. I thought G6 might have been forced, but okay, there's F5. You know, Black has to choose their system development here relatively carefully. I didn't see who knocked it over. I just saw gray. I just saw the carpet. All right, knight f6 has been chosen. Let's see if we're going to end up with a c3 system or a queen e2 system. I like queen e2 systems. This seems like a natural spot. You know, there's possible targets here at some point in the future. Making way for the rook. Let's switch over to board 3. Sharam over taking a look. So knight to d5 was played. Okay. All right. And I guess the point is, you know, I'm lifting the queen, and you can't really attack my queen, so I've barricaded your pawn, and I can now start to gang up on it with major pieces, and this bishop is controlling that for now. I mean, there's an obvious threat here. So let's just say we'll defend it first. That looks like the most obvious. Let's try the defense first. And then rook to d8. Yeah, looks great. Looks great. So, of course, Tanushree does not take it. Tanushree plays queen to d3. See, the problem here is with the isolated pawn, usually you want your light square bishop, because the light square bishop, you know, helps push, but it also is the one that plays this attacking role. So with an isolated queen pawn, white should be able to get, you know, some sort of pressure or attack here with this open space, but it's really not, because that good bishop is gone, and this other bishop, it's kind of a big pawn. It's blocking the file, it's defending this. It's a pawn. I mean, it still looks up there, sorta. But there's nothing going on up there. Maybe I'm overly sensitive to endgame weaknesses. I've taken way too many endgame beatings when younger. And I practiced a lot of endgames. Lots of game left to be played. I just want more if I have an isolated pawn. Want more. Back to board 1, Sharam has made a move. That's right, we did see Sharam go over. So settled on bishop to b5. I guess my obvious question is, why not double? But I guess the point is, if you double, you got to move the bishop anyway. So why not maybe move the bishop first, and then you can decide whether this is the right file or this is the right file. Or maybe this is the right file. One of them. Like, do I really want to trade a bishop for a knight? I guess that might make rook c1 more appealing, because then the rook would play against the weak pawn after bishop takes. So there could be some tricks. I don't see anything immediately. Nothing immediately jumps out. Like, let's say, like, black wastes a move. It's not like I see anything critical for white. Like, take, move a rook. Move a rook. There's an open b file, but it's defended by a rook. What if we put the rook here and then maybe try for this? Does that even work? I don't think that works. Yeah, I don't like this for white either. I guess it's a move. And it attacks something. Maybe this and that. Maybe knight goes here. But then you've always got to watch out for c5. Oh, I guess on that line I'll actually end up with knight to c6. So this is going to be check, and then this could come. Okay, this could be the plan. And I mean, that's when black wastes a move. I mean, black's obviously going to do something better here. Probably rook a to c8. And then take, knight here. Now now c5 is possible because you can't do this because the rook's on it. Okay. Yeah, so probably rook a to c8 will be played. I guess this move does have an idea of possibly exchanging here and playing this. Other than that, I don't see what's going on here. All right, back to board 2. Oh, looks like Paul likes the Queen E2 system. I assure you the cameras are muted. They cannot hear me talk. We got some systems I like to play now. Yeah, Queen E2. Queen E2, Rook D1. Black has to sort that out. You could probably play a slower setup too with Rook E1. Move the knight, maybe even back and then up. Move the bishop out somewhere. And then this other rook to D1. Yeah, up for white to determine what to do here, but I think rook to D1 looks relatively well. I mean, this shouldn't be too long of a thing. Like, when we chose the move Queen E2, clearly castle kingside was an obvious move for black, and then white would just be double-checking their plan and saying, yeah, this is the plan I want. There's no little tricks. And then just play the move. Play the move, Paul. You looked at all of this when you played Queen E2. Quick verification, and done. Keep yourself out of time trouble. That doesn't look like a rook to D. Oh, it's a knight to E4. Okay, well, that's the plan that they thought of, clearly, when they castled. Okay. So, I mean, there's no obligation to take. Because I think I can take in Queen F6. Oh, no. Well, rook D1's going to come first. And then this, then take, then that. Because that wastes the tempo. But okay, we take it. We take. I guess the thing I really like about this idea is, remember how we said the bishop has two things, like it's either got to go here and figure its way out, or you got to play b6 and figure its way over here. Well, the problem is, I mean, this is clearly a more passive square, and then it's going to get pinned, and there's going to be some play, and there's going to be some pressure. Well, I can't play b6 anymore because the knight hanging. So, it's really playing against this bishop. It's all against this bishop. Bishop here could be good. Bishop here could be good. Oh, bishop here could be really good. You can't even f6 because of this. Queen takes. Alright, what has black done? Nothing! Sam is still thinking. You know what that means. Over to board 3. What has happened? Okay, queen here. Bishop back to e7. This is a move I just don't understand. Like, am I coming in here? Like, I want that square for something? Maybe. Maybe I do. Queen goes up. Alright, we're going to take there and then play the bishop there. Oh, what? I don't know why I want my bishop here. Oh, okay, wait. So you could go with like a g6, bishop g7 plan, like go back into a fianchetto. But maybe this knight's going to move and then a c5. So if we progress now, that means... No, we're moving right there. I was really thinking a c5 idea was going to come. Does it just not work? Like... Can I not just do this? Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess rook d1 is quite good here. Alright, that could be why knight c5 is not being played. Maybe we're going to take this and then play c5? And then we'll end up in a bishop versus knight endgame? Where this bishop looks good? Sure just has to lose a lot of time there. Looks like knight e4. If I could read the hand movements properly. Okay, so now I tactically inclined. Like, my first thing is, like, what if I just take it in here? Like, what happens? What happens? Oh, G plays it instantly. Instantly, okay. So it looks like that tactic was good. Queen c6. Queen c6. I don't see any targets. I'm taking the rook. Taking the rook and then queen e7? Rook taken. We cannot take this. This is be a horrible, horrible disaster. Oh, actually, I was thinking the pin, but it's probably even worse because this probably just leaves that undefended, and then we have mate, isn't it? I was just thinking like, oh, pin, losing it. But no, the queen's there anyway. So we'd have to play something like probably queen e7. Oh, we can't. Duh. I said that. Can't move the queen. I guess I gotta move the rook out of the way first, and then unravel. Yeah, going back to that. You know, there's a threat on the pawn, of course. And with this, well, this would be, I can remove the defender of that, and of course it leads to the fork. So I guess it's more complicated. I guess we probably have to play over and then go into lines like this. And I guess here c5 doesn't matter because it's now defended. Complicated. What else could we do? Guess d5 was really strong. Either way, we ended up with the tactic. Rook c8's been played. No back rank mate. Shnewstri playing very quickly has blundered the exchange by the looks of it. Or no, we sacked it. We lost pawn. 5. That's right, we took it back. That's right. We had to sack the exchange to get the exchange, and it's a pawn. So, okay. This isn't as bad as I thought. We still have this isolated pawn, though. And it's not getting any better. I guess if white wastes a move, could I do this, this, this? I target that? No. I target it this way? Yes. We just move it. No, we don't just move it. We can't just move it. We've renewed the back rank threats. Ha ha ha. Isn't that funny? Nope, we just don't take that. We really consolidate our position, play h6 or g6, and then we can go after extra pawns. Back to board 1. What has transpired? g5, bishop to g3, knight to e4. Looks like Felix is pressing forward a little bit here. Well, what happens when we take? I'm guessing some evil things happen. So we probably have to... So knights attack. Rooks attack, but the knight's the only thing defending the rooks. I probably have to take. And then I gotta move the knight somewhere. Don't really have anywhere safe to move the knight. So I have to take first. And that way if you take, I can still take back. Probably queen takes. But then my queen's undefended. So I have to trade queens. And then play knight to d4. And is this better or worse? That's a great question. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pawns are on both sides of the board. Black does have the open b file, and this isolated pawn is defended. Well, I guess I like black's position here. So then that means white cannot take. Well, they better choose what to do. I don't know, can we quickly shift over to the king side? This might be too slow. Yeah. Felix may be able to get something rolling here. At least it could cause white some problems. I mean, okay, the queen and bishop are lined up against nothing. So white has to really think about this. Maybe just taking and going into that other line is probably best. Felix would have a better endgame, but nothing super concrete. Let's see what's happening on board 2. Okay, so bishop back to e7 takes, bishop takes, and c3. So c3 prevents this and this, as well as this. I guess that really did solve the problem, didn't it? I don't know if I like taking by white. Like, why do I have to take it? And just make this bishop better. Like, why can't I just play rook to d1? Why can't I play bishop here? Stopping the queen from going to c7. Why can't I do that? What's the problem with that? This? No, I've got 2 on it. This? No, I can just play bishop back. I don't think we're taking this. Oh, I guess now I have to attack, don't I? Okay. Here first. Queen's probably going to go to c7, so then I can't do this. So then let's put my bishop somewhere else. Not an e3. I'll cut the communication. Don't want that, because that loses a piece. So throw it on g5. And no tactics, because takes is still okay. Because get this. Yeah, I don't know about this move. I don't know what that move. We've taken, and then we've had to play c3. So now we're probably not really ahead much in development anymore. This game looks extremely equal. Going back to Dalhousie versus Georgis, we have queen to b7. So we are going to try to keep some of those back rank mates available. So I guess that stops the queen from coming up for now. I may lose the a7 pawn. But I could always just go down and skewer. I guess black has to come up with a reasonable way to continue this game. Queen d7. Queen takes. Now I don't get this. So if I lift the queen, I don't get that anymore. So I've got to be very confident in my attack or whatever I'm going to do after that. I just play queen to e8. I'm losing 2 pawns. Then I'm losing this one. No. Ah, we're getting mated. So, okay, we'll play queen takes. And now white's up the pawn. So Georgis is not going to do that. I guess we can go for this here. So you don't get the c7 pawn in this line. And then black rook takes. Queen d7, queen here, bishop takes d4. I still have this issue with this rook d1 line. I guess I'm not getting back rank mated. But I still have to deal with this pin. Because my queen's been placed on a light square now. Yeah, I can't play c5 because of the queen. So we take. Ooh, rook e8 with the idea of take. I can sack queen and mate. That may be able to defend tactically, but I still have this problem with this pin. So okay, so white just plays this. I still don't have any way out. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do. No, I don't, because I get mated. Ah! Alright, both players need to play h6, h3. Immediately. That's my call. There's too many back rank mates for both players. Too many. Too many back rank mates. The amount of back rank mates in this position is too high. Yeah, so probably just h6 and say, okay, white, do something. I'm actually shocked by the amount of tactics that are in this position just because of a pin and back rank potentials for both sides. It's incredible. Truly incredible. All right, back to the game. It looks like Georgia's played A5. Okay, gonna take that slowly. Rook to C1. So now we've got threats here. No, we don't have threats here. What am I talking about? Queen. We've got two defenders. It's just tying me down. I can't do anything yet, but it's tying me down. C5 played. Okay. Nobody appreciates the Luft anymore. Nobody wants to make Luft for the king. Waste of time, they say. Just a fast game. We don't want to take no time, make no Luft. Want to go, go, go. So what's the plan here? I guess having a pass pawn? I've made my pawn into a pass pawn? Seems very reasonable. So let's be careful of the back ranks. Okay. I can get behind this plan. All right, going back to board one here. It looks like Sharam has moved rook back to e1. Just says, no, that's fine. I'm just going to move back. Okay. Bishop to f6, just played by Felix. I assume moves like f5 are just a little bit too ambitious. Maybe. Bishop to f6 played. Make sure we keep an eye on the e5 square. Make sure there's no tricks like taking and then knight or bishop up maybe. Maybe some tricks of our own at some point. Still a very complex position here. Not much been taken off. Just two sets of pawns. I guess pretty soon we're going to be threatening to push their isolated pawn to get rid of it, which is one of our key plans that we always want to do. Back to Paul versus Sam. A6 played, so it looks like we're going with a A6 B5 plan. I'm sure Queen C7 will be played. Followed by some other things. I guess Queen E7 is possible too. Queen c7 has been played by Sam. Planning a maybe a b5, bishop b7. Make sure this doesn't work. Type of position. Tanushi versus Jurgis. Interesting endgame position. What has occurred? G3. Rook b8. Huh. Something has gone awfully wrong. I don't see how you take that. So I think rook d1 almost has to be played to pin it. It's possible, I guess, but I mean, I guess now I've got a pin, so all right, fine. Yeah, okay, I guess that works. I'm thinking even if we lose this pawn and trade down, it's still 2 pawns against 1. So this is potentially going to be decisive. I think Tanusri might have calculated that this didn't work because of this, of course. But the issue is we attack the queen, tempos the queen away. Now there's no pin, so then we take in the center. Okay, so bishop f4 has been played. Now rook back to c8. But now I've got, yeah, I got 2 extra pawns. I got 2 extra pawns. At least the white king has lift, the black king doesn't, so we're really playing on back rank tactics here. I would say Georges is looking very good in this game. I don't see any crazy techniques. Okay, so sure. We've attacked it, but it's defended by a bishop. It's not attacked by a bishop, so we're okay. Play h6. h6. g6. Play one of them. Don't care which. Probably h6. Alright, queen d7 played. I guess we're just gonna put a rook queen behind it and just throw it up the board. We need no lift. I trust my calculation enough that I will never get back rank mated. Back to board 1. We do have an exchange coming on c6. There's all sorts of crazy lines here because I can take it, I can take it, I can take this first, I can take this first. Can I take this first? Maybe I'll take that first. No, I think it needs to be the knight. Problem with this is we can just take there and then take back. At least if I do it with the knight, you can't do this because I take your queen. If I do this, you can't do this because I take your rook. See what Felix does. Yeah, knight takes c3 hits the queen. I think this might be what Felix is considering. Does the intermezzo help me? Yeah, I think Felix is just kind of determining which is the best game to play. No, we're just going to play queen. Simple. Queen takes c6. No intermezzis. So what happens on here, 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 here? Here? Like, is this a weak enough pawn? On an open file, is it not? I guess not. Doesn't look very easy to get at. This is defended. That's defended. Actually, I might have got my knight trapped. Alright, interesting position. I don't think I take CC wins the piece, and I just take back. Because this is a trade. And then whichever way we take back, it's still just a trade. Still bishop, bishop versus bishop, knight. It's just you force this to be an isolated pawn. Yeah. There must have been something here. I mean, isolated pawn usually looks pretty good. I'm guessing this just runs into... Yeah, this would run into a skewer anyway, so I probably don't even have to defend it. So I've got to do something. Can I do this? This is looking possibly powerful. Isolated pawn. Yeah, okay, no, I don't like that for white. Okay. So why would we not just do this then? Do I have to take I guess I don't have to take the queen. I could probably just check. And the king moves. Oh, okay. Okay. Then we play the knight over. Yeah, this is the line that looks better for white on knight takes. Because I'm giving you some problems. You've got to move the queen. I don't know where you move it to. This would have been interesting. Still looks level, but I think there's so many different things that could happen in here. I think this check is maybe what Felix was scared of. Because this just looks better for black. But it's the fact that we don't have to take. We can check or we can do something else. Oh, and the check's played on the board without this being taken. So, king up to g7, probably. It's all good. We've been here for 3 full games. Not being able to count is a normal phenomena. Alright, this is our master versus master matchup. Let's go see what else is going on here. What has occurred? So queen to c7 as we thought. And bishop back, okay? No more tempo on b5. Queen to e4 could be troublesome. We'll probably just play g6 and the bishop can go back and guard everything. Might even just play g6 right away. Just a high bet back. Still, gotta figure out what we're gonna do with this bishop, Sam. What's the plan for that bishop? That's the key. What do we do with that bishop? Play against that bishop. Alright, Yeah, Black still has to figure out what we're going to do with that bishop, how we're going to do it. It needs to get somewhere. White hasn't completed their development yet, though. So this still has to come out somewhere. I guess that looks obviously e3. Unless we go for queen e4, threatening mate, followed by bishop to f4, hitting the queen. Gets the piece with tempo. This is a pretty good plan. I like bringing the bishop out with tempo. Could we play e3, e5 there, though? Can I play e5 now? To then bring the bishop out to a better square? My bishop on f6 looks silly. See, I'm thinking here, but there could be some decent theory, unless I'm missing something. Is playing e5, then bringing the bishop out, and then maybe we'll do something like this at some point with, rooks behind. e5 doesn't look like a bad plan. On this, I can still play g6. This doesn't really scare me. Well, I can play bishop back if I want, or I could play just rook over. Yeah, e5. e5 looks relatively decent. It's a possible plan. It's either that or b5. I don't know if I want to play b5. b5. Queen here. g6, okay. Knight here, going for mate idea. If we take, I'm more than happy to have access to all the dark squares now that the dark square bishop's gone. So I don't know if you have time for b5. I would also do the test on this too, though. On here, g6. What's the difference? Is there a difference? Even this idea is probably not that good because of this. Oh. You know, there's some real venom behind Queen E4 and Knight G5. I don't know what to do there. Like, this is just going to always lead to the same thing, isn't it? Wait, let me see that again. Here. Didn't try this. Oh. Oh. Okay. There's an attack. And I don't know if I can finish this off or not. Maybe this is good enough. Oh yeah, okay. No, I think that's good enough to say no to h6. Alright, so we're going to play g6 first. Okay. So my obvious retort is, what if I do knight g5 now? Now, I can't bring the queen over to threaten mate like I did last time. But can I do h4, h5? I might be able to do h6 here. Knight back, bishop back. And then maybe there's a target. Bishop b3, maybe queen d2. We're going to see what Paul's going to do here. Paul should be out for blood. Paul wants a win. Paul sees an aggressive idea. Paul may want to just play the aggressive idea. I mean, sure, this bishop's kind of locked off, still on that side of the board. Let's see what we got going on board number 3. What has occurred? Transpired. All right, that. Queen to d2, back to d3, b5, a3, h6. There we go. We have Luft. Finally, Luft was worth it. Reroute the bishop to the other side. Rook to e5. Oh, that's slightly frustrating for Georges. What are you going to do with that? It's annoying. Georges might have just lost the pawn with this move. I can't add any extra defenders. Can't push it. I don't think I can push. Rook c5 I don't think works. Takes, and then take here. Oh my. It's a very good move by Tanuser. Very good defensive idea. Georges may have missed that. He's taking a think for sure. Can't easily distract the queen. I mean, black still must be better. There's this passed pawn in the center of the board. That's to remain blockaded forever. Rook to c4. Okay. Can I undermine it? That's my concern, is how loose that rook looks. That looks very loose. Is it loose? Hmm. Hmm. Maybe it's not loose. No sacks here, because I can't put any other extra attackers on it. Rook c4 looks pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I have anything on this. Oh, what if I take with the queen instead? Well, I guess there's no use checking. I should just go here right away. I mean, the king's gonna want to come forward anyway. Ah. Take. Now I've got 2 pawns to worry about. That's gotta be winning for black. No, it looks like, yeah, rook c4 is very interesting. Yeah, I think you're right. I think rook c4 is good. Now, what does Georges think about rook c4? He sees it. There might be something he doesn't like about it. Georges in a deep think, down to 30 minutes. Back to board 1. We have some moves. We've got the check. Oh, the bishop e7 block. We didn't even move the king. Okay. Queen there. f6. Doesn't look as good to me. I mean, why would I move my bishop to f6 just to move it back to e7 again? Now this diagonal is controlled by the queen. Why not just king to g7? Why not? Why not, I say? Right, so block with the bishop. And f6. C1. White's position starting to come alive a little bit here, maybe. Guess we move the queen. Somewhere logical. Probably has to be back here. Always gotta watch out for this. Huh. I guess if we move the queen there, we have problems with this. We now officially have problems with this move. I don't know what black moves here. Mike died. There we go. Now we're back. Sorry. All right. I don't even know the last thing you heard. Pawn takes knight. Queen takes f6. And of course, if we block with the bishop, I think we just take the queen. And then this ending, we're up 2 pawns. White's up 2 pawns. And if the king moves, I think this has to be just complete madness. I don't even know what you do here. Like, because we're just going to take and then take here. King moves his mate. So we've got to block with the queen. And there's got to be something here. Like, we've got 2 pieces for the rook anyway, but there's got to be something. Take. Take? Maybe? I think White has a lot of fun there on bishop to c5. Do we have a move yet? We have this move. Yeah, bishop c5. Oh, sorry. No, black has not moved yet. Yeah, bishop to c5, knight takes e4. I guess for that matter, I could probably just play queen takes f6 first, can't I? Oh, no, the knight's there. That's why I took it. Yeah, I have to take this. That's right. Bishop has given this up. I have to take the knight. Undefends this. Attacks and pins. That would be a nice tactical game. I don't think Felix is going to play bishop to c5, but I don't know what Felix is going to do. Alright, let's check out board 2. Looks like we've got some exciting moves being made. G6, H4! Now there's my style of attack. B5. Okay, so we're playing on the queen side and White's attacking on the king side. I like it. I like it. White has to continue somehow, though. Queen c2. Going for some sort of crazy sack line. I guess the issue is once the f-pawn takes, the queen does defend laterally. Bishop to h6. Yeah, if the rook moves away, there may be some ideas of this, and up here at some point. May need a little bit more juice. So I think this probably looks pretty good. We have to take with the h-pawn. Maybe we just leave it. We don't have to take it. Like, black's never going to play this. I think white's going to have some fun in this game. White's going to have more fun than black. Defending. Okay, so we just moved the rook. Rook 8 makes a lot of sense, too, because if we're thinking of possible sacks here at some point, like, this rook just defends it. So I don't play the French defense. You just get attacked all the time. Bishop to e4. What's the idea here? Just maybe double and maybe swing? I guess we still have to come up with moves for black. Let's trade. Yeah, it could also be a plan to, you know, maybe wants to play g3, king g2, and bring the rook over this way, but the issue is maybe there's some problems here with the bishop. And here's the natural move, just complete the development. What does white do? Or what does white do? Yeah, this might create some problems for white. Like, does white have enough time to try to attack? Yeah, I think we're just going to see rook over. If there's no tactical threats, we're just going to see rook over. Oh, a lot of lines. Starting to get loopy. Third game of the day. I'm not even playing. All right, what do we got going on? Almost at board 2. We're on board 2. Going to board 3. What has happened? Okay, rook c5 was played, not rook c4. Okay, so we're going for this line. Okay. Maybe following Capablanca's rule. You know, isn't that Capablanca's rule? Bishops in the same color. You put your No, you're supposed to put your pawns in the same color as your opponent's bishop. That's Bishops opposite colors, sorry. This is bishops of the same color endings. That doesn't apply. Okay, maneuvered a bit. Church is up a pawn. Queen's there protecting them quite well. Unless I'm missing something, bishop d3 would cut the queen's communication and then really threaten bishop takes. Watching for the check. Oh, I can always go back. Then I can always be... No, it can't be. Queen defends it. Okay, yeah. d3's got some possibilities here. Cuts the communication off. Not really any obvious blunders. I wouldn't say anything in the later rounds. Just the time trouble mistake by Sam in round 1. King to h7. So we got to make sure the queen doesn't get distracted away, or king h7. We got to make sure the queen doesn't get distracted away from f7. So there's always little potentials there. And George is like that more than king g7, probably because of the just putting all your pieces on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop. The bishop then can't do anything. Yeah, all these players are strong. They're used to playing lots of games. 3 games is a lot in a day too, but it's true that it's not it's not a 2-hour time control. It is 75 minutes. Hour and a quarter. Janusri has shown some really good defense here in many of these games when down. 75 minutes is more reasonable than 90. No! 2 hours is more reasonable than 90. 75 minutes. We're approaching rapid. It was way too fast a game. I know the world of chess is going towards faster time controls. That is how the game is played nowadays. And it makes it more exciting too, right? Because more blunders and craziness happens and more practical play. So Rapid is definitely more spectator friendly. So probably getting closer to an hour mark. It's probably a good mix of... You're going to get excitement when players get low on time. Back to board 1 here. Looks like Felix has played rook to c8. And I'm sure the idea is that on this we're going to be sacking. We're going to be taking on c1. I don't see any other useful discoveries. This I'll just take it. This I'll just, what am I going to do there? What am I going to do on this? I'm just going to take this. That's even worse than this. This I'm just going to take there. Yeah, so takes. Not going to do that because it get checkmated. Is there anything else I can do? Let's see, so that's like maybe this is knight for a rook. Can I blast anything anymore? No, I'm not seeing it. I mean, I guess I could take here. But I don't even have to take it. I can just move away and save my queen. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be played. So what do we do? Do we play something like this? H4? H4, G4. Well, now we've got Luft, so now this. What is going on here? Queen for 2 rooks. I'm gonna get this pawn. H4 may be a good idea here for white. Because I give myself lift as I start to break up this pawn structure. Black's gonna have to be really careful. Starting like the options that that white has. The black king looks a little bit precarious. Strom and Kalik's about 22 minutes versus 29 minutes, roughly. Get down to that rapid zone. For 2, what has happened? Okay, knight came back to e7, bishop there. White wants to do something. White wants to do something good. I naturally am drawn to white's position here. I like the attacking chances with the h4, h5. I don't see a clear defensive plan for black. Maybe Sam's sitting there saying, I don't see a way I lose. I don't see how the attack works. Well, I can see at the camera that Sam is not actually sitting there, so must be standing around somewhere thinking that. I don't know. What do we do here as white? How do I up the pressure? Is this annoying or does it just stop my attack? Usually I don't want to do that. I'd rather take. Not seeing anything jump out at me. That looks like the attack dies. So we don't want to do that. Now, do we progress the position? Yeah, it's kind of looking at that a4. I mean, I guess the potential is I would be able to swing at some point. There's another idea. 95. Just don't feel I have a threat, though. This is well defended. That's well defended. This seems to never work. Oh, maybe knight g4. But still, what's my... Maybe a4 or rook c1, and then try for c4. Although I do like my pawns here because it plays against this bishop. I've said that numerous times. Move on the board. h6 was played. Okay. Some players like that extra space. I'm always concerned that I've given up my possibility of attack because I've closed the position. Usually the defender wants it closed and the attacker wants it open so the pieces can attack. So we may see some interesting things happen here. Oh, f8. Not even h8. f8. Because the bishop goes away, then the pawn on h6 is now weak. Okay. Well, let's try the standard plans. I mean, we tried this. That was thought about. Because this could be real annoying, I guess. Works with the rook. Yeah, what does black do here? I guess kind of typical. Now knight g4 looks stronger because it may even have ideas like rook takes because then this is just straight up check. Check take. Maybe there's even check and wait for discovery. Could be check and take here, depending what takes back. Yeah, okay. I think taking. Yeah, and it looks like this has been played on the board. We're gonna see if Paul sees knight to e5. I don't know if bishop f8 was better. I mean, to think about it, if bishop was on h8, at least we'd be have more defense of these squares. We're playing knight to d4. Oh, I see. Okay. Different way. Sack. We're going for the sack, take, and mate. All right. So we probably have to move the knight then, because we want the rook to defend. So I'm going to guess knight to d5. So then the rook defends this, the queen defends this. We're back to that really happy position, except for now the knight can't get to this square. Not mate. What am I talking about? There's a bishop there. Yeah, I think Sam has to play knight d5. Exciting! I want to look at 95 a bit more. This just looks so much more concrete to me. There's still possibilities of that. And there's this. Or there's this. I mean, I guess we could just put the rook down there. Yeah, this forces knight to d5. You have to block this, and then knight to g4. How do you stop these ideas? Like, even that just runs into... Oh, well. Doesn't even run into anything. I guess it just runs into that. Alright. Sounds like knight f5. Okay, like similar idea, I guess. Looks reasonable. I think black's consolidating here. Looks like knight d4 just kind of ran out of steam. Whoa, g4. But we have 2 on. What do we do after this? I thought you had to take. I don't think you could play g4. Can you play g4? I mean, I guess. I guess. Maybe? Oh, we could get some fireworks here. What if we do it this way? I guess this is annoying. Because I have to take with a pawn. Oh, that looks so risky. Alright, we could end up with some fun lines here. There's still some fun lines. Sam's going to think a little bit about this. Alright, going back to board 3. What has happened? Okay, so we have this. Okay, so we've gotten this pawn. Queen there, but there's no check. Bishop here. Still no check. I mean, as long as the queen defends this, there's no checks in there. Bishop back to h6. Now we're just going to march forward. For those wondering, I don't think you can take this because I guess you don't get a perpetual. Yeah, I probably could have just taken the bishop. Yeah, I can't perp. Can I perp here? G8. I guess this looks very risky, doesn't it? Okay, maybe there's a perp that way. Here. Oh, threatens mate, maybe? Okay, I can see why George wanted none of this. There's no reason to risk any of that or miscalculate that. You're just up 2 pawns. Just defend it and go. Has to watch out for this followed by mate. So this is probably just play bishop g7. Bishop g7, dark squares are covered, light squares can never be attacked, and then just push pawns. Surely that is the answer. Nope. Gonna play queen d5 first. Sure, I guess you can always answer bishop to f6 with bishop to g5 anyway. There's no immediate threats, there's no mates. I think Georges is clearly in the driver's seat in this position. Yeah, bishop to g7 played instantly. Bishop back to g5. I don't even see the threat. So it's time to march the pawns. All threats defended against. B4, of course, the outside one. That's going to make it to B3. And that queen is going to be a superhero. It's going to be defending this pawn on B3. It's going to be defending the pawn on F7. It's going to be pushing this pawn down the D file. The activity is insanity. Tunisia is still going to fight on a little bit longer. Not sure exactly what we're hoping for here. Queen D2. There's multiple ways to win this. Still just B3, B2. Queen C4 to queen to C2. All right, yeah, bishop to C3. Followed by D2, B2, or B3. All of the above. That queen can now never move. If the queen never moves, you just promote, and then the queen comes off the board, and then it's queen against bishop, which is a win. And there's no way for the bishop to come help. So that pawn's just going to go B3, B2. And then probably B1, queen takes B1, D1, queen takes, up a queen. There's no perp. Queen H1? take queens off? Yeah. Queen h1, instant. Two. And queen e1 is actually what finishes the game. Not takes. Queen e1. King moves away, you win a queen. Takes, get my queen back. Queen's on e1. Very nice. Oh, queen e4. Okay, I guess this is somehow more efficient because the king is stuck in the corner versus marching up the center of the board. Okay. Queen e1. Queen e1 has to be played. Yes, okay. So queen e1 played. And there we go. We do have the resignation. Georges wins this game. Very nice endgame. I guess takes queen, king g2, and then here, and that's probably it. That is done. All right, let's go back to board 1. And I see queen to d3 has been played. Now queen to c4, offering the trade of queens. So George is now sitting at 2.5 after 3 rounds. So the result of this game here is going to be very important. Especially going into tomorrow too, right? This could the result of this could change how we play the matches tomorrow. Let's see, who plays who tomorrow? So round 4 is Felix versus Georges. So depending on how many points either has, that could be a tough match. Felix will be white in that game. Sharam will play Paul. Sam plays Tanushree. And then in the last round, we have Paul versus Felix, Tanushree versus Sharam, and Georges versus Sam. Which is interesting, because that is the one round where there's no master versus master. So it's master versus non-master. And depending on the scores, they're all going to be pushing for those points. Yeah, so actually, the morning round is going to be very, very critical. So depending on the result of this game, tomorrow morning might get exciting from Felix versus Georges, and even how Sharam plays it too, depending on the result. Sharam's getting a bit low on time. I don't know how comfortable Sharam is playing blitz against Felix here. Sharam taking a definite big think here. And same sort of thing. These moves now definitely aren't going to work because we just take the undefended queen. So there's no tricks. We've got an undefended queen. I don't want to take it. Now this looks relatively decent, like black's making progress. Maybe we get knight to d4 and bishop has to move somewhere. Yeah, still lots of game left to be played here. All right, Sharam, you're getting low on time. 7 minutes. Gotta think. Let's see what's going on in board 2 here. Alright, so we did play knight takes h6. Rook up to d3. We're going to start swinging the rook over. We've opened a file. e5. Knight back to c2. I'm failing to see how white gets enough. How do I get my pieces over there? Like, I can't play king g2 because the queen's on it. If I play king h2 to g3, that actually looks kind of loose and maybe slow to get this rook in. Okay, I can get a rook over there, but how do I get my queen over there? I guess I have to do this and this? I mean, this is going to come with a threat, at least. This rook isn't in yet. This rook's not defending. This position is just complicated. This position is very complicated. F5. All right. What is happening? Why am I playing F5? Why am I opening? Okay, so it's for lateral defense? Well, devil's advocate, I guess my first point is, why don't I just take this as white? I guess the knight comes back. I guess that makes a lot of sense. All right, okay. It's lateral defense plus brings the knight back. So what if I take here first? Then I take here. Is this not threatening? Is there really just no way at the king? I guess not. Well, queen. I mean, the queen defends it at least. Oh, no. Here? Oh, wow, okay. Oh. So much. No, white's not even having any of that. White's just playing over. I don't know, take. That opens up the position, though. Why wouldn't I open the position? I feel like black has really consolidated here. Maybe there was nothing. I think g4 and takes was just not was not good for white. Okay, so I guess if we do this, this is all problematic because of that. So I can't do that. Like 95 and then over. Okay, can I just kick your bishop out of the way? Like, where's your bishop go? Oh, we've got e4 too. Like e4 on this. Work up to d4. Okay, so knight to d5 still may be somewhat concerning. I don't think you ever have time. I'm not sure you're getting there. I may not even need this. I may just be able to play e4 right away. And the same sort of thing. Bishop d4. I think I'm going to play this. No, I can't. I got to do something with this first, so I have to do this first. It's still tight, but I think we can still rearrange our pieces. I need to move the knight to free up the bishop, and then the bishop's going to come here with e4. Yeah, I think maybe knight f7 right away. Just play knight f7. Bishop's got to move somewhere. This looks the most threatening, but it's also the most vulnerable. This shouldn't do anything. I'll still just play e4. Oh, wait a sec. Hold on. Wait, can I even do this? Hold on. That does allow this, though. But I don't think that's enough. There's just no mate. Okay, I've got to play bishop f6. Yeah, knight f7. Knight f7. And the bishop f6 is basically forced. And then maybe instead of e4, maybe I'm just going to keep attacking this. Knight to d5. At least there's no check anymore. Maybe that? Let's see if there's anything played. No, not yet. Alright, this is tough. They're near the end of a stressful game with 13 minutes and 12 minutes left. This is not simple. So knight f7 here. What about bishop g7 now? Can I just stop the whole attack? Or am I going to run into something stupid with this? Yeah, I'm going to run into something stupid. Well, either way, my knight ain't doing much there. Unless I take here. Don't think I want to take there. At least I'm not getting checkmated. We'll see what Sam does here. F4, E4? Well, we're definitely coming up here. And then we got E4. Well, no, because we run into this first. Okay, wait. So what if we do knight F7, bishop F6, and then you want F4? Knight D5, E4. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then we may even have F3. Oh, this is killer. Can I do this? Oh, check. No. Alright, I'll do it with queen c8. Do it with queen c8. Ah. Bishop h6. Oh, geez, in which line? Knight f7. Bishop doesn't have a chance to get to h6. Because the knight just takes it. Yeah, black's got a lot of possibilities here, but that could actually be worse. Oh, sorry, black bishop to h6. Oh, like this. Yeah, I think maybe just g5. No, just take it. Just take it. I got too many pieces on this. I've got to come up with something new. But either way, I don't know if I would think about this if, the plan of f4 and e4 is working, then we play f4, e4. Yeah, this is some pretty cool stuff. The problem is, a lot of this looks good. Sam has to pick one. When there's a lot of things that look good, you might not pick the best one, or you might confuse yourself. All right, let's go back to board one here for a sec. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. So queen went back to b1. Okay. Queen to g4. Knight to d4. Oh, that's mean. There's a fork thread here. Knight to d2. Queen to g6. Knight takes f1. Queen takes h6. Oh, wow. Okay. King might be in trouble here. So king f7. Check. King has to go. I'll go f8 again. This is interesting. Okay, king can play, and then rook takes f1. What? Two bishops, or bishop and knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the exchange for a pawn. Queen looks pretty aggressive, though. This game also looks potentially pretty zany. What do I do here as black? Everything's defended. Maybe this side here? No, there's a knight there. Jeez. Ah, I'm like, I can't do this. There's knights here. Can't really get rid of the knight on d4, can I? Because that allows queen takes f6. So get rid of the knight, but then I'm losing a bazillion pawns. Black's in trouble. I think black's in trouble. So exchange for a pawn, but what can I do with my pieces? Those knights are insanely good. Yes, they do. That tricky L shape. Admittedly, when I play chess, I do this a lot. I'm just like, because I think of like, okay, I want my bishop there. Well, I'll just move it there. And they're like, oh wait, no, I can't. The key is, as long as I catch it before I actually make the move. In Blitz, I would play that all day long. I would think of the strategic idea, and I would just move it here, and it would go on, and I would resign. And then I play another Blitz game. But at least in Classical, I catch myself. I catch myself looking at a lot of weird ideas. Queen to d3. Queen to d3. What's my idea of queen to d3? Just, I guess, just controlling these squares and maybe at some point sacking back? You captured your own piece and over the board blitz once. That's funny. Okay, here's a good story. Here's a good story. I was playing a rapid tournament. I will not name the player. Good friend. So we were playing a rapid tournament. It's actually in the last round, so it was like a double round robin, and I'm actually 5 for 5. I'm like, oh cool, like I get the chance for like 100%. So I'm winning this game, and I look and I'm like, okay, well I can't really do anything. Like I'm just gonna pressure, and he picks up his queen, and he slams it down on g5 and checks my king, and I'm like, oh my, how did I miss this? How did I miss this move? And I can't believe that I missed this. And I move, and I'm running away and defending. I end up with a draw. And then we're reviewing the game afterwards, and I'm looking and I'm thinking, I'm like, how did your queen get to g5? Like, your queen's on e2. Like, there's no way for it to get to g5. He just put his queen and placed it down to the best square. Couldn't even legally move there. Neither of us caught it. And we continued the game because I was so shocked that I had missed this amazing move. Because I missed it. It wasn't even a legal move. I've also picked up the wrong bishop one time in Blitz and took a piece. I had 2 bishops looking up this way, and I wanted to take the piece on h6, and I picked up my bishop on b1 and, and captured the piece on h6, and my opponent looked at me and said, why do you have 2 darker bishops? Like, oh, oops. All right, queen to d3. Okay, it's a move. I guess it stops any kind of check ideas. I still don't know how I progress this position as black, though. This knight looks killer. Like, if this bishop gets kicked away and goes anywhere, like, this is scary. Ouch, from e6 to e4, forking 2 pieces. See, all you gotta do is play an illegal move, but make it so shocking, your opponent will be like, how did I miss this? Oh, over the board classical. Let's see. Oh, queen d3 was played. And then h3. Oh, where's the bishop go? I don't know. See, what's amusing is in classical, if you got to like near the end of the game and then that was caught, you actually revert back to the position prior to the illegal move being played. But if the game is over, then all claims are invalid at that point. There's a very funny local story where one of the players was talking about their game, and oh, king f7. What is going on here? Oh, oh, oh my. Well, there's an idea. I guess that's the point of queen d3. I'm preventing that because I want to slide over. Oh my. I think white's queen is trapped. I don't think there's any way out. There's nowhere for this queen to go. Schramm has 5 minutes to figure out if this queen can be saved. I don't even know how you come up with an idea like this. Like, okay, I thought this was just purely defensive. Like, all right, sure. Now I can't be checked forever. His plan was to win the queen. Oh my. I think this is an insane reversal here. I guess maybe the queen up here wasn't as dangerous. I mean, not when you see ideas like this. Captures bishop, rook h8, queen takes h8, rook takes h8. So it's a queen for 2 knights. Queen for 2 knights. And a pawn? This pawn? I guess that's still not over. Well, this is about to get exciting. I kind of have one more funny story to tell, but I don't know if I can tell it. While Sharam thinks here. Okay, I got time. So, there was one game, and the player comes out and says, you know, he castled kingside, so I attacked him, and then he castled queenside. And you stop, and it's like, castled twice! And sure enough, the score sheet clear as day, castles kingside, gets attacked, walks king f8, king a8, king e8, and then castles queenside. Knight to f5? Well, I just take it. And then I'm still doing this. Oh, you mean in the resulting position. Sorry. You mean after takes, take. Here. Well, we have tactics. Trade down. I'm assuming I want to trade down. That may not be the safest assumption. Maybe I can take this off and then just queen just comes and cleans everything up. Shram, 2 minutes and 2 seconds here. I kind of want to flip back to the other game, but I kind of want to see what's happening here. I think we're going to stick on this one. Apparently, I need to do more tactics where you trap pieces, since I wasn't even thinking about this queen being trapped. I thought it was attacking. Alright, looks like pieces are being taken. Waiting for an update on the board here. Take, so this is the line we were looking at, so I'm sure we'll get queen takes h8, rook takes h8. Oh! Oh! Ah, the board messed up. Fix the board! The board! There we go. No. This is not it. This is not it. But rook d1 is played. Okay, so what would have happened is this, rook to d1, because that prevents this tactic. Fix the board! 30. Move 30. Rook takes h8. We're missing it. We're missing it. I can't see what's happened. I can't see what's happened. Please fix the board. There we go. Okay. Wait. I think we did get fixed. Hold on. Okay, we did get fixed. Okay, good. Whew. All right, we're not going to miss anything. Felix is going to think for a little bit. Let's quickly check in on board 2. Let's quickly check in board 2. What has occurred? Oh, knight f7 was played. Bishop f6 was played. Rook to e6. Okay. And knight to d5. We kind of looked at things like this. And bishop to g7. Bishop to a6 takes. So we've doubled our rooks in the d file, doubled our rooks in the e file. Knight has come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black's up a pawn. Queen's coming down to e4. I like Harry's idea still of kind of f4, e4. I think f4, e4 is probably a good idea. Or e4, f4. I'm just scared that this is going to, at some point, like, open things up. But maybe not. Okay, and we're going back to board 1, because this is the exciting. What's Felix do here? We're down to 9 minutes versus 3 minutes. Felix just had this very insane queen trap idea. I thought white was attacking, but that may have just been a elaborate ruse. So why did we play king to e8 instead of king to f7 right away? Like, couldn't I just do this right away? No, because I can play queen to h7. And then the problem is after king to e8, I can't play queen to d3 anymore because the queen's already still on h7. Oh, that's deep. So hold on. So in that case, we should have played queen g6. But I guess then the king runs to d7. That is deep stuff. All right. Okay, hold on. Rook to d1, queen to h7. This king is running away. Queen to h1. I guess we're going to take on g2. Knight to f3. Queen h3 picks up the g4 pawn. I don't think I'm worried with this. Am I? I mean, the more pawns I get rid of, it should be better for black. On Felix, 7.5 minutes after an amazing queen trap. To h1. Okay. All right. Take. I guess we're just going to go after those and then run these pawns up the board. I guess that's the plan. Are they talking? Is it over? That looks like they're talking. Did Sharam resign? Is that game over? Okay, Arbiter's getting involved here, so either Felix has complained that his opponent is talking to him, or Sharam has resigned. Okay. It looks like White has resigned. Yes, so White did resign after this. And I guess the point is, you're winning this pawn in the center, but I guess they just bring your queen over. And no matter what, you're losing pawns, and this just moves up the board, right? Like, without rooks, no major pieces, the minor pieces aren't going to defend against the queen. Okay, I missed that Sharam had stopped the clock. All right, let's go back to our last live board here. The last game of the evening. Queen there, rook up. So now the knight's coming in on g5. Black is clearly defended against the attack. Okay. So White has just resigned here, so it looks like Sam has won, and Paul Deck still remains on 0. Let's update the final results, and we'll look at the standings table here in 1 second. Do all my math right. Okay, so this was well, they're definitely talking, so that this game's got to be over. I just don't think they've called the arbiter over yet. I assume they're about to. They're definitely talking. Either that or some sort of illegal move was played and they're arguing, but I doubt that. Yeah, his position